a few small tweaks, and then they can
Chat,
start
good
to
morning.
close out
Good
these
morning,
games.
good morning. How are we
But,
doing?
you know, that's the story of this roster for me. It's so close, but so far.
Good afternoon, good evening as well, depending on where you are, obviously.
That's actually our
this is how... That is
Morgan,
so sad.
as someone from the UK, doesn't enjoy flavor.
Yeah, no, not at all. I actually don't use the spice bucket. It's just the plain noodle.
Oh my god.
In the water.
Wait, what do you do with the spice packet?
I bin it instantly and just have the plain noodles in about that much water. That's how it should be.
I'm hurting.
You haven't
I'm
been
hurting here. Send it my way.
Take that one,
Visa
NONGSHIM.
status you could still be deported at this point. I mean,
Send it my way. Send it down
Yeah, that was
because
wild.
he could use a lot more.
oh
Okay.
my lord. I mean, I was curious, but that says it all. The Waylay stats for Danby, that is not looking good. I definitely do not
The
want to see
side
him
by
play
side
any
is kind of
more
crazy.
Waylay.
Dude,
Even
a
though I have seen a
0.45
couple of games
KD.
on Waylay that have looked
Definitely,
promising from
definitely
other
one of the teams that are
lately,
making the
and
Waylay
actually
look
remind me a little bit of
pretty
how NONGSHIM have played in the
rough.
past. I just don't think it's been working for them, so I definitely want to see them stick to some more comfortable agents for Danby, because he hasn't been the same
feeling
level
for
that he
today's
was in the
games?
Ascension run, but he's at
They're
least
like
been a serviceable force when he's
kinda
not playing Waylay.
close.
Yeah, and right
I
now
don't know.
you're seeing, you know, this.
I don't think many
really,
people
really,
go for Team
I
Secret
feel
here,
like this
but
is
it does
lacking
feel
all
like
the spice. You need
they
to
should
send
be winning
all of your
this.
spice packets, Morgan, over to Team Secret.
Well,
They're
I'm
clearly
not sure
lacking
they
some of
should
that
be
beat.
winning it,
Man,
but
I'd
it feels like one of their
I
best
mean,
chances.
Look at all this red. I mean, this really tells the story that they've just
Especially
not found a way to
especially
win
as
these series,
Team
despite
Secret
close
are
maps,
just
despite often
sorry,
dominant
just as
map runs. They've not
NONGSHIM
been
have
able
just
to
started
close
to
out these
change to
games,
like
but
the
they're
neon,
looking to flip that
and
script
maybe
today.
still
I mean,
a
I think
little
if
bit
there's ever a game
uncomfy
where
in
they can
terms of
do it, it
multiple
is now.
maps.
I don't think this is a team that should go, you know,
Boom
winless
DRX,
in the
Boom
group. I
DRX should
think
be an
they're better
absolute
than that,
banger.
but they need to turn that around.
It feels like we
Yeah,
get
for once I don't
2,
feel
3
alone.
mappers,
You know, for once.
but
I
whether
mean,
that actually
I know
happens,
I've
who
been a
knows?
little bit Delulu
Pearl split
lately,
Lotus.
but this Delulu is going all the way to the Dulo. That's end in Filipino.
Okay.
Anyway, that was a really bad joke. We're looking at the map draft right now.
Yep.
How are we feeling about this? Because I feel like
Did Lev have a
this
chance to
doesn't
win
exactly
against G2?
favor any one team, but Team Secret, hey, they got
Probably
like,
have to be
lot
a
of
2.
momentum on Pearl last time.
Yeah, I mean,
Did it have to be a 2-0?
For
They
me,
kind of
Team
just end up
Secret's
making
Pearl has
mistakes
not been
towards
that
the
bad
end.
at all, so
I d-
I'm kind of like,
Really?
yeah, I mean, I don't think it's been that bad. You think it's been bad?
They gave it a good go. They won 4 out of 2 pistols.
Especially in
They
kickoff, had a
didn't
couple of
convert
pretty
any of the
lackluster
maps where they
games.
won the double
NONGSHIM has been
pistols.
fantastic on Pearl. They've been 4-0 on it. even
Like, they
beating
had-
some
they
of
had
the
a really
best
good
teams in the
chance
league.
there
They
and then.
smashed DRX in kickoff, RRQ, Boom. Those are the teams that they're beating on
They
Pearl
definitely had
pretty
to win a
consistently
2-0,
going
I
back
feel
to
like.
kickoff. So I think leaving this in the pool when other teams are consistently bamming it against NONGSHIM is an interesting choice from Secret. They were playing the
Do I read the
G2 comp with
YouTube
the
chat
Chamber
also?
on it,
Of course,
Chamber,
of
Yoru,
course.
So we'll see how that works up
When you
against
guys have got something
NONGSHIM.
good to say.
But I think NONGSHIM are going to be very confident with
Who
this
do I think
entire
wins
veto,
this
to be honest,
series?
because
I went for
they've got Pearl
NONGSHIM,
left
but
in by Team Secret.
I'm not
Team
like
Secret then picks Split, which is a map that NONGSHIM was picking
crazy
previously, and they've
convinced after
definitely
last
put a lot
week.
of work into. They played a lot of different comps on it,
Yeah.
and then Lotus is
My
a map
forward
that NONGSHIM is
process
very
is they
comfortable on, has
should
played
look
for
a
a
lot
long time
better.
as well. So I think NONGSHIM is very happy with all three
Because
of the
they're
maps
now
in this
locking
veto.
in
I like
Neon.
NONGSHIM banning out Icebox as well. That was the map where Team Secret were able to upset T1 last week. So I do think the veto makes a lot of sense for NONGSHIM, but I really don't think this is an impossible veto for Team Secret. I do think they have potential,
All
but they have to
Secret
find a way to
believers.
make that work.
I love it. I'm not alone. I'm not alone this time around. Thank you guys for jumping on
Yeah,
this
don't-
train with me.
don't
At
thank
least
me.
for once.
Don't
At
thank
least for
me.
once. The viewers, never mind them. No, I'm just joking. This is a really, really difficult match to actually predict. But we're going to find out what indeed happens as we send it to the stage. For our first series of the day, it's going to be NONGSHIM versus Team Secret.
Sonia, hello. Good morning. Wait, Sonia, you were up late with the Americas as well. Hello, Fio as well. Oh, hello. Who's better in this game? I don't know, man. It's NONGSHIM should win, but it feels like one of those games that is pretty 50-50 really from what we've seen. Even though NONGSHIM are expected to win. The true Q with the Prime. Thank you with the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. 2 against Fnatic on Lotus. Yeah, we might get it. How hard is it to build a team? Depends on how much money you got, really. If you're willing to spend a lot of money, it's relatively easy, in my opinion. But if you don't want to spend a lot of money, then yeah. Like every team should kind of come with expectations. I will say though that I feel like if you are building a team on a budget, you kind of got to go for like a proven coach to try to build the team, for sure. Valen, thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Congrats on the win as well. Appreciate the raid. Hope your stream was good, mate. Go get some sleep, dude.
Korea's Ascended team seems to have run out of a bit of steam lately, but perhaps
How expensive
it's
is
just
it to
pit
keep
stop
a
for
team?
them as
Normally
they
pretty
ramp up
expensive.
For the next half of the stage. One thing's for certain, NONGSHIM's game isn't what it
Most
once was,
people
but
get
the big
most people
question
get
on everyone's mind
offers
is
every
how
year,
do
especially if
they
the team
evolve
did
while
good.
still staying true to what they know.
Yeah, they had a
Valor,
rough
mate.
game
Appreciate you,
against
dude.
Talon
Thank
last
you.
week, but they have still pushed some of the best teams in this league. So this is a must
Can
win
coaches
against
talk to the team in the
Secret that
halftime
is
break?
winless
Yeah,
so
they
far
can.
in 25.
Oh, definitely. All battles seem to be uphill. For
Free slots
Team
to
Secret
Masters,
Lady,
yeah,
This
for
match
this one.
being no exception at all. And this squad struggling to regain their former glory. The big question for Team Secret, this Filipino squad, is there anything left for them here in Stage 1 of VCT Pacific? Does this team have any tricks left up their sleeve, especially for this match that means so much to them? It could be 1 in a million for them by winning this.
Yeah,
Did you get any offers while I was coaching for Liquid? Yeah, I did.
Eliminated from playoff contention. The stakes cannot be higher for
then
this Team Secret roster.
I
who,
beat the
as you say,
teams
have
that
not
offered
managed
me,
to get a win
so
on the
I didn't
board.
feel too bad
It's
about
not
it.
been without their good maps, not been without their big plays from their big players, but they've not managed to string it together. Today is the day they have to find some consistency, upset this NONGSHIM team, and start some momentum towards playoffs to keep their hopes alive.
Even in kickoff, like they would pick a map and look phenomenal on it.
There's definitely one that was super tempting back in the day when I was with Liquid.
So we really need to see Team
No, there was
Secret
one that I had to
show
like
their best
really
selves,
consider.
and not just on one map. We need consistency across the series, especially with how the veto this would unfold here. These are 3 maps that
okay.
I'm pretty confident
Looks like
in.
Pulse
NONGSHIM
split,
force
Lotus.
split. I didn't like it when they were picking it, but if it's getting picked against them, then you're feeling a lot better on it because you know that they've tried to adopt that into that map pool since the start of 2025.
Can you not say?
and they've
I mean, it
put
was a
lot
long
of work
time
into
ago.
Team
I just
Secret
don't want
specifically,
to
so
say
I think
names
Pearl
and
is gonna be a
then
good
other
start for NONGSHIM.
coaches
They have not dropped it yet. They're
think that they were
4-0,
like
and I
first
think that they're
choice,
gonna
I
be
guess.
Very confident that this has made it into the map veto.
Yeah, I think Pearl is a pivotal map.
I think that they weren't first
But I
choice.
don't think Team Secret will be too upset that it's been picked into them. I think they will have
I don't
known
wanna be
that this is
stepping on
coming,
toes.
And this was a map where they managed to beat Talon last week. They looked dominant. They didn't drop a round on their defender side. So Team Secret can definitely play this map. Being able to upset their opponent's map pick would give them huge momentum. I think this is
Can the
for
opponent
sure
coach
the
talk
pivotal
during
moment of
timeouts
this
also?
series.
Yeah.
I think that both teams are on the same side, actually, of the same coin, but it's just that NONGSHIM, they haven't reached their ceiling yet. And for Team Secret, it's that big question. Is this their ceiling? That's very worrisome, and they have to prove it on this map.
Yeah, they can't slow down. They can't slow down now. You know, we've seen these players for a long time. They've been able to make it to international events in the past, and they need
Say
to find that
Fnatic? It wasn't
passport.
Fnatic.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the Asian select here. NONGSHIM going to run with the same comp that they have
Okay, we got
been
the
using
Chamber
on this map. If it's
Vice,
not broken,
and we got a
don't need to
comp
fix
that
it. It's gonna be
struggles
very lurk
to
heavy
default
on this
over
attack
towards
side. That's
B
something
to
that
break
Team
the
Secret
Vice
have
wall.
actively shut down.
So
They also are gonna
you kinda do a
maybe have some
head-to-head.
issues against this op if they can't get
Team
these
Secret
good
actually, in
side
theory,
exits
have a
off.
better
Yeah,
comp.
Team Secret sticking with what they know
Well,
here. Keep rolling
do they have a
on
better
with that
comp?
Chamber and
It's like
Vice
they
double
struggle to
sense
go over
combo,
towards
which of course
B,
does play
but they got
similarly to what
insane A
NONGSHIM wanna
control.
do. I think we're going to be seeing quite a slow game here, lots of slow defaults, and I think that's the key difference, is that how are you going to use the Yoru versus how are you going to use the Neon? I think that's the pivotal key to this matchup.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think yeah, definitely looking at the lurk timings and things like that and the way these teams use the middle of the map on their attacking side.
Did you say the grind is harder in Tier 2 or Tier 1? I think the Tier 2 grind is insanely hard, to be honest with you.
Once again, we are going to find out as we
I think Tier 2
into
leveled up a
Pearl, the
lot
first map
recently,
of the
and
day,
at least
and we send
like
it over to your
at least like in
casters,
Tier
Juan
1 you
Moyo,
get
to take us through it.
week by week kind of.
Why, yes, indeed.
You also
Thank
get
you very much,
acknowledgement,
Mika, and
I guess,
just,
week by week.
I got to look through my calendar, you know, kind of like what Pilsky was talking about. Yes, it's April 12th, and it has definitely been 279 days since Team Secret picked up a win officially.
And they did too, so much talent. There's a lot of tier 2 talent at the moment.
Series that they've actually played in that time. So if you consider,
and if you're looking at a lot of the players that switch over, like the difference doesn't look too crazy.
Coming in towards this series, though, of course, was Pearl.
Some perform really well, some not as much.
From NONGSHIM. They're not a team that generally opts directly into it, but happy to be floating it lately. I like.
Which is pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I like the scorelines that they've been gathering on that one as well. I think there was some questions from me and a lot of people out there with some little changes in agents last time. So I'm glad that down here is going to be
winless.
Yeah,
not great.
Yes. Waylay. We'll wait to see if we've
got
the curious ice.
We got NONGSHIM on the. Nope, try that again. NONGSHIM on attack, Team Secret on defense.
Team Secret's track record, win rate so far on a map like Pearl, it kind of is like hair on paper thin.
Okay, the double TPS going over towards middle. It's a lovely flash swing.
Plays out today. Unfortunately, though, Wild Oreo not going to be able to find his shots around mid, so that kind of mid presence has already been eliminated.
Don't worry, we're not going to see any headhunter whiffs immediately in this one and
NONGSHIM
over towards their opponent. But we are going to see some damage back from Team Secret surrounding.
Yeah, I do think NONGSHIM are going to have a rough time on this map.
Very much so, but thankfully Team Secret will
just purely because of the comp death.
And the shots are just being collected from them at the moment, aren't they? Great.
I do feel the Vice becomes so much stronger when you don't have a Yoru up against it.
Still able to find it.
Like that default to break it is so hard.
That is very much so information for Team Secret. They're pretty low as well, so a single shot from the Sheriff towards the engine block could very well be their doom. Margaret has an opportunity here, but yeah, might have been a little bit distracted, just sensing, tiny pixels here and there, and that's when the swing comes out.
Well, these teams were equal in the pistol accumulation going in towards this series, I believe, 9-7 apiece. So that's going to be a little bit separated now with, of course, one of the teams having to win a pistol. You can't have a handshake and walk away in this round and just call it equal. Great little trap plays to come on out, and you got to consider that that's technically a 4v5 deficit conversion coming in since Wild Oreo was bested at the very beginning of the round.
Not too bad. I mean, good recovery overall. Just
okay, we'll keep an eye on if the double sheriffs can do anything. We've got an outlaw, one shot everyone. I'm interested from Team Secret because they're putting walls in different places, but honestly I do feel like the wall over towards here must be so strong.
It should be all good. You've got Wild Oreo posted on the outlaw line.
Okay, just farming ops at the moment.
There's many members that come
Wild Oreo might get 2 freebies.
Flash him off, stun him up.
See if he finds his picks. There are a lot of targets marching towards him. The stealth drone, yep, will kind of inform.
Would it be too much if they gave
that's information?
Here 2 salvos and it's not refreshable? Yeah, Vagin would be dead.
Assist, has a recon in a second, but all these utils starting to come on through. Let's see if NONGSHIM can get a plan.
Yeah, initial mortar strike. You've got the smokes up, so it allows NONGSHIM to try to sneak their way in, but still, Team Secret,
it's a bad thing at the moment,
pretty much surrounded the site. I also do want to note Margaret's positioning up around stairs, so he's going to be able to support his teammates. But for now, it's going to be Jeremy who finds the kill through the little angles with the Bulldog, while Team Secret just continues to stay tucked in.
Yeah, it becomes pretty difficult now to even try and get a plant because everybody at Team Secret's here.
Okay, what's the move going to be, Danby? He's the one with the spike, so trying to get it stuck down now. Jeremy looking for the wall banks, but not going to quite be able to find it. Stuns being sounded off as well, but still, it just is Team Secret slowly but surely moving their way into the site. Jeremy, close range though, not going to be able to find the shot in Ivy. Finding one up around A main as well. Persia will fall.
In
that
Ivy
alone.
See the caster already struggling
with it. Setup coming through. Lovely protocols coming out.
I feel like they end up doing really good damage. Double or plant.
And of course we see the NONGSHIM classic in the game now as well. Unlike Big Time, who is only going to be getting a bundle contingent on a team getting a win, I have got both of the bundles before they've even played their games with them in the server. So we like to support our Pacific teams. Of course, bundles for all of the Ascent teams out now. for those that didn't know.
Yeah,
Ambi's Neon, yeah,
wow.
it is one of the better
What a
neons.
salesman, Komodo. It is a pretty interesting theme for today's matches, though, right? Both ascended teams, but at the same time, they are kind of on
But
somewhat
you're trying to
opposite
play it
ends of the
in a match
groups.
that isn't
So I do imagine there's going to be
suited
quite
for
a bit
neon,
of pressure
really.
onto NONGSHIM's shoulders.
But when you got a
At the same
beast
time,
neon, I
as the
think
round
it's okay.
continues to play out.
Like
Now,
this from Team
Bullseye
Secret,
coming up.
super
Jeremy,
aggro.
again with the Bulldog marching upwards towards V-Long. Now they spot him out, and he
Oh,
can't quite get
he's
himself
so
out
dead.
of there. No gate crash available. Dammy will find the frag, continues to slither through, but
Did they
it's
try
gonna
to
be
do
2GE
the,
trading right back up.
No
Who's the
teammates
team
to
that
go
did this
with Dambi
yesterday?
to assist him there
Where they did
either
the
is
the
just
double
a little
bait
bit awkward.
with the Euro going
You gotta
aggro,
keep your strength
and then
in
they
numbers
TP'd
here,
away and
play the
then
long
did the
game,
jump
especially
spot.
when you're going up with your
K-Corp,
rifles against
yeah.
the
They tried to do the
bonus round of Team
K-Corp.
Secret.
That's been something that has been plaguing NONGSHIM for like the past several weeks, or maybe even a
whole
little bit in
stage.
kickoffs. Yeah.
The kind of the whole stage, right?
It's
Dambi's
rough.
just been ahead. You know, he was playing the waylay similarly to the
Good morning,
principles
Wilbur.
that this
Hello,
team employs with
What do I
the
think of
Neon.
Boom DRX? Should be really
time, though,
close. I
Tether's
think
pack,
DRX would take it.
Thorns can sting him up a little bit unless they
But
all go to the wall
I
together,
wouldn't
which
be
they do, but
surprised
now
if
they're
Boom
just gonna
wins.
sink that damage. 2GE. Oh, it does miss out on the timing just narrowly.
Well timed. Persia still left behind, so has a timing against 2GE. That's going to be the frag. That's going to be the sight. Maybe the spike plant as well. The recon does buy a little bit of time for Jesse Vash to sneak that shock dart a little bit way in.
Yeah, we'll just see what damage Jesse Vash and Wild Oreo can do here. You do have that Vandal, so if Wild Oreo can find something here,
How do you fix
wouldn't be too
Dambi
bad
going
to
in
chip
so
away at the
fast?
economy of
I
NONGSHIM,
think you're
who are
just thinking
gonna
of
fall
the
back
loads
towards
this
Art
game.
and really play the post.
The one
Would be a
where
good
they
position
didn't
to
have any
hold.
strats and he was just sending it with Baki.
Jesse
Like,
Vash
it's normally not
doesn't have
that
any more
bad.
utility either, so at
It's
this
normally
point
enough
it's
to get him
kind
through
of
the choke
push
point.
or try to tap them, tap the spike, bait them into peeking against you, but unfortunately the timing not quite supporting Jesse Vash's intentions back there, so it's going to be just down to Wild Oreo. Not too much
Okay,
damage
very,
dealt
very nice.
against
Let's get the big
NONGSHIM,
buy
who
rounds.
are able to
Team Secret
recover
have enough
themselves.
money if they
Pretty
want to
level-headed
go for an op.
after the initial duel that Dambi gets dispatched in, right? You pivot over
Yeah,
towards
there
the
they
A
go.
side of things, you look to establish a plant, you expect that there's going to be a little bit of a challenge there as well, so they're making sure that they've got some protection around the spike plant. You see it from Francis there, who will get a little bit closer to that
Gavin, what's going
Armageddon
on,
with getting
dude?
the plant eventually
What are
as
you trying to
well.
do
It's just
here?
good to see that, you know, we're already getting some of these great protocols from both of these teams, but these are the sort of rounds that really interest me, right? When you've got the buyout from both of the teams, when you've already got Jeremy with this dimensional drift, he can really find something good for the team on a retake or to layer information and get something
It almost
pretty
happened
sneaky
again.
happening. For now, though, he just needs to
Okay,
get out
so
of there.
they wanted
as
to go
much
for the
builds up
op,
around B.
and then
That's what
they
you do
got
wanna do
rid
as
of
a
it.
viewer, but you can't quite do that freely when Francis is, repeatedly sending that stealth drone all the way through.
Right there.
So now a little bit more attention towards middle.
Considering both of these
You're gonna have to
comps,
take
like it
some
should be
body
real.
jewels here
You're
as
kind of
NONGSHIM
looking
as
at like
well,
this.
because you've already used that drone from Francis.
That
That's
was
one of the
Sentinel comp.
kind of
both gonna struggle on attack.
Agent lineup that you're
Especially
doing. You don't
NONGSHIM's
have the
gonna
great
struggle against the
refreshable
Vice Wall.
information like Jesse Vash
Which
does
again,
have on
I'm
Soba,
still
for
surprised that they haven't
example.
been putting the
So,
Vice Wall
you're
here.
relying on Team Secret to
So
give
hard
you
to
some
like
information here. You've gotta
comfortably
go together in
default
numbers.
all the way down
You do
and
spot
break
out where
this
Wild
wall.
Oreo is, missing a couple of shots. But with
But
sub
Persia
50
goes for
seconds
it
to go,
now,
you've got to make an
and there is
idea
no
for
wall
NONGSHIM
here.
where you want to end, and if they do continue
Wait,
to go to this A
he's
side, Vice
dodged the
utility,
drone.
Astrastar's already
And then-
available too. It can get quite awkward.
So unlucky.
Yeah, positionally as well for Team Secret. Persia unfortunately will
Okay,
get
it's a good
caught
reclear.
out,
They gotta
so
go
no
fast
additional
now.
support found
They got
for
a big
NONGSHIM.
flash
They're gonna
here.
have to just barrel their way into the site. Unfortunately for
That's
them,
nice from
Jeremy has
Jeremy.
already got his sights zeroed in. Even pulls out the dimensional drift. Try to stick the plant, but that's
Trying to
gonna
stick-
be finding
trying to
the
stick the plant
wall
there is
bangs
pure
down to
madness.
Jesse Vash with the double kill at the end.
There is not a lick of damage done to any of the Team Secret members in that round. They went out with what they went in, essentially, just a little investment of utility. That was a really well-played round from them from beginning to end, isolating Persia in the 2 versus 1, playing a crossfire on the site as well, and Jeremy using the dimensional drift to get out of dodge, get some information for the team, and it's another situation
Man,
where
silly,
you've got a
huh,
wallbang
man?
coming from dugout to
This
deny
is
the plant.
cold, man.
This is something that NONGSHIM is going to have to
Oh,
kind
damn.
of recognize
Left the
really
windows open.
quickly as already being a thorn in their side.
Yeah, Pearl, a map like this, it's something that both teams
Here comes games for these games? I went for NONGSHIM DRX.
The way that entire round played out, right, Komodo? Like you mentioned, it's the way that they were trying to work their way across the map, but at the same time, we're seeing
Fnatic are looking pretty good.
Semblances of that same issue again. You know, Dambi trying to movement his way into sight, but very well received by Jeremy this time.
And it's a little bit different in terms of how Team Secret did play against Talon, right? When you got
This game is a guarantee.
where they were running Killer on a fade, for example.
Might be. Did no one go for Team Secret?
Ability, right? You're prowling in the angles, you're haunting in the angles and everything. So without NONGSHIM having that, I'm having to kind of see them make sure that the salvos are going to be put in good position. Make sure that we're going to see some importance on how Dambi's going to be playing around this Neon. If the relay ball
I think
goes
it's
out
a pretty good,
with a teammate,
bet. Like if you literally look at just last week, Team Secret looked better than
NONGSHIM here.
Something that
if you look at history, NONGSHIM looked better.
Keeping our eyes on.
Yeah. Bit of a duel around the A main side of things, though.
Little flash coming out from Jeremy as well, allows for the peek.
Double dodge of the team
double
flash.
Sheriff kill.
Jesse Vash, though.
He's going to
you gotta clean this one up.
Now trying to get the Phantom Sprays, and he's gonna nail it.
He's done it again. He is so
How is he alive for
to
so
bring
long?
these sort of things back.
Exact spot where he earned the ace. Like
I want to say he's got that movement, but I didn't say move that much.
From Margaret, can't get it done onto Envy, who has again always been having a cracker series here in Pacific, but now just on a Persia. 1 versus 3 and spotted.
Aerial drone, information found aplenty. And even the shock dart chipping away at him. I know it's kind of just a little bit of an anti-eco, but still, you have to admire
Look at
how
him
well
go.
Jesse
Yeah, I
Vash
mean,
played
it's an
the round.
anti-eco,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
he just fully saved them in the round.
In that round where things look scary, right?
Like
a lot of teams, when they
eco.
have the first 2 duels not go their way, they disconnect and try to reset, right? A 3 versus 5 scenario, you're kind of a little bit worried, but the fact that Jesse Vash just stands and delivers here, they give him a little bit of a 1v1 in the beginning there.
He'll definitely die when
lingering on a little bit later on as well for him to just kind of, bunker down and spray the Phantom out. Great job from him there to bring things back after NONGSHIM's timeout, by the way. So
Can't remember his exact age, but Unks has still got it. And that's Hunter's Fury for the round now, possibly
behind.
Coming in contention against NONGSHIM, who are, once again, back at it towards B long. This time it's going to be Wild Oreo here, though, with the
weird.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, he's one of the...
well, the angle, though, if he's holding one angle, right?
He's one of the top contenders for, highest op kills in all of Pacific right now.
It's going to get really weird.
Upwards. Both of them have missed each other, and Dambi unscopes at the right time!
Do you expect, though, anyone else to be on the side itself with how far forward Wild Oreo would be pushing up? Generally, Vice Wall would be placed behind it with Thorns as well in case that player does lose their life and there's an attempt at speed.
Dude,
but this time,
it's
crazy. Just a really slow down passive affair from NONGSHIM. Get out a little more information that Jesse Vash is going to be lent towards this B site now on the drone. Hunter's Fury starts to come out too.
Trying to get a good read for the macro, but that's going to be Jesse Vash denying any possible entry in the hold as well. Taken down by Dambi though, so there's a
Dambi's just a ninja, dude. I don't know how he's getting into these positions.
And it's just Jeremy trying to break things open with a fake out. Does manage to equalize his odds somewhat. It still is
2 timings in the round.
1-on-2.
Yeah, you'd have to see some brilliance from Jeremy here. One blind side to be able to utilize. You've got Thorns for Ivy and an Arcros, but that's all about it.
Yeah, and look at the way they're holding these angles as well.
Yeah, the crossfire not really going to be there.
Trying to still isolate a lot of these corners and angles, though. Does spot out Dambi, but Dambi is way too quick for him. Able to snipe him down with a headshot from the Phantom.
Two great timings
as well from Envy to be able to sleuth through a lot of that utility to catch Francis off guard was great, but Dambi being able to just get the trades around the side as well, opening up, and the rest of the team just having a great idea. Right, Jesse Vash spotted out from the drone earlier, getting out the Hunter's Fury, and it's this reposition from Ivy.
I mean, they look pretty good in kickoff. They got wrecked the most out of
throughout all of their games. Somebody that hasn't been really, though, that I want to highlight is 2G, right? We need to see a bit of a step up.
And they look pretty good in kickoff, kind of because they were playing the Neon, and then it gets to stage 1 and they're trying to play the Waylay. And
bring some confidence.
You need it. You need it so much so.
I think they just had a really wrong read of what Waylay is good at.
I do wonder if sometimes
and so now they're off to a pretty bad start. And now they're like playing catch up because they're going back to the Neon. It's been a while.
A little bit heavy on his head. trying to still call his way around the rounds. You're on defense right now, though, so
Watching here.
Yeah,
just trying to set things up.
the sheer wall as well already going to be popped towards A main, so you're going to have to see a little bit of a hold there from Ivy to give NONGSHIM the chance to rotate back there if they do want to. What sort of utility you may spot out towards B. A lot of the Astra Stars, you've got the Arcros there, so you have an idea as NONGSHIM that
I thought
it might be
Waylay
a
was a
little
res, but
bit
she's
more
a Jet.
stacked
I
up.
think
So
Waylay's
rotate over.
more
You
of
can
a
still
raise than
look
anything.
to off-put Wild
Well,
Oreo here, who's yet to get
No,
a kill
Waylay's,
on the board.
Waylay's like its own
You've
little
also got a
beast.
lot of these ultimates
I
that
think
you
they
can
thought the
really set
Waylay
up
was a
for
Neon, to be
strong
honest,
A-take.
with how they played it.
Straight into the
But they
sight.
might as well have.
Receives Dambi kindly.
Hey, that's
he
pretty
does get
cool.
hit. So there is a little bit of an entrance
bit of
for
anti on
NONGSHIM
this
to
one,
get into
for
the
sure.
site. Still, though, Team Secret are racing into the site as well. Francis looking to get that
Ooh,
stick in,
Astra
but
Suck
still
stops the
trapped
plan.
by the
Recon's
gravity well.
good.
There is a chance for him to get wall banked. And while that happens, Jeremy and Jesse Vash swarming around both sides.
This
around
was
the
a
site
nice,
itself.
nice
Just
fast
down
blood
to
from
Ivy
Team
now,
Secret, though.
who unfortunately is a little bit lone and cold. Tries to move up front to get the spike back in, but running out of time. He might be able to stick it now, but at that point, they're going to start to push into him. So he holds onto his
It was just a
ankles
nice
instead,
round in
finds a
general
double
from
kill,
everyone, to be
looks for
honest.
the third, but
It
shut
was
down
pretty
by
cool.
Jesse Vash.
NONGSHIM
on that rotate
maybe
back
had to
towards the
just
side,
commit
as soon
to
as
the
Wild Oreo
plant.
finds that first pick, it does
Feel
get
like that
traded
kinda
out by
messed
the
them up a
Armageddon.
little
The
bit,
time
but
is just really starting to tick,
wouldn't
and
have
there's enough
changed him.
afforded for Team Secret to rotate. I'm looking at the ultimates that both teams have available, and I'm thinking you can use the lockdown here to try and off-put Team Secret's advances into stopping a spike plant to go down. But as soon as that steel garden
feel
is
like they need to
dropped,
take map
you know
control
that
soon? Maybe,
the
let's
challenge
keep
is
an eye
just
on
going
it.
to be there from Team Secret to keep NONGSHIM a little bit hot under the collar and under the weather.
Yeah. So they've been
Yeah, so
able
even
to
with
get their
Anti
way
at the
into sight
moment,
so
Team
far, but
Secret
not quite needing or having the utility to really
looking
fend
a
off
little bit better,
incoming
but
forces of
obviously
Team Secret right now.
we're
Though, back
expecting
into
like an
A-main.
8-4 for
Jeremy,
both teams.
Slight whiff, but it's okay. Does get away freely, and Wild Oreo to relay forward.
As long as he's able to destroy the drone here, or dodge it, it'll be not too bad from him, but they're going to let it go. It is just pistols at the end of the day, and Danby on the Vandal.
I don't think this one was a good,
Snuck in pretty far, though, already up
good
through.
example
Look
of
at this.
saying they didn't want to push because of the Visol.
Yeah, and with that, not too much because Wild Oreo still has the angles locked down. Margaret, though, now incoming with Persia as well. A bit of an alert coming out from the controller of NONGSHIM. Still back into the site, and then it's going to be the common spots around Dugout. They're trying to get the wall banks
Dude,
through,
look
but
at the
NONGSHIM
HPs
knows
there.
exactly how to find their targets. Envy looking to spin around on a dime, but it's not going to happen because Persia
What is going
jumps
on
and
in
dives
this
in
one?
with a judge.
Oh, what a scrappy round around
Yeah.
that A site there, isn't it? You've got Jeremy trying to play in and out of the Cosmic
They hit
Divide
some
as
nice,
well. The shots
sheriff
are
shots
going
there.
lopsided. Everybody's
Got
missing
double
shots.
upgrade in
Everybody's
terms of the
trying to
guns.
hit
Mine's
something,
looking
pulling
good.
out utility at the wrong spot. That's just a moment of recognition for a lot of these players that, well, maybe we should just have our guns up and go for the fights. A good lurk out from Persia, by the way, really disconnected from the team. But it kind of works out in the 2-versus-1 trades that come right at the end there. You're never going to be always seeing, you know, really well thought out.
Yeah, with this
methodical
eco, I do
action
feel like
gameplay,
NONGSHIM kind of get the
especially
4 that
in a game like this one,
was
it's going to
expected.
be in the scrap.
Still, though, in the current round, Tour de Force being pulled out by Wild Oreo. He's creeping all the way forward up mid.
And again, as long as you're, you know, not seeing a drone or anything come out from Francis and you're not seeing the Arcros, you can kind of just hold this position as Wild Oreo and try to get the
It's
one.
pretty solid, and I
get out
don't
of there.
expect a drone towards
Spots it.
middle, but
Instantly done.
goes
and
in
out,
once the
and
first kill
Does
happens.
he know Envy?
A little bit of an exchange coming through
Ooh.
as well. Envy still tucked away.
I don't think so. Look at where the crosshair is. He has no idea that Envy's pushed up here. This could be huge.
Oh,
for Team
he
Secret.
hears him going back into that astral form. Oh,
Oi,
get it,
what the hell?
Both headshots found and collected.
It
That's
looks
the
so
spike down
rough,
as
and then he
well.
does
Are we going
that.
to have any rounds of success in a row for these teams? Dimensional Drift in for Envy to try and bring this one back in towards Team Secret's
Like
favor.
they're,
The spike is in
like their
control
little
of the
double push
defenders.
over
but
towards B was
where
nice.
do you think Margaret is going to be lurking from at the moment? Because it's just Darby here.
No chance. I mean, even if Margaret is lurking around, as soon as Team Secret keeps themselves on that spike, it's okay.
And Jesse Vash
Yeah, just keep
recognizes
an eye on
the
Jesse.
situation, slips in towards A main. He doesn't need to really activate way too early, but if Team Secret all decide
Yeah,
to go
just
through
has
this
to
A main position,
hold map control,
well, they'd just
let his
essentially
team
be
know.
attacking the site. So they'll split up a little bit, contend with the Killjoy utility that is going to be throughout Art,
Yeah,
and this is a 2-versus-4 retake.
Very much so. And just Team Secret Secret playing the macro game. They knew exactly where that
I mean,
spike was
Jesse's
going to be
playing great,
delivered
though.
to. So a
Look at
quick
that.
pick being found by Jesse Vash, and now the drone to spot out Dambi as well. This guy is pinned down. Unless he shoots himself out, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Jeremy, the
Thrifty
whole team
into
will
a Thrifty.
converge onto a sole position. That will be Team Secret picking up the round.
Yeah, the fact that Wild Oreo is just able to slip in towards mid, and there's no utility to gain any further space. You know, I'm a little bit surprised that Envy isn't throwing out. Oh, sorry, Ivy isn't throwing out the.
Similar,
Yeah, I love this
there's
little double
one
push
letter
they did.
difference, man, and they're playing the same agent. But Ivy isn't throwing out the Arcros, so at least get some information, or that they're not looking to, you know, have a couple of bodies to spot something out. You've got to be collecting upon this information earlier. Some great ideas on this defensive side, I will say, in this round for Team Secret, and some great repositioning as well, right? It's just playing towards the numbers, playing towards the strengths in that situation, not giving an
One of the
advantage
chamber
over
advantages.
And
Again, I
just
think
do
this
want
is
to call
still
back a little
probably
bit to
my
kind of
favorite
the
chamber
whole,
map at the
you know, map veto
moment.
process. I mean, we were kind of thinking, was this NONGSHIM
Especially with
trying
Device,
to
I think
surprise
those
Team
two are
Secret
like
with
a
a pick
little
that they
combo
haven't
that
gone with, you know,
teams don't
for the
explore
longest
enough.
time in the regular season in Stage 1. Instead, it kind of feels as though Team Secret are very much so prepared for this.
Yeah, especially on this defensive side at the moment. I think there's just a little bit more lackluster scenarios that NONGSHIM have been able
Team
to present
Secret have a
themselves,
chance to
'cause they're not getting a
qualify?
lot of these
I don't
opening
think so,
duels,
not
right? They're not
anymore.
getting a
Let's
lot of these
check.
challenges that they can go in together as a team and
things
play
would have
towards
to
the strengths that
go
their agent lineups are doing.
incredibly
We're reliant
well.
upon a lot of these lurks
They can
from
end 2-3.
NONGSHIM right now to try and catch off
I mean,
a couple of Team
actually,
Secret members, and
they
as long
can,
as Team
right?
Secret know that, well, they don't really need to be giving a lot of these lurks the light of day. They can just play back in towards these sites, hold a choke point. Either you're going up towards A main, you're going up in towards B main, and you can sit pretty for a
Obviously,
while, especially because
lost the
Jeremy is, you know,
head-to-heads.
getting these one and dones, while Oreo is getting these
Zeta,
one and
so-
dones.
Precisely. Just being able to teleport away gives them so much
Means that
more
3 teams would have to
sort
go
of maneuverability around the map.
2-3.
To get themselves in and out of positions. And right now, trying to get a read for how NONGSHIM might pilot the next round. Team Secret are going
Yeah,
for
I don't
B-main
think
pressure.
it's a thing.
You're just going to have Purge up, lurking up a little bit, outside club. But again, Team Secret,
Team Secret
not
need
in a
RQ and
situation
NONGSHIM to
whatsoever
go
that
2-3.
they need to
Oh,
take
they
a
need
duel
RQ to
towards
go
NONGSHIM.
2-3, okay.
Let them waste the utility, right? They have to use a lot of this util, a lot of their bodies to get some forward positions. You got a bit of a trap play over towards B at the moment, where you do have Wild
But
Oreo
then, yeah,
and
there is a
Jeremy
chance, but
playing together.
not-
They can
not
both
much
get
of
out
one.
dodge if things get
Okay,
sticky.
underrated pause.
Both of them.
And Jesse Vash as well. If he's able to somehow pick up a kill, well, he'll get the Hunter's Fury for this round.
Gotta
Okay, the
admire
drone's
how
gonna
Jesse
spot
Vash
out a fair
is
amount.
back onto his
Ooh.
very familiar Sova. And that
Drone
shot
only
might have
sees
given him a
one,
bit
so
of
they
tell as
commit.
well, but ooh, teleport. Not
get
quite
out.
deployed quick enough, so it's gonna be a simple frag for Francis right now while NONGSHIM continues to advance forward into the site. Along with the overdrive, though,
backup
Jesse
Shoei.
Vash able to hold down the line,
Classic.
swaps over the Classic to get away because of that Steel Garden, but unfortunately it's just more space for NONGSHIM right now. Fake out deployed, trying to create a little bit more space, a little bit more information, and 2GE will spray them down like a garden hose. 3-on-3, the spike attempts to get planted, but Jeremy and alongside the
See,
rest
they
of
won't.
Team Secret will spot out every single one of their individual locations.
Yeah, as soon as the idea that NONGSHIM are going to have to end towards this B site, let's just drop down the Cosmic Divide and actually make them stay in, or if they want to try and re-peek in towards the site, well, gun barrels are going to be spotted through the wall. It makes it a little bit untenable when you add to the fact that they're trying to get the spike down time and time again, and every time they're tapping it, essentially, the player that's going to try and do that is dying through spams to come out on towards it. Some great positions and just great attention to detail from Team Secret.
Brown says that every
Let's
time
just
he
get
taps
there
that spike,
and
they pretty much
have
lose the
gunfights.
round within
Don't
the
use
next 5
utility.
seconds.
NONGSHIM have to play for the time. They have to get the plant here. So really well played on this defensive side from Team Secret.
Very much so. It just feels as though
Kinda
Dambi
funny,
has
'cause it
not
does
been
feel
allowed
like
to come online
NONGSHIM
because
feel
of
like they
how
have to
well Team
default
Secret
over
are
towards
contacting him. Down
B
to
to
Jeremy
break
now.
the
Flashes,
wall.
gets himself out of dodge.
But every single
Wild
time
Oreo,
NONGSHIM is
unfortunately,
just
though,
fine.
will receive a hit himself.
Yep. Getting in towards this site yet again as quick as NONGSHIM possibly
Okay,
can.
this is nice. So there's something that can
By a
actually
little
secure the
bit of
plant
time,
with this
but now
ult.
you don't actually have that for the post plant. They
And
have
they
been
get the good plant, they
struggling to
get the
even
mollies
the plant
down, they're
so
not against the
I don't mind
Astro
the idea.
anymore.
Yeah, if Francis can stay alive long enough, maybe salvos, and the rest of the team can work their way around B long. But still, you gotta watch out for how Envy might be able to work his way around this round. One kill, it's gonna be Steel Garden. All right, they know exactly where their opponents are. It's gonna be a full firefight just around B main. Both hopping over, trying to bait out the utility from NONGSHIM. Oh, what a snap from Jeremy! back into
Hold
it,
up.
and that's Envy finding the frag towards the top.
Tank the salvos,
Not getting
got half,
Steel Garden,
smoke
though,
still
and
up,
time
there's
is
a
continuing
chance.
to tick away. 1v1, Francis, he spams, he finds the quad, and that's
Right, there's
NONGSHIM
the fall
coming
that we
back
said.
up.
Another scrappy round in the end proceedings there. A 4v3 advantage for NONGSHIM when they get all of that utility on the spike and they're popping it early, right? They have to buy so much time away with the nanos, with the gravity well that are being popped, buying time, waiting for the salvos to still come back online for Francis after using the Armageddon to at least establish some space for the team to get the plant down. It's at the end.
I don't know what util you want them to wait for the tap for.
Guardian, if it misses a couple of the shots, the round would have gone the other way, and we're thinking maybe this is going to be a 9-3
team against a
half.
Killjoy
So
that is going to let the Killjoy mollies be on.
Themselves that one on a lesser equipped buy last round of the half. They are one away from the lockdown. To be able to drop down at this A site would be okay, but then you've got to also consider, mate.
Yeah, Cino has been,
Jeremy's got his
fragging pretty heavy.
And that to me screams retake.
For the last round as well, a retake will be so huge given the utility.
Did it good though, 14 HP, this becomes one shot for this guy now.
Unfortunately, will fall as well. That's when Jeremy
Every single time
pulls
this
out
guy
the
has always
dimensional
plays in his
drift,
corner,
does
1,
buy
2,
a little
3.
bit more time for the rest of the team. He's trying to mark them in case the team can find
So
some spams,
unlucky.
but it's Waller with the shorty instead. Ivy to dive up for it for the trade. Steel Garden immediately deployed to flush NONGSHIM away.
Because they count 2 players on the side itself as well, right? So you've got a lot of time that you can still play with, try and beat them on the rotations, which they're not going to, but that wall is crucial to off-put 2GE.
We'll see. Can 2G find his opportunity? He does go for the stun, but unfortunately the pulse not quite enough for him.
Did they see him?
Dropped again.
Wait.
Jeremy only now. Inside of Halls, he does find the double! That equalizes the odds!
And now the shield wall gets popped as well, so
the
Envy should
wall,
have a really good idea on where this is by the placement of that
at least
lockdown.
it's
He
still
knows
over
Margaret's
here.
alone.
Obviously, the ult was pretty much
Does
the
buy a
info
little bit
anyway.
more time away from the retake,
little bit of
though,
space.
from the duel.
And Margaret has
Not
no
a great
idea where Envy's
plant.
gonna come from.
And he has a flash.
Envy, well, he's making footsteps at least.
Okay, flash went
Trying
off
to
in
bait
here.
Margaret out. Ooh, but in with
they
the
got a
quick
5.
peek. Margaret just finds the tap.
That might actually
right
do it.
Square on.
I think it's going to be
2
close.
rounds at the end there to bring that one back for NONGSHIM. A 5-7 half. Is it enough?
Yeah, I feel like 5 with the double sentinel, not too bad
Is
at
the
all.
question we're all asking ourselves right now.
And they
It's
should have struggled a lot more than
close,
this.
though. I do admire how NONGSHIM are starting to
They went
recover.
too low
They
by
began
it, so
to
that's kinda wild.
anticipate how Team Secret would be looking to receive them. They start to anticipate where, you know, Jeremy might play, where Wild Oreo might play. They began to punish them, or even just to work their way around that dimensional drift.
I think punishment is the word that we apply to Darby at the moment, because he's not been able to take a lot of space for the team. Team Secret catching him off guard. Even when NONGSHIM had a couple of members behind him, right? When we're looking at these slides and the duels around B-Long, he's still 2 steps forward in front of the team, which you kind of, you know, Neon's fast pace, you get that, but there's no immediate trades coming out, because as soon as that's there, look at the players that are playing contact, right? It's Wild Oreo with the rendezvous, it's Jeremy with the gate
sign
crash.
for the point you're trying to make.
Yeah.
Team Secret,
man.
yeah, I think personally,
someone like
to be fair though, Darby does have the monster
I
in
feel
him,
like
so we
the
need to see
game
that.
plan wasn't great. You play against a non-Euro comp and you
Monsters Inc. tagline is. It's
only use Vice Wall
Is that what
towards
it
B
is?
like
Yeah.
twice.
I just know the original one from like,
We
you know,
scream
20
'cause we
years ago,
care.
because now we're old.
I mean, at
We
least
are
the pressure
old.
was there.
We can't keep up with the Zoomers.
We're
They
young
had to,
at
they had
heart.
to go there
And
sometimes.
that's
But
kind of how we're keeping up with things as well. But right now, back into the game,
I like
you know,
a
it's
little bit of a
just going to be how Dambi is trying to get himself back into the game as well. You know, just laugh it off, shrug it off, and really recollect yourself with the team, because that's what we've been needing to see, at least now on the defensive side. Possibly more glimpses of that. Currently, though, it is very much so Team Secret leading in terms
no
of the
vid,
game.
I like.
Yep. Opening duels are going to be quite important here. Ooh, especially if you keep going towards
Oh,
this
Paul's
application
attack sided,
and
but
you're
with
able
these
to find
comps, it's
Darby.
defense sided.
Trap play. Oh, he's by himself.
And with Waldor at the helm.
Doesn't stick around.
Good, so a bit of information. NONGSHIM tried to get a poke, but Team Secret manages to get away quickly.
Yep. You've got Margaret playing spot over towards the A side as well to commune when that Nebula needs to be popped. You've got the wall over in the street, which will get tripped. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
just,
nice.
you know, standard protocols from both of the teams, trying to find some information, trying to draw out this utility. You got an
Find the
idea
wall,
that
they smoke
our kill
deep.
carry on the side
Great
of
question
NONGSHIM at
mark
the
over
moment,
towards here.
Francis,
That
is
creates
towards the A
pressure
side
that
as
they
well.
can
Does
go
that
through mid as
give
well.
enough information as Team Secret
And it
to
means
either
they can do this
still play
also.
towards this side or leave? It looks to be the earlier still.
Francis is holding on to that salvos, though.
Yep.
So that's something that could come in handy for that spike plant happening somewhat soon.
Clearing all the angles with the drone. You've still got a dart to layer in when your team
Nice
starts
pathing
to
with the
get
drone to
complete
check back
control
there.
of the site. Team Secret can have a couple of moments here to try and settle things
Salvos
down.
to stop the
Bait it out with
plant.
salvos too, so you don't
The
have them
smokes
immediately
go
in for
relatively
a bit
soon.
of post plan if this goes down.
But it does buy time for the rest of NONGSHIM to get closer
Shot.
to the site. And that's when Dambi picks them off. Now down to Wilder to try to
Dude, he
find
just
and
left
relay
Jesse.
onto the next player. But oh, Jesse
Well,
Fash suffering a bit of a defeat as
Yeah,
well.
we gotta keep an eye on
2GE
Jeremy.
hiding inside of the smoke, trying to find some pot shots through. He will get away with one, but Jeremy falls as well.
Yeah,
So
Jeremy
even
needed
though
to get more
the
on that
spike
one. They were
gets
just out here
planted,
ready for the luck.
NONGSHIM with that one salvo
Okay, we get a
gets close
1-1,
enough.
and
Pistol's
I do
1-1,
think
so technically they will equalize back
NONGSHIM
again
might be a
on
little
the
bit
pistol mark for the whole
by
of this time period of Pacific. But for NONGSHIM, you know, they want to start off their endeavors on the defensive side. That's going to be good for them to get some confidence as well. Dambi, when he's not taken out immediately, is able to get some things happening. And I think one of the worries for me lately, when we're watching a lot of Valorant, is when you've got a lot of these 5v5 duels from the teams, nothing is looking too clean. That looks pretty well orchestrated from NONGSHIM there.
Still though, yes, from the long
Killjoy
for the
Judge
long game
going
at
close
least, Team Secret
towards
beginning
door.
to kind of shape an
They
idea
get double
of where
sheriff out.
NONGSHIM love to
That's
position
it.
themselves,
But they at least
especially
got a
given how
plan.
they have bought out so much with their utility from before.
We said about
this
NONGSHIM's
time a
comp,
little
they
bit
can
more
at
towards
least
E-main.
go aggro A
Yeah, A-main
majority of the
though
time.
for NONGSHIM, scaring away Envy.
Some jump peaks as well from Persia. But look at this one between Margaret and 2GE.
Yeah, Margaret's got a lot to do here when you think about it's a 1v2, but it does present a different situation when there's a judge to play with.
Big weapon for a big boy.
And again, NONGSHIM right now, nobody needs to try and press the issue. Though, with Jeremy coming back towards mid as well, this is where
Oh,
things get
boy.
weird.
Okay.
Ooh,
Look at the damage
dude,
on the
21
Margaret,
HP.
21.
That's so much damage.
Looking for the spam through, but Margaret tucks himself away safely.
And now Persia, noted at the back of the holes as well, needs to call for a little bit of assistance. Ivy here, next to the turret.
Great off angle to hold alongside Persia as well from
barrel,
Paul.
gun barrel.
Oh, it's been spotted. And down to the Bulldog to pick them off one by one. Jeremy, though, slight lurk, will find Margaret and finds himself a judge upgrade as well. I still don't think that's going to be enough for him to close out the round, though.
Dambi with the regen shields as well, so he's not too bleeding.
Especially if he can carry that forward to the next round. Jeremy swaps back over onto the Sheriff looking for the spike, but yeah, angle's a
Okay,
little bit
very
too
nicely
wide.
handled.
Dambi sidesteps away.
Bonus
So we
is
tie the score
it's
up 7
like a
to
regen
7 now.
shield.
Yeah, the difference
people
in
that
that
just
round
go-
that, you know,
could even get
Margaret
another
goes down
judge
in
or
middle
buck
and that
out if they
judge is
wanted
able to be
to.
picked up earlier on, a player advantage. You know, that the sort of what-if questions as well. But good stability brought by NONGSHIM at the end of that as we will look to get in towards the bonus round and of course anti-bonus round for NONGSHIM. Still is 3 alive at the end of that one, the pass mark, when you've got the weapons that they take over into this one. Maybe, maybe not. It's 3 Bulldogs that they're going to have here and a couple of
Yeah, it
pistols.
could be easy calls to
Of
this.
course, not having anyone that's found way too much in the first 2 rounds to have any ultimates available. But you're starting to get close towards Francis's Armageddon, a great priority on the defensive side. When you've got a Team Secret, a team that can really play stretch towards this B long side of things, that Armageddon can really lock them out, lock them in.
You can be certain Dambi's looking for his overdrive soon enough as well.
Yep. And this lean from Team Secret now, they want to reclaim some control towards A that they know they lost in the very beginning. NONGSHIM are a team that apparently are liking to grab the A main control at the very beginning because they're not seeing too much pressure established from Team Secret either, right? They don't have salvos, they're not running a Tejo to be able to off-put it there. And there's the information that you want.
It's nice.
Really slow and steady
Insult
pace,
2.
but unfortunately
Presses
the pace
1,
which
Sword
is
2.
favoring NONGSHIM right now given the information that they're collecting.
Looks like
Yeah, but all the pressure that was put down
Team
towards
Secret are
B ramp
happy
at
as
the
soon as they
moment
saw the
has made
defensive
sure that
smoke
there's
over towards
utility
B to then
reinvested
pivot
towards
back
this B side.
towards A.
Astra Star
No,
was
the
just
question
popped,
mark would be
Thorns have been
cleared.
placed on the
Smoke
floor
does
for
go,
Gravy.
and there is
So
jump
those
spots at
won't
the
be
moment,
usable a
so
little bit later on in the
you
remainder of
might
this
see
round
the
where you get to
Killjoy
the
start to
30-second
lean
mark. You
heavier
now
over
know
towards A.
that Team Secret have made a call towards this A site.
30 seconds left.
Dambi, calm down, my boy.
Or maybe heat up, need something big.
Possibly, especially if you're looking to deter any
can
incoming
stop the
insurgents
plant.
from
That's
stairs. The
salvos.
Shiro has been tripped, so
The plant, it's going to get denied by the salvos here. You got 10 seconds to try and
Yeah,
establish this
time.
one, and the rotate's already here from NONGSHIM.
it's ticking away. It's going to be really close. Team Secret, they're into sight, but can they
No,
get the spike
plant.
down even? The shots there spraying all over the place. Bullets whizzing
Oh,
past,
my.
and unfortunately,
Dude, he actually killed the
that's
planter.
not enough time.
Margaret
for
actually killed the
Secret to get
planter.
themselves in.
There's no
NONGSHIM
way. They got
playing a
3 kills
defensive
backside and
stay-away
then no
game,
one covered
managing
up.
to pick the round up against Team Secret.
All the attention drawn towards dugout
Did
and
he
Secret
stole
there
them?
from
Do
the
we get to see his
NONGSHIM lads.
POV?
It's just trying to buy some time for Margaret to sneak on in. He's the one that's the least equipped going into that round for NONGSHIM. He's only got a ghost, but he's the one that's able
Dude,
to,
his
in
POV
the
must be
end,
so good here,
when the
surely.
time is low, deny the spike from getting planted. The Bulldogs, they do their job in the midst of all of that chaos as well. Darby throwing a spanner in the works. Francis trying to do what he can with all
There
of
we
that
go.
utility as well, but it's the time that is the problem for Team Secret. That's awkward.
And that was the bonus round picked up as well. A magnificent Red Bull clutch being picked up just through the macro game alone. Team Secret looking to bully their way through in with another buy though. So back straight in towards A main. And Ivy will continue to hold given his utility. The arc rose popped. Francis finding the shots, peeking out of nowhere. And down to just Jesse Vash and 2GE. 2G, of course, a little bit separated from the pack up towards middle. Jesse Vash still trying to go for those picks against them. Unfortunately falls.
And now the information on where 2GE is, he's already low as well, communicated by Margaret. So this is a extremely untenable situation.
Always trying to
2GE.
hype up
You
the
would expect
replay.
it would have to be
Yeah, I
a
mean, it is the most
monolithic
important kill in the
drop
round,
from
so it's
NONGSHIM.
just...
Yeah, he's trying to sneak around, at least get some more out points at the very least, you know, whatever he can find. But yeah, especially with the information already passed on over.
Thanks so much for the
NONGSHIM,
34 months.
And a bit of a buy-up from
Look a little
Team
bit
Secret in
sleepy.
that
Yeah, we're a
round
little
as
bit
well.
sleepy
Clack
today.
immediately shut on down at the very beginning, but a
Little
couple
bit
of members
sleepy.
still holding what
Had
they
like,
need
what,
to
5
invest
hours
into this
sleep?
new round. I'm curious
bit
as to
under.
what Wild Oriole's going to do. Of course, he's 2 away
Appreciate the
from the
T1.
tour de force, so if they want to play some orb control in this round,
Right, one
they're
up
going to
again
have
at
to try
1
and establish control at A main currently, which NONGSHIM once again have gathered quite convincingly with all of the kills that come through from Francis there.
I think
That's now
Euro
one
needs
of these
enough. More of
other
enough.
defensive setups that
Yeah.
Team Secret has to try
Yeah, I
to
just think that the ult needs to be
figure out and move their way
adjusted
around.
slightly.
Remember, it
It's
was
the only
Team
thing that annoys
Secret
me now.
that showed us at a 7-5 half what a flawless defensive side could look like.
Oh, but it's been 6 rounds now for NONGSHIM. 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, but still looking to run flawless on this defensive side, right? Like Team Secret did against Talent. So timeout here, invested for Team
A
Secret.
shorter, yeah,
Have a
either
great
shorter
discussion
or
on what they
9.
want to do around the map,
Or
right?
like more
You've
points.
kind of already been seeing Margaret just putting this utility in through towards street. You've been
Just
seeing
do the
this sort of
+1 for the
nice
ult,
utility over
Then I
towards
think
the
we're
B
pretty good.
site, more importantly.
I don't think we need to do
And
anything too
then
drastic.
Terror control over at A, supporting cast. It feels like a little bit there for Francis, who's doing the big heavy lifting.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit. Just controlling a lot with the utility and the setups.
Those team logos there looked a lot
Way
better
better.
drawn than a lot of our players have been able to do here.
Well, you do have to wonder if he's doing that from memory.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Or if he's gotten like a really good reference, but still good hands.
Hey, shocked
We'll
to
see if
try
our
break
players have
the
good
alarm
hands
bomb.
right
We get
now with Francis back in with
similar
the
setup to last
information
round,
being
it's just they
down
didn't
A
see
main.
it. Put the op to punish over towards B.
It's trying to be established. Different look towards some of this Killjoy utility, though. Margaret's still going to be looking over towards Connector. Persia to start off, and that's your
The
smoke
fake
score.
smoke to
Aye, aye.
cross, and they just get
Not
one
how
time.
you want to start the round.
Not really, no.
It is an
You
eco
reckon?
at least, but they got to
I
start winning
reckon.
some.
I reckon an Astra player is quite required on a map
Totally
like
lose
this.
the controller. That's no big, especially when Jeremy's picking up frags like this.
Losing a Killjoy is probably a little bit worrisome for NONGSHIM, though, given that that was the mid-control, and it allows Team Secret to spread towards either side of the map currently. This is where your mid-round IGLing needs to show quite the important strength.
Especially for Envy and Jesse Vash, who are picking up that mantle now.
Yep, and Team Secret too, by the way. Able to upgrade some weapons into this here.
Pressure alleviated, so yes, weapons upgraded.
30 seconds left.
Now looking to launch an assault into the site, but not anticipating Francis to be
I
perched
think
up on
he's
top
got
that
multi
ledge.
3Ks
And now
at
they
the
know where
moment.
Envy is too, because the wall gets popped. He'll take the orb for a consolation prize, but any more bodies he wants to take down with him, you would think.
10 seconds left.
Okay, let's see what the
You
buy
would
round's
have
like
to
for Team
save
Secret,
up
but
for the next upcoming
looking
round.
rough.
Nah, they're going to have a buy in the next round. Unless you want to take a Guardian into it, you'd probably look to get rid of it.
Goes out points away. Oh.
Okay,
well, the smoke
probably
took the
involves
space,
Wild
that's gonna be
Oreo
that.
getting an op
Death
and just
anyway.
prodding over
Down the
towards
spy
B.
round for Team Secret.
No?
Cosmic Divide available.
Okay.
One off the Hunter's Fury.
Fair enough.
Wouldn't mind seeing that because we need to see something big come out from Team Secret.
That
to
was
really
actually the
start
first
off
bullet
this,
as well.
Hopefully now start off this attacking side.
Hopefully. It's been rough days. They've called the timeout, but we haven't found any success for the side of Team Secret so far. They're starting to build up on these ultimates, but so are NONGSHIM.
And if Francis is having a good day at the office, you know that's going to be quite scary. A lot of these members on NONGSHIM, any of them.
It's going to be one heck of a horror movie.
I don't like horror movies.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a title, but I've got none because I don't really watch them either. It's Final Destination.
Horror movie is Lotus NONGSHIM hierarchy. That's a horror movie.
Well, I do wonder what Team Secret's Final Destination is going to be so far on this map. They've been struggling to find it, you know.
You're at the minute mark. You've got mid control.
Yeah, let's go, boys.
Great angle from Dambi
March
there.
your way down into its feeling possibly, but with Dambi sniping them out from the back around Art, that's just
Crazy
tough.
segue,
And
yeah.
what do you look to do now? You've still got to contend with the idea that Francis can buy a lot of time with salvos that are going to be here, with an Armageddon too. He's actually at the correct side of things as well. If
It's a
Team
shame,
Secret
man.
wanna
It's like
try
they have
and
to,
go down the street
to like die in these
Roll on down.
situations to then use util to
Ooh, and
clear
at this
stuff.
point, trying to work
But we're
around
desperate.
the
Astro, we've got 3 people
Unfortunately,
playing in
it's,
front of it. The
Macro
delay is
that's
actually
being led by
really
NONGSHIM.
good.
You have
All
to see
too
Wild
clear.
Oreo. You have to see Wild
The
Oreo.
delay is
gotta line up.
incredible.
Oh, with the
Oh,
Armageddon
God.
as well.
Oh,
That
done.
is just
Jesse went forwards.
That's the spike!
collapse.
He went forwards
This
with
round's
the
done.
spike, didn't
over.
have full vision, looked behind,
Absolute
thought
and
that it
utter
was too long,
consecration. The
and then went
player's gone
forwards and
down
then
in the
realized he
dirt.
couldn't
The
go
spike
anywhere and he
on
gave
the
him the
ground,
spike.
flanking
Oh,
away.
it's a
And the
disaster.
rest of Team Secret looking
They ended
to
up using
save up
the
their
Astral
weapons now,
against
truly,
them
fully.
with a block of
Francis is
info.
hunting them down.
I like it too, because if he's able to take
I mean,
away
the store
any
was
guns
great
here,
for
that becomes a
NONGSHIM.
real problem for Team Secret,
But,
now no one
your
is
Team
gonna be
Secret need to
able
go way
remove
faster
them.
as well,
The
though.
problem is, though, Quack, that's another round going to NONGSHIM on this defensive side. That's 6 in a row. 3 of them, by the way, to Time. Yes, there were some that were a little bit lesser equipped, but Time is the 6th man in this server at the moment in NONGSHIM's friend.
That's a rough one.
You gotta love how Time is just playing so well right now. I mean, he's got a lot of assists for you know the whole NONGSHIM squad.
Last time out.
Well, yeah, Team Secret trying to recruit their own Time as well. I don't know. You kind of also have to give credit to how NONGSHIM are able to swap around their defenses so much and
Oh, yeah.
react very well in kind to how Team Secret have been trying to break things open.
Yeah, and it's great because when you're running the double sentinel lineup as well, it does afford you different
Did
options.
Lev
right?
look
You can have
good?
the alarm
How
body
did it
mid
look
doors,
better?
You can have the sheer wall. We see a lot of
gonna
teams look to do
say-
that as well. Thorns everywhere,
say
alarm
good.
nanos.
They look
You've
better.
got so much to contend with on this defensive side as Team Secret to try and get informational wise.
It still looks like they're in the process of
You
changing
know, it really makes it
roles
hard
on
if they're not able
maps.
to kind of find a gap around the map.
Like it looks
free
like
of
it's a
charge
stage
almost
2 run. That's about it.
Especially with that op coming in as well now on Dambi, who does have the overdrive, so that's another option.
Yep, and Ivy one away from the Steel Garden too. Can drop that on a dime if Team Secret are starting to get any forward momentum.
At this point, you're staring up against map point. It's not a great feeling, but Team Secret's got to dig deep.
Yeah.
Buy's not the best either right now. So good little
Ooh.
flash. Will
I think
push down
they-
the off of his angle.
They should at least realize there's 2 here.
Yeah, but immediately
There's a
Team
recon
Secret
was shot
just gonna
with
leave Wild Oreo back towards
rifle,
this B
and
side.
then
The
they
rest of the
spotted
team
one.
Towards A, starting to clear it on
So
out
they
as
know
well.
2 aggro
Francis
over
did
towards B.
go in here earlier and grab that orb.
Drone goes in.
But
And they
if you
can
do
keep
wanna go
this
to
so
this A
simple.
side,
It's just the
I
fact
mean,
that the
who's
orb
here?
isn't
It's
here.
Francis, it's Ivy.
Oh, and they're playing a high-low as well.
Nice shot.
Ooh,
What the hell?
down to
Oh,
half,
Envy.
but Envy gets the spray against them. The high-low working out in counter against NONGSHIM. That could very well be the spike plan that Team Secret are looking
Problem
for.
is they gotta do this multi-times. They got
They
lucky that they were
themselves have a
facing
Hunter's
them.
Fury to protect it with Jesse
Hit some
Bash
nice
going to the
shots,
plant
but-
now. Envy can buy some time with the Steel Guard, and you'd need to see NONGSHIM dig deep here to get this back.
Well, they're sitting up on top of a lot of rounds, so not too much pressure for them currently. Happy to find just some
Don't
simple
steal around
exchanges.
somehow.
Slowly making their way into the site. Thorns triggered. 2GE with the lurk out from behind, does spot out Persia, and that's just Dabby left, making so much noise. A simple burst from 2GE will put him
Can they
down.
do it again? They got
Finally,
fortunate
Team
with
Secret
the
getting
double
an
jaw.
attacking round on the
They actually have
board.
ults now though,
It's
right?
been a long time.
Wait,
You know,
honestly,
they got around
they
in the
can get this
server
kinda
right
close.
now.
Kind of
I'm
hope
not saying
that
they
that's
can
gonna
win,
be, you know, the story
they can
for
get
the
it pretty
entire
close.
series, but this is just map 1.
Well, you hope there's a long time between they get rounds.
Finally picking up the win, you know, for the whole series.
Right.
This
Okay,
is-
yes. Well, let's talk about the fact that if Team Secret do lose this match, well, their playoffs are just done. They're not in at all. Are they going to get even a win in this stage?
So definitely feeling quite a bit of that. Team Secret still needing to work their way across the map. That round was pretty good, but that was all won because Envy found those two crucial frags down in the A.
That's really it, isn't it? If that
Yeah,
even
this
gets
is
traded and there's still
this is what I thought we were
either
gonna see
Francis or
earlier on.
either Ivy still alive there, that can
Going
just stave
inside the
off
chamber
any
over towards it.
more aggression, and you got rotations from NONGSHIM. Regardless, though, that was last
Does
round.
feel
This
like,
new round, everybody's equipped with the guns that
feel
they
like a
want.
common
Starting to piece
trend at the
together some info
moment,
yet again at the A main with this drone.
I'm
It does
not going to
actually
include the
not spot
Americas teams
Darby.
in this because I think the Americas
Give
teams
you
are pretty good at
info.
this.
Oh, Envy quick
But I
with
do
the
feel like a
reactions,
common
will take
trend
out
on
Dabby.
attack
Now,
is
in with the Hunter Sphere as well, but nothing
maybe
found.
teams without
Francis,
a
though, one bolt.
Yoru
down to
not
70.
defaulting over towards B to
Is
try
that
and like
enough information for Team
send the
Secret to
decoy to
decide
break
make
this?
an A hit? 2GE, you know, what's the call?
Well, you're not seeing anybody over towards B give you a duel as Wild Oreo, who's just going to play big ol' lurk for the remainder of this round.
Yeah, back to that sort of Team Secret default, right? Create that B main pressure, buy
Yeah,
some
Sonya, you
utility
can
out,
just ban
then
that,
launch
dude.
yourself into
Jesus.
A. But Francis, early salvos now. Might be a little bit telling for
30
Team Secret.
seconds left.
Oh, Steel Garden in, wait for that to go completely there, the TP. Ah, can't best Jeremy.
Yeah, it does get a dink though, so still a little bit of damage done, but then that's where Team Secret rushes to get the spike planted. Jeremy pushing up forward to deny any potential rotations coming through.
two in a row. Money's
Yes, it's
good.
going to be the round 1 in full with Team Secret on the
They
macro
still
game.
have the Yoru.
Wise decision from NONGSHIM
Yeah, it
to
might
save,
kinda
but
get close.
even wiser from Team Secret to recollect together after Darby's not able to find the opening duel. Wait for some of that utility to come back online and go together as a team.
All rounds the only way to win. I mean, they won the first one. The one before this without.
So sure, slowly but surely, Team Secret being able to find a lot of these advances. I do kind of want to point out as well that while NONGSHIM are holding on to their weapons for the next round, they're also a little bit shaky, you know, having that tough loss against Talon last week.
Yeah,
I know it's kind of early in the season. Well, it's not entirely early in the season, but they are a team that are facing the threat of relegation.
Definitely going to have to be seeing more from them come stage 2. But if they're able to find this
There's
victory
back-to-back
and the
opens
next
for
one,
Envy
that'll get
in the
them
rounds
into
they've won.
playoffs. So we'll wait and see. Early today in this series, of course, starting to maybe.
You kind of want the champion spot. You need those.
Mate, you want every win. You want every game 13-0.
Okay.
You want 26-0s.
Team
you
Secret,
want
this is
to
the
lift
round
the
they got to win
trophy
somehow.
and have everybody down.
The
in
Lord
third.
of ults. Looks like they want to go for something set with the
boy.
Yoru ult.
Well,
Split
Again,
over towards A.
deja
They
vu back
see
towards the A side of
3.
things, though Jeremy
Do they
is gonna be
just
leading with
cancel and
dimensional
take some
drift. A lot of
space
numbers here
elsewhere?
already for NONGSHIM as well. Gets the kill, gets trade.
Good little wallbang shot.
Sure,
Well,
hold
this is
that.
a place that we've been in before, right? Team Secret still trying to back themselves into A.
Raid boss Francis down for the count as well.
You do have Dambi in with the op, holding the angle currently. No information found for NONGSHIM around, the outskirts of Art. Team Secret still trying to piece together the round.
Information that there is somebody through Art. You'll hear the rendezvous. You get some info that Team Secret. Well, are they playing the
Does
same
just
as
worry
last
me that they're
round?
gonna
It's cheeky from 2GE to catch anybody here.
play
If they're gonna
real
go for a
slow
rotate
and time's
through
gonna be an
mid,
issue,
but
but
it
we'll
would only
see.
be Margaret.
Hey, you could hold the
Flash
angle.
goes over towards A, so they do
Trip
still
the
create the
alarm button at
pressure
the
like
right
they
time
are
as
over
a
towards
team.
A main.
Trying to get
Especially with the
pinch off.
20
The
seconds
interesting thing
reset
for
that
me
this
is that Team
has.
Secret have not recognized what utility is going to be at this B site here, right? They've not been
They
able
end
to
up picking
really
it
find
up.
any deep momentum in towards
What a
this
good
B
shot.
site just yet. Wild Oreo's been taking a couple of
They
duels
go
here and
Molly,
then ultimately
Molly.
falling off.
And if Margaret, possibly
Ooh,
playing
there
the
goes one of
retake
them,
game,
though.
just finds a single pick, that would be locked down.
But you've still got Steel Garden
Okay,
too.
they've all got to
and
sit
a
over
wall
towards
for
the
Persia,
site.
So they've got a lot of these
Guys, you
key
gotta sit on the
components to
site.
mount a retake.
Guys, you gotta
So
get on
many
that site. You can't have two
chances
of
and
you.
opportunities, but ultimately playing it safe. NONGSHIM just looking for that 1 point towards map point. Steel Garden instantly ripped and let go. Overdrive now coming in, and that's Dumby finding the trace onwards. Double kill found. 2GE trying to salvage the round. Out from B-Link, he's alone. He pushes in, but that's the spray
nice
from
from
Persia around
NONGSHIM,
the
though.
back. Map point
Real
for
simple,
NONGSHIM,
lock him
and
in with the
Team Secret
ult.
down in the dirt.
Yeah, having to get towards this
Viso,
B site without baiting
and
out
then
anything
Neon on top.
enormous earlier on, unfortunately. Gets close, I will admit, you know, that 1 versus 2, gets in the smoke, gets down off the defuse. Maybe Persia's not able to find it, and Team Secret are holding on. But
Yeah,
now
they had to like
there's
stick
3
more on
chances
site and
to
just.
try and bring this one back. And that's why in this round I'm a little bit confused, right? Why there's a rotation back over this B site where you haven't
kind of
really
had to
gone
win
deep
that
enough to
that
see if
duel
there's
or
any
trade.
deeper traps, right?
How'd you counter that
You
wall?
saw some of the
It's pretty
Vice
hard.
utility
You
in
kind of
Arthur
got to go
getting
aggro and get a
wrong.
kill first.
Margaret, I mean,
Depending on what they
doing
have,
your
sometimes you can just all sit on
diligence
site and you'll be
as
fine.
Vash to just shock dart
But-
the entryway where a nanoswarm generally is. At least that was there.
Like this situation when they have a Visor, you probably
Ultimately
got to
still
go
not
get some
quite
kills.
Enough down.
Maybe not.
Margaret playing it safe. Oh, oh.
This is a different look for NONGSHIM in this round.
Tour de force. Gate crash out. Salvos deep into B main.
Yep.
They attempting to flush Team Secret somewhere.
Well, just that is making sure that it's keeping Team Secret's early engagements a little bit honest, right? They have to put some utility down early to reclaim the control, which is going to be this drone, which is going to be, you know, something that Jesse Vash has really been using to just clear these choke points nice and early, right? We see it so much in this map for him. Over towards A early, over towards B now that he's forced to use. And meanwhile, Envy is...
Meanwhile,
starting
Ori is
towards
so
A main.
dead eventually, yeah.
Look at on the radar.
Ooh, fake
all
smoke?
of the utility
Okay.
that surrounds
Then
this A
there's a
site,
chance.
double senties.
This does tick time away.
He
from
now
the
kinda
clock
gets
as
the
well. Team
advantage.
Secret, they've got to make a decision sooner or
Yeah.
later.
If they get spot out over at that A site, a lockdown can just buy so much time. There's nothing to destroy that here for Team
Yeah,
Secret.
you should see him
Wild
fast.
Oreo, the shoulder.
Lovely.
Ooh, he
Ooh.
does get the tag, but not the frag. And instantly lockdown placed on towards A. They
Oh,
saw
boy.
that there's only one player around.
Did the
B main, that's
recon
a
was
whole
too
town.
high,
Jesse
so it
Vash, though,
didn't
still
scan
pushes up
them?
front, does find the wall back. Jeremy now to cut them off around Link. Connector as well.
The smoke. Oh, they're not going to
Ivy.
be able to play off it.
Still inside of sight, and that's enough of a presence to deter Team Secret from fully launching their assault in. Now goes
Looking
for
at
the
the
swing,
money, this
but
needs
that's
to be
gonna
a save.
Envy working alongside his
Needs to be a
teammates
save,
cut
one of
down
them
any
can't buy.
incoming players. Just down to Persia, and that will
Might
be
get
a
kind
round
of close.
beautifully picked up by Team Secret. It came really close.
Yeah, I'd love to see how they actually managed to find Margaret, the spam through the dugout wall, but also the fact that Jeremy shifts in towards a little bit of a solo lurk mode, in through connector, down through water as well. Getting a little bit sneaky beaky from him there. As Team Secret will
it
achieve
going overtime?
double digits here now
So,
on
I
Pearl.
don't think
Moving
so,
to
just
Persia.
purely because
This
they're
time,
playing so
at the
slow
same
and they're gonna
angle
go
as
up
the last
against
attempted save, Quack will
the
get taken.
tail.
So my math is right.
Let's see what they do,
NONGSHIM's gonna
because they
be-
should be
yeah,
ecoing here
well,
and
that's
play for the
dangerous
next,
indeed.
but I could definitely see him going for
Ah,
two
he got
force
scanned,
buys.
that's why.
And then I am super worried with how slow
That's
Team
why he
Secret are
pushed up.
playing.
So kind of
I think
nullifying
at one
that
point,
lockdown now.
they're gonna get
and
wrecked.
At the same time, you're striving for that overtime. NONGSHIM gotta watch their economy as well, and that's what I was
Like
worried
this change
about.
up
So
from
my
NONGSHIM
math
as well.
was
There's been no
somewhat
pressure over
right,
towards door.
although I wasn't fully piecing it together.
Yeah. Still pretty proficient in gathering some forward A control space. Just need to not see mistakes in this round from Team Secret.
Okay,
NONGSHIM, of
that's
course, the
that's what Team
half-buy.
Secret want. They want
Hoping to see Francis
create
hold
the
on to that
pressure
Armageddon for the next
for no
round,
one to be able to
'cause
jump spot
that
over
could be some
towards
pretty
B.
big old exchanges
Shock
there.
to break the... Wait, where are we? Oh,
Jeremy
shock break full.
as well, one off the dimensional drift. But for this round, much slower look for Team Secret.
This is
See if they can
much
catch
slower
anyone
look,
of
but I
NONGSHIM
feel like
off
all
guard
of
a
this
little
has
bit.
been
Drone now
like
in
that.
towards A yet again.
Similar default though.
Yep.
And NONGSHIM this time with the aiming presence, you know.
Yeah,
they're
and I'm
trying
still
to
like worried
deny
because they
Team
haven't
Secret
taken
that
much
entry
map
that they're looking
control.
for.
And there's
timing
40
as well
seconds
from
left, and they
Francis
gotta
on
force
that,
through some
salvo.
places.
As soon as Darby gets spotted, just immediately
And again, that
staving off
tail
any
ends up
assault.
becoming the scariest thing.
And that just completely pushes Team Secret onto the other parts of the map, namely
Yep.
B Link and B main.
Ivy needs to get
30 seconds left.
close to these duels if he wants to try and assist his teammates here.
Wow,
they used the ult
They used the ult in the eco though. Let's see, it's an all in.
This is a slight opportunity. Ivy will find the frag, but Jesse Vashmaller sneaking in, and now it's just
15
Indy
seconds.
10 seconds to get the plant, and look where it is.
He is way too far
Good luck.
away. He's kind of separated, disconnected from where the rest of his team were. So
has to
rushing run over. He's sprinting. He's trying to get the rush in, but
Salvos,
Salvo's
man.
deployed at the right time. No time
Salvos,
to pick
bro.
up the spike or to
Okay.
even get it planted.
Yeah, we thought it might be coming. I
will
didn't think it was going to
deny
happen
Team
in that
Secret
one.
a round. 13-10 as the final score. NONGSHIM pick
Yeah,
up the
I
match.
think their game plan on defense needs to be better, and they struggled better on attack.
For Team
Took them a long time to get the op out on attack,
Are we
but
seeing
kind of
RRQ
a
again
win condition when
on
you use the
split,
chamber
you
on
know?
attack to have to get that op to create beat
Not
pressure.
seeing the time really
It was a bold
utilized
call from
as
NONGSHIM with that ult
an
in.
assisting factor.
They did it
But
purely
again,
off
also,
time
you know, one
that
of
was
the things that I
left in
talk
the
about,
position
it's
as
the
team.
coordination from NONGSHIM, just on that defensive side with the information they're getting, with the timing on all those salvos from Francis, with the spot outs from Darby, Margaret and Ivy, not having to do too much, but play angles, play off their own utility. Like, they're pretty damn well coordinated, I will say.
I have to agree with you all throughout
Many
this
knowns?
second
I mean, they were
half. On their
playing
defensive side,
incredibly slow
NONGSHIM
on
very
attack.
well constructed on the macro side of things. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, that's not
But they
the
also
way
couldn't
you wanna
create
go
like
out,
any
man.
pressure
No,
without
no,
the
not
op
at all. I
on
mean,
They
it's
being.
only
have
map
every
one.
advantage.
Yeah. Only map one, though, at the end of the
I feel like
day.
Team Secret
here,
messed up
Quack, of
both
course,
halves
We're
on
going to go
B.
into their map pick next of a split.
Yeah, so that's something that we're going to have to begin thinking about. You know, Team Secret still looking for that win all throughout the entire Stage 1 season. They've been struggling, NONGSHIM struggling somewhat as well, but this is a very lovely recovery. I wonder how, you know, our desk is thinking about all of this as well, so I got to toss it back over to them with Big Time, Pilsky, and Mika. How you guys doing? How you doing?
Okay, we'll see what split's looking like. I'll be back in a little bit, chat. The VOD is uploaded again for people that are new. We've got a VOD channel, every single map. It's uploaded if you want to check something out.
Oh yeah, how you
If you missed
going?
it.
Huh? Oh yeah, not bad, thanks.
I hate this accent. It's not, what a terrible work environment. Where's HR?
I'm gonna go get some titties after work, mate.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Alright.
I feel like I want to try, but I shouldn't at this point.
Don't encourage them.
I'm going through a lot. No, this is exactly what I wanted. Encourage more, especially after, you know, you have another loss once again. I'm prepared for this to be all chaos. This is what I want.
Oh, man.
Team Secret had such a lead, and I feel like NONGSHIM didn't even do anything too special. That's the problem.
This game made me feel sad. That's that's what I would say. Watching the first half, I was so optimistic. I was so optimistic, and then it began to fall apart. Jeremy on top of Team Secret did play a great game with Francis on the other side, but it just wasn't enough for Team Secret in this map.
I guess not. I mean, I felt like they had some good rounds and some good ideas. I agree, they had a very hot start. You know, Jesse Vash was dominating people almost half his age, and I was just wondering what the hell was going on. Jeremy was fantastic on the Yoru. And we kind of talked about it, like this is a map that Team Secret has played kind of on and off. They've moved through a couple of different styles. Earlier on they were playing that kind of more Ascent meta comp in kickoff, and then we've moved into now like this chamber Yoru style where you play this slower game. Definitely was a very slow game of Pearl here, and there was some promising rounds for Team Secret, but especially that second half, things really started to get away from them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I want to highlight the stuff that was good from Secret and why I was kind of optimistic. So we start by looking at round 4. This was the biggest thing. Round 4 is the most important round in the half. It's that first big 5v5.
This was almost a perfect round, like dart, double swing, and then this happens as well.
Yeah, they have the Yorul ready. They decide not to play retake with it, which is fine. You know, they clearly have a plan. He gets 1 kill, gets all the information. They're so composed. He gets the ping. Like, I was watching this round, like, okay, Secret are back. Like, this was a really nice, really executed round in the most important round of the half. So I was thinking, okay, we're back. Like, my prediction could be right here. We have a chance. And then we watched all the way through the rest of that first half. You know, we see Jesse Vash going crazy. I think we got some clips of him going nuts as well. And I was blown away. I was like, this is a fantastic first half by Team Secret.
What is it about this A area for Jesse Vash as well? This dude only frags like right in this position.
That's where he lives.
It's like this is called Jesse Vash from now on. This guy owns from A stairs, honestly.
But I felt like this first half should have been 9-3 towards Secret. That's kind of the level where I felt like it was at. I felt like they were dominating NONGSHIM. NONGSHIM got lucky to get some of the rounds. They got some lucky spams, etc. But then, you know, we move across onto that second half, Pilski, and things really start to fall apart for them, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's the same story once again. Team Secret, they start off with amazing momentum. They look amazing. You are so hyped for them, and I'm like, yeah, let's go. Something happens in the middle of the map. There, you can see the miscoms are evident. There's something up, and they can't seem to just get back.
Yeah, look at how much they ran the clock down on that attacking side, as well as a few unforced errors that we'll look at some of the replays here for. And it comes down to bonus and first gun round, and this is them really running the clock down, taking a lot of time against the Teo comp. Once you get down to 15 seconds, that's where you got some more salvos ready to go, and this round gets very messy. You see NONGSHIM on the bonus, flooding straight back into the site, and Margaret, the hero, the unexpected man with just a ghost and not much else in his hand, able to deny the spike. But then this round was pretty egregious. Jeremy goes in with the Yoru ult. He had a fantastic game, but TPing right in front of Ivy, pretty much dying for free, and then we go one by one through the Nebula trying to contest this A main smoke. This is the kind of round that you will watch later as Coach Meow, and you'll be facepalming at the end of the day. MVP goes to Francis. He was the best player for NONGSHIM in kickoff. He was phenomenal in kickoff, and this is another excellent game from Francis. I think if there's ever one of the top Korean teams that needs an IGL, like, you just, whatever it costs to get this man, honestly. This guy's insane.
No matter what, get him. Get him on your team. I feel the same way. He is incredibly smart. He knows exactly the pulse of their opponents. It can adapt. That's what makes NONGSHIM so frightening, because they can actually adapt to that, and he's a big part of why that's possible for this team. Going back to Team Secret though, I mentioned IGLing. I know they've been experimenting a bit, tossing around that ball within the players.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's paying off.
The thing is, a part of that is just the side effect of how Pearl is played and the comps that they were playing. They were playing very slow comps. Secret was running down the timer time and time again, and they did have actually a couple of decent rounds in there, but just the way that they started that half, especially in a 13-10 game, just dug way too big of a hole, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you have that little side quest with Wild Oreo, and maybe it was Ivy, or maybe it was Francis over on B. You know, what's happening over there? It's the operator showdown somewhere there. That always happens on Pearl. Going over into Split though, how are we feeling? Because NONGSHIM, I don't think they have to fix anything.
Here's the thing. They played Waylay last time. I hope that doesn't happen again. Split is a map that they've picked. Even they picked it against T1 and played this Waylay comp, and they got 11-13 despite Danby not having the best stats. This is a map that NONGSHIM has felt very confident on and has been well and truly in their wheelhouse. I mean, if you're picking it against T1, then, and it's a map that T1's known for playing banger games on it, you are feeling pretty confident on this map. For Team Secret, they've not played it in a while, since kickoff, I believe. So I feel like this is kind of one of those maps that they're going to show us something completely new on, and they're going to be picking into this series. But I just don't get the sense that they're going to be playing against the same NONGSHIM comp. I think NONGSHIM's done with Waylay. I don't expect them to run Waylay again.
Yeah, I would very much agree. I want to see what Team Secret have cooked up here, because you need something if you're going to pick this. Like we say, we've not seen them play it in the stage 1, so what do you have prepared? And was it prepared to counter this Waylay that now we know that they've moved away from? I would like to hope that they're a little bit further forward than that, and we're not going to see them kind of fall into that trap, but they need to come up with something. I'm definitely worried for Team Secret now. I felt like they needed Pearl in this veto, so they really need to surprise me, turn this series around. Play like you did in the first half. Like, you had it.
Like the first map of kickoff, the first half of every series.
Welcome to my world.
The replay that Morgan highlighted is like the perfect round of defense Pearl. Like, they actually couldn't have done a better round, and it's always in games that they're losing and series that they're losing. Like, it's frustrating. The reason why Team Secret is frustrating is because sometimes they play perfect Valorant, but they just can't find success.
No, you're absolutely right. The Team Secret that plays in the first 10 minutes of the map is totally different from the Team Secret that you see on the later half. what is going on here? There is something that is not converting, and there's something that cannot be sustained within this team. So whatever needs to happen here, this is their last chance to actually push it, to even stand that little 0.1% chance of making it into playoffs, or I don't know, I can't math, but they need to win this.
They need to find some energy. I'll throw some Red Bulls down to the stage if that's what you need. Come on, guys.
We're gonna have a WHS dispute very soon.
They need to find something to reinvigorate themselves. If you lose this next map, you are not going to playoffs.
Yeah.
Please get that into your head. You need to be consistent. Now there's no more second chances for stage 1, guys. You can play great Valorant.
They're more.
Oh, I can't take this. Like, they can play great Valorant. I just need to see them deliver it, please.
Yeah, NONGSHIM, on the other hand, I mean, they've already played all of their tough games in this group, in theory. They just need to finish off Secret here and then play Zeta, who are playing better, but that should be another team they should be pretty comfortable coming into that matchup. They're 1-2.
Yeah.
If they win these 2 series back-to-back, then they're going to be going into playoffs. So let's have a little bit of a look at what these teams have been
TFT build at the
preparing here.
moment.
Team Secret picking
DV
this map. I'm
Corp,
assuming they're going to have to start on the
Zeds,
attacking side,
Scary.
and indeed they are.
No one
It
can
is gonna
test
be
it, so you
double
always get
duelist.
3 stars.
Raze and Yoru with the singular initiator of the Fade. Jesse Vash will be playing that. And you get 2GE on the Viper, and Envy is actually going to be flexing onto Omen.
Yeah, I like it from Team Secret. With NONGSHIM across on the other side, we see pretty much staying with what they had before, but
Okay, we
not
get
the
this
way
one.
like we are
Get the
seeing the
deadlock.
pattern to Neon from Danby, so
Deadlock
they're clearly
tail on
moving well away from that. I do think it can
Blend.
be quite hard for this double duelist against the deadlock and the
Now
Viper.
he will contest
It's
it,
really
yeah,
about
probably.
how are they able to destroy those deadlock utility?
Well, it comes to a head over here. Can Team Secret
It's defo
finally
underrated.
secure this?
It
Or
beats,
is this NONGSHIM all the way? We're going to find out as we
it
head
beats
into
the
Split. We're going to toss it back to Quack and Komodo.
the Rengar as well. It's like the only
Very
comp that
much
beats
so
level 3
appreciated,
Rengar.
Mika. That toss was lovely, and yes, we
think
are
it's
very
crazy
much going
underrated.
into this. It's going to be a slight double duelist, but you do have a kind of an idea
Ranked
about this
VGP
composition.
in TFT, this is the first time I'm playing it
Yeah,
like
we got
properly,
NONGSHIM
like
versus
actually
T1
trying to
here
rank up.
in the server to repeat here, but no,
So we'll
it's
see.
Team Secret who are going to be opting to run that T1 comp, and I am interested to
I
see
don't really know
how efficient
how
they are going to be running this
high
one,
the
as
skill
well
cap
as we
is on
know
it.
that when we think of T1, we really
It's all
think
it's
of
all
BDO,
knowledge
we
at
really
the
think
moment,
of
which is
either on a map
annoying, so it's
such
just a
as
learning curve.
Split.
Team
So we'll
Secret
see
on
if there
attack,
will be any
NONGSHIM on
idea from
defense.
2GE, for example, with the lurks on this attacking side.
And it's at the very least going to be really interesting to see Wildora onto this Raze now, but they're just coming straight into the Gravnet from Ivy, instantly collected upon, and now Wildora trying to hold the angle, does find the
locked
exchange.
him in. Didn't get the
Looking for some
kill.
more. Of course, Wild Oreo back on this Raze. He's not shied away from
Grinding
Raze in the
TFT
history
account.
of
I have
Valorant,
no
of
idea what
course.
that is, Inkjet.
Pretty proficient on this
I like
agent.
this, so lose middle, double push over towards
In
A,
this
get a lot of
caliber play,
info.
will that be the case?
And
Margaret
Margaret
does find 2GE, looking for a second,
has
and
done
he's
an
done
absolute
gorgeously
madness
as
with a
well.
classic.
Oh, and then Wild Oreo now trying to march up forward, but his footsteps made known very loud and clear. The spike all the way
Look at that
across Garage.
rough
It's
time
gonna
in
be
the
tough to
middle.
pick that one up.
You would think so. Though Margaret gets all the information, 10 HP.
Oh, wait.
Escape he does.
Okay, we've got the scopes up and swell, and now it's just Wild Oreo and Envy to find frags individually.
Low HP
All of
and
a sudden,
Persia
Persia
is
alone
just
out
in
of
the
nowhere.
area where they
Margaret
recode.
Pretty low, though.
And they have no idea that Persia's right up behind them, right
Wow,
underneath their
nicely done
noses.
from Wild
Wild
Oreo.
Oreo does have an inkling, turns around.
1-1 on the
that crossfire
pistol,
outwards
so
tower there,
2-1.
unfortunately for
2-1
NONGSHIM
over.
doesn't work out.
No,
2-on-2
obviously.
situation, and they both just lose their lives, and that's technically an advantage that they could have utilized to just reset a little bit. Beginning stages, of course, Ivy overheating with that deeper right click as well, doesn't work on out. Pistol rounds, of course, we saw, you know, exchange over in the first map. We saw Team Secret get the first one, so they are able to echo that here as well.
So not too bad for Team Secret to kick things off this way. Definitely feeling a bit of boost in morale. And also NONGSHIM Classic, by the way.
Yep. Looks alright.
All right.
It looks alright. Kind of looks the same to me as a lot of the other bundles, but not everyone has the
Yeah.
same vision as I have, unfortunately.
It
so-
is
Oh, right,
true.
you're colorblind. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that.
I just get the bundles to support the teams. I love Valorant. And
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I was gonna say there's a lot of them that look similar with the black and red.
Try to stack up.
Yeah,
Quad stack.
It could be good. It could be not good.
Could be, or could not to be. And that's gonna be
Yeah,
so.
oh.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's a great
Oh, they got two
little.
of them.
With the salvos
trap
as
play.
well.
But
We've been
it's
wanting
a 3
to see this for a
versus 5.
while.
None of those guns
There's
are
a lot of good
retrievable.
stuff you can do with the
Time to be
deadlock
bought by Ivy,
Teo.
dropping the deadlock
Okay,
util
they get the
over at
info that they
B-site.
tried
You
to
do
instant
have
react
this
over towards A,
lurk
but he
from
didn't commit.
2GE. As I said,
He
doing his
could
best media impression.
use that fake pressure to actually
Can he really
go
have the
back
same
towards
impact
B,
in
but as
this
we
map?
can see, they
I
got a
don't know,
shield
man.
that they got
Meteor
a
was finding
or
so
a
many
wall
heads
that
up
they got
duels.
to
We
deal with.
have yet to see that from 2GE so far in the entire season.
I love this
He saw it.
repositioning.
He saw the elbow.
Okay, now the pivot.
Do they know there's
Oh,
three
wait, they
players
commit
now
with
back at
the
the A side?
spike?
You know, they're up against Classic, so hopefully they do, and they will be able to find the frags needed. Jeremy at least will be able to rack up a double. But down to it, Persia now tracked by the Fade utility and still alive, trying to keep himself long enough for
Still
Ivy to
just
come back
Classics.
in with
Now
the
the
additional
grab net,
support.
of
Grab
course.
net will land on towards a possible target, but Jesse Vash in with the Spectre,
Ooh,
quick
this one got
on
close.
the draw to take the round. Thankfully, you know, recovered for Team Secret.
As I said, none of those guns retrieved from NONGSHIM, so that makes it a little bit more difficult for them,
Oh, it's real,
even
real
in
close.
the 5 versus 3 advantage to
There's
to
guides
really
and
try and do
Matarits,
something.
interesting.
One of the,
that.
well, yeah, one of the big things, I mean, when there's a Teo, when there's a deadlock, when there's any sort of stuff,
Yeah, I'll check
you know,
it out.
you think of even Fracture when you've got Breach, for example, you're just going to see proficiency in a lot of these combinations.
It's just best possible scenario in that round for NONGSHIM. The fact that they found that around Garage.
And had the right rotations towards
The
A,
recharging
Jeremy's
Gravnet,
just
yeah,
able
it
to
is a
get
bit
in there
stupid.
and
With the
find the
guns.
kills where required.
But we haven't
Bonus round though
seen
here.
it look stupid yet,
A lot of
so
damage in that previous means that it's a bit
Until
weaker
that
for Team
happens,
Secret.
we're okay.
Yeah, and a very good chance for NONGSHIM to strike back. Barrier mesh down
Yeah,
to
it's,
mid
they
already.
go for wall
quite
of
deep.
middle.
Gives a bit
They
of
go
time.
for
You
deep.
know, if you want to try and break that one with
A
the
lot of
pistols,
walls.
you're not gonna be able to
Go
do
for
it, so
deep
it's
wall
just
in
puts a
terms of
little
the
bit more
deadlock
of a heads
wall
up for
towards
NONGSHIM
middle
on
as
the
well.
extremities of the map.
And they've been
The
baiting
border
out
with
this
A site
trip
at the
in mid.
moment where the head of 2GE may have just been spotted by Darby, not 100% sure. Wall to be broken in mid, however. The deadlock wall, not the Viper wall, that's up instead.
You can't break
The
those
Liquid Lotus, yeah, they made deadlock look very good.
in its gaseous state at least. But yeah, you do have Persia right around side Danby as well for additional support. So 2G still trying to sneak his way into sight.
Yeah.
Gather more information.
Gotta remember, the time
Looking a little bit like
clock
Poe.
is
I'm
not
super
Team
low,
Secret's
spike
friends.
and spawn.
And in a round such as this, the spike will have to be recovered. And if you're going into the B site, there's some deadlock sensor at the
Margaret
start.
still
There's
has
Margaret.
Molly
Still got a
off of
snake
the
bite.
deadlock trip. They pick up the
Look,
spike
the
at
lurk
20
at the A site.
seconds.
2G,
Molly goes in. They've
this
got
could be
A
big.
control.
The
They
timing on
pivot
that
back
snake
over
bite,
towards A
just
with a good
blocks off so
timing.
much. 20
Dude, this
seconds
is
left.
weird.
Where's the spike going? 2G. Yes, he's got the sight. He's got gotten a lot of space, but he has no idea. No earthly
Salvos
idea
might
that
be up
Francis
just in
has
time.
gone
This
out
might
by
get really,
ropes.
really weird.
Jeremy's
We've got
got
luck
time
on a
here.
luck.
Yeah, trying to go in quick
Did he
for
go
it.
through the
Francis still
smoke
trying
and
to
dodge the
sneak
guy in heaven?
around. Jeremy hasn't found him yet.
Dude, if he
The
actually did
spike
salvos
will
on
get
sight, he
planted,
would have stopped the
thankfully,
plan.
for Team Secret, but Francis, undetected, has a great opportunity to spring and strike right now. Finds the first.
Jeremy should have this
Meanwhile,
kill
the
now.
rest of NONGSHIM coming through to get more space around elbow. Jeremy
Not a
does
good
take
plan.
and eliminate Francis for the weapon,
Oh, they're
possibly.
so wrecked
but
with this
still,
plan.
the entire NONGSHIM forest has arrived. Danby to stick it down halfway. Ivy to get the sprays through. Danby to swing on the trade.
They did
NONGSHIM picks
great
up the round
damage, though.
quickly.
It gets close though, doesn't it? Only Darby
got
at the end
incredibly
there, alive
close.
to the trades from Team Secret.
How did
That's
they
a 5
manage to
versus
leave
5
such a
retake
gap
that goes
here?
on down there, and there's even, you know, not too much damage that Francis is able to find bar the one on towards
Just
Wild
that,
Oreo,
that
right?
pure
So
timing
some
of
great little
the
timing
spot
positions
vision, and then the
around the map
wall
from Team
dropped for
Secret.
like that
2G
little
getting
second
up
where he
the
tucked
lurk, you
and
then
crossed.
have,
And then he
Jeremy
didn't pop the
switching
wall
essentially
up
into
again.
a little bit of a distractor lurk as well.
It was
So
kinda
there's a
smart.
real chance that that round actually could have gone Team Secret's way.
You love how this double duelist is being piloted right now. And something that I just realized as well is just the fact that
Okay, NONGSHIM win a round and they go for the
full
eco.
rematch, but Coach Meow on Team
So-
Secret are, you know, quite familiar with how NONGSHIM play, given the fact that he was the coach for Boom back then in Ascension.
Yeah, but we've got a very different NONGSHIM look compared to Ascension.
Hero
True
guns
that as
committed.
well. This one's somewhat familiar though, especially with the deadlock in play.
If they know that Francis is in this corner, Wild Oreo can just absolutely molly him out.
You gotta watch out for those.
C's missed though.
So all good.
Yeah, he does
NONGSHIM
get
able
out
to
of
get
that.
away, and
They
that
definitely
is
trade the guns with
information as well that
Danby or
Team
someone that
Secret
has
around
armor.
Yep. Bit of a reset on towards the round, by the way. NONGSHIM, for those that might not have seen it, a little bit lackluster of the weaponry invested into this round from the damage delivered in the last.
Ivy, though, still
Shot.
able to do quite a bit of damage. Margaret now coming in.
They did pretty
Does
good. That
find
all
quite
looks
a bit
on.
of space, and in comes
6
the
bullets.
annihilation. Puts Envy into a coffin. Jesse Vash trying to frag himself out of the
Team up.
situation, but unfortunately not quite going to find that.
Okay, lovely,
2GE
lovely trades in the
outside of
end,
Garage,
and they get
struck
double gun
down as well.
upgrades.
Just getting down and dirty as Darby there, stunning around, sliding with the
Yeah,
shotgun.
they get so
Have
much for
seen
that
a
forcing
couple
down to
of,
Nico gun
missed
upgrades.
shotguns over the
The
last
ult
couple
was
of
lovely
games
as well.
as
That shot
but,
backside
you
is
know,
just
makes
the
it
whole
look
round.
and feel a bit awkward, but good to see
This
that
one.
at least the kill is calculated at the end. I want to highlight for Margaret, by the way, you
Is
killed
Molly.
Jeremy on the Yoru, and then you killed his clone. I mean, you already got the Yoru.
Little things.
Just a body,
Yeah, that's true.
a body that's in the deadlock
Can't
grab
explain.
net, and you're just shooting the body. It's
Instinct.
yeah,
Just
wow.
happens.
Just a body to shoot. Quick one up from Team Secret this time towards the A side of things. Immediate rotations to be seen from NONGSHIM, and as they start to get some information.
Oh
what
my
is that?
goodness. Well, that's looking
Just
like
a
it was never
drive-by.
changed.
That's not just a drive-by. That's a
Hit and run.
huge Ferrari peak.
Oh, he's playing Grand Theft Auto. Well, it's going to be now NONGSHIM fully aware of what's happening on the A side. Francis taking more space around ramp.
That was
Team Secret need to
outrageous.
kind of get a little bit more space in themselves, but they're currently just pinned down around the map. Persia finds the sprays, and that is
They
a
took no
beautifully
damage.
well-reacted round coming out from NONGSHIM.
5 alive against the pistols for NONGSHIM, so I want to give credit to Team Secret. They got the plant. You know, you get the credits, you get the extra ulti orb. You're kind of okay with the result of a round such as that one, but it's this one now here that you need to start to see what you can really do, because,
That is.
Jeez.
man,
Well, Team Secret are close to having all 5 ults
Yeah.
online.
yeah, absolutely. On a map like Split, you want all you can get on the attacking side. Of course, this map, you know, one that NONGSHIM have been picking in a little bit. You know, the likes of our Q series, the T1 series. So going in towards this one, Team Secret coming to pick it. You know, there's some counter plays that can come out. You can sort of get on the back of the tendencies of how NONGSHIM go for a lot of these rotates, where they want to fashion Ivy's utility specifically.
Yeah, so
Go
far
for
it's
it
been
again.
mid for
Don't
majority
really
of the
ever
rounds,
see
and that's something
teams
that Team
use
Secret
this as a
needs to be
default. Well,
cognizant of. So 3 players staring down to this mid position. What they don't know is
Lux
that Francis,
vision
yes,
can
has
go
kind of snuck
aggro.
through. They fire some pot shots in, but oh,
No
look at
way.
that! Just as that
He's done
happens,
it
Francis
again.
goes for the peak, takes down Wallow. That's one duel.
my
is gone.
duelist
Yeah,
Teo
of
has
course,
done
Ivy's
it
still here
again.
with the grav net, you got the salvos available, and with them online, those can be some pretty big scare tactics to keep the Team Secret guys at bay, or maybe even catch one of them. But the lurk now up from 2GE. Will Persia actually expect this one?
No, not quite. So good little heads-up duel found by 2GE. Maybe a little bit more space into the A side as well.
Want to give thanks towards the observers there, by the way. Catching the wall in mid that's actually going to stop Jeremy's TP, the gate crash, from getting completely through.
Whoa, whoa,
Still,
whoa,
though,
whoa,
Jeremy looking to take matters into his own hands,
My
supporting
goodness.
these salvos as well.
We'll
But
punish
Jesse
over
Vash
towards
will
A,
find a
have an
trade.
insta ult
Dimensional
behind
drift
it as
now
well.
coming
Omen
through
ult
from
gets
Jeremy
set
just
over
to
towards side.
fend off
It's a
his incoming
complete
opponents. The
chaos.
flash out of the dimensional drift.
Oh.
The clone,
Francis
but
is
Francis
going
quickly
crazy.
dispatches of him.
He
These
gets the
trades
info
back
of
These
where
trades
they
are so
both are
quick, though,
now.
from Team Secret for this
Gravnet's
2 versus 2.
back up.
And they're able to work their way off of it as well. Because of these frags, now NONGSHIM are straying away from screens, which would be a pretty good spot to take down where the spike is planted. But
Ivy still with Gravnet.
yeah, with
At
this
the right spot.
current position, Ivy might be able to set something up from Margaret. Oh, hit spotted though. So Jesse Vash looking to hold down the angle. Ivy instead to find the frag. No grab net needed. Just goes in for the swing.
Stands and delivers.
Every single
Crosshair
round, see the
placement you would
spray on the
expect
floor.
with a quick headshot that comes on out
Nice
there.
shots.
Another round though for NONGSHIM where they're only
also like
surviving with one
Secret
player.
needed that, really.
This time the credits aren't going to be too much of a problem. Flip it over to Team Secret, Quack, and that's why I say we need to see something from them in this round, right? The attacking side on Split can be a bit of a fickle thing, specifically when you're running double duelist as well, right? You really want to play on the back of the timing, the space that they're going to be able to find. How are these lurks?
This
gonna
was
come out from
interesting.
2GE?
This was like
Yes,
the
he
old,
finds one on it, but the
it was like
immediate
the old
trades,
full
the
process
real
of
big
what
name of the
Paper X
game
used to do,
in this one so far for a lot of these rounds.
where
is
they
Team
would
Secret are getting
heavy
these
punish over
trades,
towards A
but they're
heaven.
not on top when the trades all expire.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to string everything together, especially when you're in the heat of the moment. So now, especially with the ultimates coming online, some of it already spent, Jeremy with the dimensional drift from before. Meow trying to round the team up to cook something up for the next round.
I'm sure they could ask for some noodles if they want to cook something.
Yeah, a little sponsor from the other side, but no, they've got their own like instant noodles from the Philippines as well. You know, I think Miko would be able to talk a little bit more about that. I'm not as well informed, of course.
It doesn't look like we've got much information, by the way, for Team Secret on this attacking side, which is why the timeout is here to see if they're going to be able to bounce back on this one and maybe play a little bit more lent towards the A site. That's had some pretty good stoppages from Francis at the moment.
Yes.
That's what they're going to look to do. Majority force over towards A in this.
Okay, a lot of ults to go up against as well, but they got their own Razor.
Okay.
Surely they don't use the Razor onto an eco unless they get an advantage. Timeout goes in, probably so far hard to do with the wall as well a little bit. And NONGSHIM step ahead, change their wall. And we got a madness timing over towards middle.
So a lot of information found.
He hears him running. I'll do Jesse Vash is running around though. Everyone else needs to chill. Chill. No, where are the comms?
Oh, but the flank right now from Jesse Vash. Going to get an upgrade on the back of that kill. Can maybe call for a bit of a stoppage here, but
you might want to reset, but they're still trudging forward. And with the onslaught,
Jesse,
they take down Dambi and Ivy.
Yeah.
Francis still alive, though.
Now, this is extremely doable, isn't it? Do you want to pivot towards the B side? Do you want to settle for a little bit? Let NONGSHIM really second guess where rotations might go.
They know where Francis is. They're wondering about Persia.
Yeah, but the line that he's holding here, if he gets one, does that stop Team Secret?
Could be huge. If not, it's going to be the trade, but no trade found. Persia!
Dude, the Phantom sometimes looks so sick at
Flash is
this.
good. On towards Jesse Vash, who has to now come up with the goods. A 1 versus 2. Haunt not available. He needs to play on the side of silence here.
It's a great instant reposition push over towards B main as well. He could
Silence
literally
truly
be
aided,
anywhere.
The repositioning from the NONGSHIM members.
And now they know that he's going to be on this site. Persia slipped in towards Garage. Francis to come up from the tower.
They know he doesn't. The salvos might have revealed a little bit, but Persia still in a really perfect spot to strike, and there it is! The
Persia
third
played it
kill
great.
round found in the round.
Francis still had
Good
4
discipline
U2,
at the end
including
there
the
from
drone.
NONGSHIM. A little bit of discipline from Team Secret as well. Don't get me wrong, stopping things down at the A tower side when
they forced
start to
into
gain
sight.
advantages, but it's Persia just being in an
And it was
unexpected
probably like
position, picking out at the
2
right time, and
seconds
then
after Jesse had the
sealing deal
timing.
on that round
And
as well.
he's got to overcall whatever the call is there. Like
Really good
he's
methodical
gotta,
usage of a lot
they
of
gotta
their
have
utility
some
to
kind
just
of
put Jesse
keyword
Vash in a bit of a
to
sticky
just be
spot.
like, no, everyone
Maybe we
freeze. Like
spread
I
back around
literally
the
win
map
the
of
rounds.
NONGSHIM. Expecting the full-on buy from Team Secret in this one. Viper's Pit
I
deep
mean,
in
they-
towards the A side of things, where I'm actually
They
seeing
then kind of messed up the 3v2 anyway.
go for a little bit of the contest there.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
But that is, you know, a big alt as well for NONGSHIM. No more lurks available. That's one less problem for NONGSHIM to worry about. Now Team Secret, meanwhile,
Yeah.
99 problems.
The time is also one. Lots of ammunition expired in mid here. You spot out Francis towards the vents, and Ivy still holding this barrier wall. They have to break that, which actually finds a lot of time here for him. GravNet is good.
That
That's another
flash
one. He's
is
been sensational.
looking like
Look
something
at
out
him.
of 2020.
So efficient.
And in with the ult as well, does hold down the line, goes for a second frag. Now Francis, a great opportunity to find a stun and possibly more kills as well. It does slow down the push though, and that's enough for Persia to hold on for these lines.
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually been spotted.
Just
at the back
gets
of the side
another
at the
smoke.
moment.
Is he ever gonna
Just
feel
has to have his
confident?
crosshair ready.
All good. Francis buys a little bit more time as well with the salvos. Meanwhile, you've got Dambi and Margaret coming in closer
Oh my
nearby.
goodness.
2G
So
plants
close.
his own Viper's Pit up to get the spike safely planted. Envy denying any possible re-entry coming in from NONGSHIM.
Persia
Dambi
was
has
distracted
ult.
there. So on this 3 versus 3, how do you get back
Now-
in towards this? Francis, no salvos
Yeah,
just
not-
yet.
not
You spot
using it
out
anymore,
Envy,
especially
who
that
does
HP.
some good damage.
It's down to 2GE. He hears the footsteps. He hears them dropping all around him.
It's just so hard against
Big
this.
information,
ult.
but chooses to play for time instead. Dambi now, the rest of them knowing that they have to work their way into the pit, decaying away at their health. Oh, but they spot 2GE out first. The relay bolt collapses onto
No
Envy.
way.
What has happened? It's down
No
to just
way,
Jesse
they got
Vash, and he
no
cannot
kills
rise
during
to the
this?
occasion.
How?
NONGSHIM have turned an unwinnable situation around.
Team Secret have sunk in that round there. A 3 versus 3 where they've got the pit, but it's the shots that come out from NONGSHIM. How patient do you just have to be in that one to go through the pit with the decay? No utility to really help you out in that scenario.
Achilles,
there
man.
is a stun, by the way.
Of course
from
he's
Dambi
here.
in that
Hate
equation
watching.
When the pit drops, that immediately catches Team Secret. And you just feel for them in that scenario, because I really feel like Team Secret played that round well. How they got into the site, how they dropped the pit. It distracts Persia. You get the kill onto him as well, but it's just the ending stages of that one that doesn't go their way. And
it's in those moments, though, that you truly need to shine. And it's just so unfortunate. Still, next round comes up, and Team Secret still need to find
That's a
so
crazy
much more,
comment.
especially on this attack.
You have to respect Secret's ability to snatch the loss from the jaws of victory.
Unless
That's
somehow you're
outrageous.
able to catch the NONGSHIM members off guard, or you pick them in the seas, or you're somehow wanting to just nightfall them and you're catching the members to chip away at them when they're already low from that. Yeah, it makes it extremely difficult to gather this round.
At least they
That's
should
funny.
be quick enough to piece together that it's oftentimes Ivy and Francis somewhere up towards the middle. So they are able to keep their utility invested in that spot, maybe to find an opportunity into the B site.
Fuji has done enough towards the A site to keep
They
it
don't
distracted.
hit
there,
nothing.
so it's all
Timing the
onto
grab
Margaret
net's
here at the back of the
incredible.
side. He can
Oh
find
my
one
God.
Ivy, but it's Margaret.
Full
And he's
server
able to
towards
hold down the
his
line
grab
once
net was
again,
legit
even hit
though.
with the Nightfall, or maybe not quite connecting into it.
Yeah.
He's just holding all of it down. A wonderful anchor for NONGSHIM.
I am a little bit surprised when the Nightfall goes in.
Maybe they
that
just
Jeremy's
be
not looking to
default
gate crash to
and
the
then
back
look
side.
at
You're trying to
whatever
set him up to
smoke
be
is
able
done
to
and just
sneak
work
get
out
in
what they
there,
want
right,
to
when you're
do.
removing all of the audibility.
30 seconds.
The Viper smoke's dead,
Now,
just go take mid for
Fuji,
free.
Jesse Vash.
I will say
Just
NONGSHIM have done a really
20
good job of
seconds?
changing everything up.
One enemy remaining.
Really tough situation to win against, especially when NONGSHIM has your number, instantly spotting him out. Just Jesse Vash to try to preserve his weapon and to
10 seconds
collect as
left.
much as possible.
Yeah, and you've
It's a
lost.
stinger, though. Yeah, you got
You've lost the Nightfall in this round. I think that's the biggest problem, like one of the biggest problems.
Oof.
On a map like Split,
Tried to ninja plant. Oh no, you don't want to. Well,
he needs to die.
No, he doesn't. He got the plant
He
done.
keeps the stinger. He keeps the stinger.
No,
He'll
he
just
got the
get rid
plant.
of
He
it,
got the
it's
plant.
fine.
All right.
It's fine.
It's okay.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, he doesn't give away another ulti orb there. Let's just swing it that way. It's okay.
Yeah, even if
what's
they get
not
the
okay
plant
is the
like
round
after
count
time,
for
you still
Team
get the
Secret.
extra
You've
money.
got to do something now on the back of
Oh my
this
God.
timeout.
Yeah, the second timeout in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they need it though, mate. They've only won the best round.
Yeah, I mean, you lose this one, and
Yeah,
there
they
goes
got-
your chances of playoffs,
they got the good
right?
start, that was it.
0-4. You're going
I'm
up
gonna
against
keep
RRQ
flipping
next
my
time.
calendar. I'm gonna keep counting the days
Count the days.
until they win a series. We jest, but
I mean, we've had one of our big day breaks already in Pacific, right? Suggest getting his win after
okay,
years.
that's another team. A whole other
But
scenario.
it's days that we're counting, or that we did count,
Fair
and
enough.
it happened. So there's a chance
Wow.
for Team Secret.
Still keeping
Pick
the
off
things
the
that are relevant
nails
to
of
this
him.
current series at the very least. Yes, Team Secret struggling to stay afloat right now.
That's
they
the
were
real
really
fans
close
right
to some
there.
of these rounds. They've had, winnable scenarios, but somehow just fumbling the bag at certain moments. And you have to imagine how it feels for them in their,
Easy
in their
much.
seats.
Yeah, the cheapest
Certainly a lot
match
of
you can
pressure
get.
mounting up on their shoulders.
You're right.
Just hopefully around to maybe alleviate some of that pressure. They know how NONGSHIM love to set themselves up, but just as they start to piece that around, off of this timeout, this time it's Margaret towards middle.
Yeah, a bit of a different look, and he's shouldered it out. Confirms 2. I like this different look as well on the back of the
Okay,
timeout.
how do they
Team
force through
Secret had a
middle?
really
Let's keep
good
an eye on this. They
counterplay.
beat the
Well,
one way.
They probably wouldn't have expected this scenario right now. To me, how hungry is Margaret to overstay as
Problem
well,
into
because that
peak.
has been at
Nice.
times something that he does fall trap to, and he is
Oh.
the first casualty.
What are they gonna do? Wait for everyone to
Pulls out
swing?
the reaction off
There's
the
gonna
grab
be a
net from
reaction
Ivy.
somewhere at
Doesn't
one point, you would
find
imagine.
Too much, which makes him a little bit more curious. This could be his downfall unless he plays his cards right. Does hear the footsteps from the fake out as well.
Well, this
Be a little bit too telling as well.
This is the situation where Team Secret have a very clean opening kill, and it's a 5 versus 4 that they need to hope to not to lose, right? Armageddon for Francis.
Okay.
clears all of mid, just to make sure that no one has snuck on up. You've got the
They get
barrier
him
mesh
for,
in
they
Veil
get
as
him
well,
for,
so it
I
should
guess.
be all eyes on the main
And
choke
then this
point.
hit happens so fast that they now have to focus on main and they don't have to focus on mid.
Multiple times. Now in with the C's, they have a slight chance to push their way through. 2 kills found, and they continue to march
It felt
in.
more like a
Ivy
desperation
denied
play
any
though,
shots
right?
coming out from heaven
4v5.
because of the spams. Down to the last 2, and NONGSHIM trying to regroup.
It honestly nearly won him the round, to be
Off
fair.
angle 2G that Ivy has low HP on.
Secret, 2GE. Oh no!
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
slight whip, but thankfully recovers, and now just Persia. I almost lost it on that one.
Don't worry, Team Secret didn't. It should be their round. Persia's not going to be able to get in and ninja defuse.
All right.
I hope.
We all hope, Komodo. We all do.
How much damage, though, on the escape is he able to find? There's one. Make it a second. Looking for more.
Good
Not gonna happen.
damage.
Traded out by Wild Oreo. Damage done. But more importantly, folks, Team Secret with a round.
We've got a round ever since the pistol. Yay!
Well, the second one, yeah. Which, I mean, is a gimme, right? That pistol. Should be.
Still, it's a good step forward. They had a 5v4, and they managed to convert it into a full round win.
Yeah. Good C's, chopping 2 players. You got a TP to the backward side of the choke as well. So just a bit of good coordination there from Team Secret.
I will wipe a bead of sweat off my eyebrow. Next
Okay,
round
can
coming
they
up,
get
and
2 in a
we're
row?
back to,
Danby gets
again,
the op
Ivy
out.
controlling middle, this time with Danby watching down the angles with op.
That's their way
Yeah,
of
we've only
dealing
really
with
been
mid
seeing a lot
now.
of jump spots come out from Team Secret. A Prowler here or
I
there.
mean, you would think
Don't
there's
spot
just
that
so much
immediately
util
or
that this guy never
actually
gets a
it's
shot
time
off.
to do. Danby's off the line. An operator
Prowler,
noted.
Boombot, fake
That's going
clone.
to have to be a
Fade
little
eye.
bit of a different
Another
look on
Prowler.
how Team Secret do want to challenge that, but you've already off-put him with that first shot of utility with the Prowler there.
That's big info as well. Now they know their next obstacle, Ivy, is somewhere nearby, especially with the grab net. Sonic sensor trip thanks to the clone. Now Team Secret looking to pinch. Danby, though, finds a shot against Envy. 2G still trying to lurk
it's
around Garage against his
devastating.
counterpart, but the grab net collects them in full. They will hunker down and spray, and Wild Oreo takes down Ivy.
Dude, imagine it was
Going
like
for the shot,
delayed by
Francis
about
recollecting in with
1
another
second,
sniper,
maybe even
and
2
now
seconds
back
because of
into it.
salvos.
The paranoia sent through and flushes them out of
Feels like
position.
it's done enough
Just Jeremy
anyway.
left alive.
Don't give him 3 1v1s.
He is all good because Danby snipes out of the position that Jeremy
I mean, Danby
least
winning the duel over
expects.
towards A
Good
is
recovery from
so
NONGSHIM
big.
in that round as well. You off-put Danby in middle, but he just immediately, switches guns, repositions towards the other side of the map to try and catch out your lurk, right? It's just good meandering around the map as well from
Okay,
them.
lost rounds
How
and they
they're
don't
playing
have
their
much
rotations
money.
and how they're playing their crossfires.
What do they
Again,
got?
it
Double
feels like
Stinger,
Ivy's
Guardian,
grab
Sheriff.
nets have always
One
been
main
good
gun.
for a kill in mid. Always
And the
up
person with the
that
ult, you
tower.
could argue
Now
maybe
Style,
should have one of the weaker
3
guns if you want to go
players
for like a
hit by it.
bucket
Yeah.
play.
So good.
That's the best
Last
gun.
round of the half now.
Wow.
Team Secret need to get this to 4. I'll be real.
Big smoke outside of Garage as well to keep Team Secret honest.
Dimensional Drift available for Jeremy. If they want to try and pass some information towards this B site, for example, you can then send in Wild Oreo behind it with the Showstopper. You would have to contend with the Sonic Sensors.
See, this guy keeps getting fast kills.
Now with the Dimensional Drift,
Back-to-back
I
rounds.
mean, Ivy will be spotted. Yeah, sure. Sensors to be tripped. Provides a little bit of a pathway in towards the site for Team Secret.
Especially with the showstopper. Paranoia sent through as
Yeah.
well. And look at this from NONGSHIM though, just completely avoiding all of it.
Oh, Ivy might.
Plant to go
It's
down.
nice.
5v4.
Gotta take the space
All right,
back.
you got a little bit of space, Team
Into
Secret.
the drone,
At least looking
spots
to
2,
make
so
their
now
way
do you
work
puff
around
towards
it.
heaven? Or
So
do you actually want to
holding
force
all
this?
of NONGSHIM
Oh
up
my
around
goodness,
defender
they go
spawn.
for
They
the
slide
old
through,
school,
and it's just Danby.
this flash is
to
nice,
decimate
man. This is
every
what
single
Sentinels
one of
used to
them.
do.
All assaulted around their ankles, and now Margaret to take space around heaven. Just Jesse Vash, and Unk tries to start things up, but
Oof, that's
unfortunately
nice.
to no avail. Francis
KO,
puts
damage,
Team Secret
Omen
down in this
flash.
first half.
Yeah, that's
NONGSHIM
a
are
pretty
good
sensational
on this map
defensive
floor.
path for NONGSHIM
Like
when
they're,
you consider that they lost the pistol the second round, and then
much as I
that
feel like
one
Team
round that comes
Secret
out that,
have
was
a
just
lot
little
to
bit of good
improve
coordination
on.
From Team Secret catching some players
I do feel like
over
NONGSHIM,
towards that A site.
like they got a lot better
It's all
within
throughout
the
this
week.
entire half, just so
The
much
switch
pressure
over
coming
from,
up from the likes of Francis.
The switch over to the
namely, with
Neon
the way
even.
that
It's
he's
looking kind of good now.
operating this deadlock. How many times did we see his grab net come into play? How many times did the Baron Mesh really push Team Secret off, or at least to bait them into pushing up mid even further.
Yeah,
Theo-
and again, for me,
Theo
it's
makes
a lot of the
your
timing
life
on,
just so easy.
on Francis's utility as well, right? How impactful a lot of those salvos timings have been, the
Armageddon.
combination of utility, clearing angles, and rotations. Just everybody on the side of NONGSHIM kind of delivering where they need to in some way, shape, or form. I want to see more from Team Secret, right? Going over onto this defensive side as well is not going to be too stellar for them, you might think. They're probably going to have to take a lot more
Wait,
risks
Trober's not
now
watching?
to be able to hold on to some lines, get in for some good traps, right? If you're trying to get some
His
good
team.
C's plays out, some good flash plays as well, you know, you want to try and be setting up
Must be busy today.
Wild Oreo here. You want to be setting up Jeremy. The look for me in this one as well is 2Gs,
So they only
Viper, right?
lose
Not
when
a lot
Trober's
of great
streaming.
timings and everything, like one or two good timings that he
Yeah.
had in that first half.
Hey, congrats to the fans for here for their first VCT live game ever. But yes, you're absolutely right, Komodo. It's been a bit of a talking point, I think, for both
He's
of us.
working an event. Oh, okay.
Not to put 2G too much on the hot seat, but he hasn't quite been living up to a lot of these expectations. You know, new IGL, playing certain roles, and especially the composition like this, you know, not quite finding the space that he needs to.
Shayo,
Now
hello
the
mate.
defensive
How you
side
doing?
hopefully be a
Shayo,
little
I was
better.
watching your
But at
I
the
was
same
watching
time,
your
for the likes of
stream
Wild
yesterday for
Warrior,
China. It was
he
really good.
just getting shut down as well, not being allowed to create that space.
Well, pistol round is going to be one of the more important
Okay,
ones
can
here for Team Secret.
Team Secret get another
They
pistol?
want to even try and get away for a win.
Jeremy crouched under, but unfortunately,
Well,
the NONGSHIM players up by the ledge. The crosses placement just gets somewhat thrown off.
And together as a team as well, right? Two players from NONGSHIM
the hell is that?
to get that kill.
You have a
And then they
Lub
just
pistol now?
renegotiate here.
Yeah.
Where
Wait,
else
was
do they
there a
wanna pivot around the
second?
map? I like the ambition, don't get me wrong, from Envy.
I didn't realize
but
that was a
it's
thing.
by himself.
Okay,
When did that come out?
might have found a little bit of.
Dude, I gotta open the game more, man. I never see
But
these
still
skins.
down, back in towards middle. Unfortunately, 2G just gives it over.
Dammy not going by himself here, by the way. Not overheating, waiting for the team, and then the space taken. Paranoia blinds both of them.
Yeah, you get info that there's
So
at
trying to take more
least
space,
one and B
especially
main. Poach is
recollect
playing really
themselves
good. Can he
around
get one?
Garage. If they can
Ooh,
take
that
down Pressure,
popping's
this fight might
nice.
be a little bit easier. Ivy and the rest of the team continue to push forward, which causes them
The
to
problem
take a
with
bit
this
of damage
is
as
they
well.
got the wall
Francis
over
holding
towards
down the line,
heaven,
will
so it
spot
ends
out
up
Jesse
them going
Vash,
through
thankfully
two
with
small
Margaret
choke
at
points.
hand.
And now they know where both
There's
of them
no
are.
pressure over
And
towards
instantly for
heaven.
that,
It's
the
another
crosshair
deadlock
placement in
masterclass.
place. Envy. He's been consistent so far all throughout the entire league, even though the losses come through. Can he frag himself out of the
Very
situation?
nice.
Not quite. Damby, as the duelists will take him down.
Pistol round for NONGSHIM. So, you know, first pistol goes to Team Secret in both maps, second towards NONGSHIM, but this one here has, well, much more of a anvil kind of thrown on towards Team Secret, right? Just placed and chunked down right on them, because now they drop the pistol. You know, if they go for the save, you're looking at an 11-3. You kind of incentivize them to maybe force up, considering that there were 3 kills found in the rounds. I don't know.
Bunny's
we'll see what
ripping
the
the house up.
idea
What are
is
you
here.
doing,
Yeah,
dude?
they go for the force.
And I do wonder if the mental game comes into play as well, given the pistol losses in the second half for the team, but we'll see how it goes. NONGSHIM trying to launch the assault. Bait some reactions out towards A.
All the space as well, already that NONGSHIM can start to play
Okay,
with.
force
at the
buy on
end.
defense. Stingers.
You can
Bucky.
re-pivot back towards B if you need to, because Wild Oreo is just
The
juggling
Apex
that
Stinger.
there. Then it'll now be conceded over towards the NONGSHIM lads.
Portal closed.
Team Secret getting a little bit curious towards the middle as well.
You need to see some corners cut from Team Secret in a round such as this one. Try to do something unexpected that NONGSHIM would not think of.
You've got the buys, 2GE with a Bucky.
Just refreshing these smokes at the top of the A tower.
Yeah, bit of an inkling that NONGSHIM are kind of more largely grouped towards this A site.
Yeah, the problem is it's only Jeremy in the A tower as well.
The big push over
He's coming
towards
in
B
now.
right
Yeah,
now.
but is that going to be enough?
Margaret's
for
gonna
the
lose the
Salvos in?
ghost, but gets
Okay, good
info.
little spray from
Honestly, they
Wilder
kind of get
towards
info
the
that
back,
there's
does
probably a
take out
4
one
stack
member,
here.
And here comes the push. Jeremy to launch the assault. The wall up does segregate
The weirdest
things.
Bucky duel
and that
ever.
allows for a bit of a frag coming through again. Envy, yet another one found. And now to block them out
Pasha
towards
got
Red. So
double
what is
on
this?
site.
A couple more kills found by the rifle
4
wielding
HP
members
to
from
10
NONGSHIM.
HP.
Down to
Oh my god,
just
this nade's
Wild Warrior,
scary.
who is rather low. The paint shell's almost blowing away
No
his speed,
way,
but
I still
Persia
can't even win
recollects
this as
himself,
well. It's so
recenters his aim,
close,
and
man.
takes down Wild Oreo to put NONGSHIM up to an 11th.
I don't know if Wild Oreo knew that he would be right back on towards that angle if he'd already
How does
collected
Bowser get the
spike
double
when
kill on
Paint
sight?
Shells went in, but just not able to get it. A lot of timings in this round, actually, with people you know, executing their opponents from the back. But the trade game, always, NONGSHIM kind of falling behind a little bit until the last little stages where they just find all the kills in the kill feed and bring that one back. One player surviving. That's the force buy, by the way, from Team Secret shut down. Now they have to play a little bit more cautiously, and most likely you would expect concede the series point.
One of the NONGSHIM players looking a little bit under the weather, but still being able to perform. Now looking to collect on towards map and series point. Ooh, Sonic sensor tripped.
Yeah, I'll put another one there. If you want to try and challenge and retake this one, well, I'm going to be more on a forward line. Paranoia is actually going to work a treat.
Okay.
But you don't get a kill on the back of that, unfortunately. You do get to some garage space, you know, sure. But NONGSHIM, a team that's not going to really care for that one. They're going to immediately call for a shift back towards the A site where the team was already starting to clear anyway.
And also shifts the weight onto the shoulders of Jesse Vash as well as Jeremy, where the weaponry not supporting them too much.
Wait, nice
However,
shot.
with the angles from Jeremy, he might be able to do some damage. Takes down Dambi.
Yeah, and that does mean the B is open though.
Then he might be good for one.
And does Margaret overextend? Because he's just stuck in this corner the whole time.
Every Team Secret player here
Prowler?
already. Prowler sent down might give
Prowler
them a
hasn't
clue,
cleared
so
him.
rotations moving forward.
Oh
How does the
god,
timing
that's
work
gonna
out?
keep them
Margaret
over towards A.
does find one.
No
Back into
way,
the
like
words,
how?
Rosen finds a second.
How do they
Unfortunate
win
for
some of
Envy.
these duels,
Margaret's
dude?
still alive. That's going to
2
do numbers
HP.
against Team Secret.
Now you've got a big open plant as well.
They know that he's somewhere nearby. If they could take him down, that could be a rifle picked up. But where is he?
Oh, look at this timing.
Well, they can't even find him.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately for Team Secret, Quack, they've got a lot of work to do now.
Okay, you know that he has to be bomb mid now.
Insurmountable.
No, guys.
They hop on over, and that's when Margaret shows up again!
Someone
Third
go
kill in
get
the
him.
round. 2 more for the ace. The spike still beeping away.
Margaret, don't tell me you're going to find a fourth.
Surely
Oh,
you
there
don't
it
get
is.
5.
Swap on over to
Oh
Heaven. He
my
finds the
goodness.
ace. Every
He should never have got
single
2.
head racked up in kills and knocks him up to
It
series
should have stopped at
points.
1.
Great little moment of brilliance to come out just individually from him there. It doesn't matter that it is the lesser weaponry, right? He's still navigating
at
all
the
the
second
angles,
kill.
playing it very wisely. A bit of luck, I'll admit, onto the one
God.
onto Envy, but the rest of them just on the right angle, at the right time, the right timing to re-push, and
Well.
this last one, I mean, it's 2 HP for that one, right? Really unfortunate. Now, map and series point, 12-3.
9.
Map is 9 of those. That's
That's rough.
That's not a good number for Team Secret.
Quick maps. Yes, Team Secret very well could be their final buy.
It's the judge out on attack.
Desperately
to
trying
finish
to
it
hold on
off.
to control.
Ooh.
While Loria will be able to walk away with 1 frag.
Oh, he might actually get some here.
Yet again.
Oh, but Dambi will do what he just does as well.
Nah, man,
Slides
chill.
on forward
Oh,
and finds
God.
the second one as well. Down on towards Envy, who unfortunately gets taken down by Francis with the trade protocols coming up from NONGSHIM.
Oh, well, Oreo, you got to try and get ahead of the curve here. You're nowhere near Jesse Vash to get any trades.
He
You're
attempts
taken
for it, but
down.
unfortunately, yes, the
Well.
heads-up duel handed over on towards Persia. Just Jesse Vash left alive, and he tries to take more space
There it
around
is.
Garage, but the door gets shut in his face. The final score
Yeah, they're
on
looking
the
13 they're looking a lot better with a bit more practice on the Neon now. They've decided to get rid of the Waylay.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely.
I like this
chuffed
comp
that they're
though. They
able
make
to pick up this
the
one
make their
quite
deadlock look really
convincingly
strong.
as well, right? We're sort of questioning the loss against Talon. The T1
So rough
loss
for
that
Team
they did
Secret
have.
at the
that
moment.
was a pretty
Like
close
that.
series, I will admit. That one got me extremely excited.
They're-
So now they'll see
okay,
themselves on this
it
2-2
can't be fun
mark to
being
see
in that
how they're
team
gonna
right now.
perform against Zeta Division, because you got to remember, Team NONGSHIM are in this sort of spot where
Secret?
if they do get
Yeah,
these
I
match
think they
wins,
gotta
they
do
do
something.
qualify towards the playoffs.
Yeah,
I
definitely
think
looking
they
for
gotta
that
do
win.
something.
The performance this week looking
They're
far
down so
better
much. They gotta
as
change
compared to
something.
last week's against Talon.
What happened
The
for stage
improvements
2?
went,
There'll be
especially
enough
when you just
time.
stick Dambi
I
on
don't know
here.
what it
You
is.
know Big Time's gonna love
I
that.
just think
but
something has
also
happened.
for Francis and Ivy to step up so much more as well.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
Francis
just-
on
it's
map
just
number 1
been
had
too
an
long.
absolutely impactful performance, and on this
It's
map still
just been
carrying
too
it over.
long.
But for Ivy, really, really pivotal on a lot of that utility to come out on the deadlock.
Yeah, it's just incredible performance, especially with how they were able to pilot that around the maps, especially on towards Split. So, of course, allowing them to take their bow, we do have to say goodnight to Team Secret, however, so hopefully seeing a little bit more of them from Stage 2, but for now, it's just the NONGSHIM story all the way through, where we head it over onto the victory interview.
And that is NONGSHIM REDFORCE for you guys with the clean 2-0 win. Up on the stage, I'm gonna have Francis. Come on over here, Francis. Massive congrats. Now, with this win, you guys boost your playoffs hopes. So can you talk to us about how it feels to finally get that second win on the board? 프란시스 선수 너무 축하드리고요. 사실 오늘 불안 요소가 있었던 경기였고 또 그만큼 부담감도 있었을 텐데 2승 신고한 소감부터 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 이번 경기를 졌으면은 플레이오프 가서도 위험한 포지션에서 시작하기 때문에 굉장히 중요한 경기라 생각해서 일단 이겨서 다행입니다.
This game was crucial for us, partly because even if we do make it to playoffs, it's going to put us in a dangerous position, not a great place to be in the playoffs. So it really does mean a lot, and I think it just means more than just one win up on the board for us. Now, it kind of looked like things were getting a little bit stagnant for you guys, you know, but you guys snapped out of that losing skid. So what did you guys think that you guys needed to fix? What were the solutions that you guys came up with? 상당히 킥오프에 비해서 약간의 침체기를 맞이했나 하는 의견도 있었거든요. 팀끼리는 어떤 진단을 내렸는지도 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 예전 어센션에서는 네온 메타였기 때문에 저희가 확실히 메타에서부터 우위를 가지고 했었는데 요즘은 메타가 확실히 변하기도 했고 저희가 근데 그 메타에 적응을 못한 것 같아서 저번 탈론전 끝나고 나서 메타에
kind of confirmed these four. It's just a matter of who goes well.
이번 경기에 적용해서 한 것 같습니다.
Well, back when we were competing in Ascension, I mean, we had the upper hand when it came to the mainstream meta, just because Neon was the agent that you should go for. But you know, with the upcoming current meta, we thought maybe we need to adapt a little bit more. So after our talent series, we really talked about how we can thrive in the current meta and make sure that we adapt to what other people were doing. And I think it really showed in today's match. Now, it's times like this, of course, you need to come up with solutions in-game, but it's also important to keep the morals high. So, you know, what were the talks? What were the vibes like as well? 일단 뭐 진단을 내리는 것도 중요한데 사실 팀으로서 팀 분위기를 유지하는 것도 굉장히 중요했을 것 같아요. 그동안 팀끼리는 어떤 얘기를 하면서 오늘의 승리를 준비했을까요?
일단 퍼시픽에 오고 나서부터 저희 팀 분위기가 약간 좀 어센션보다는 간절함이 떨어진 것 같아서 감독 코치진 쪽에서 엄청 동기부여 해주시고 그렇게 다독여 주셔서 잘 이끌어온 것 같습니다.
I feel like compared to Ascension, we weren't getting the same level of motivation. So, you know, our coaching staff kind of stepped in and told us, hey, we can do this and make sure to keep being motivated and never lose that type of fuel in ourselves. And I think that was the final touch that we needed. Well, good luck because you have that Zeta game before making it to playoffs. And for the fans on site, there will be NONGSHIM fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby. So make sure you join them and give them good energy for the upcoming game.
Did you guys think we'll make Toronto?
오늘 인터뷰
Yeah,
감사하고요.
third slot is
선수 다음
pretty
경기도
open.
화이팅하시고 또
I think
1층에서
DRX T1 are
팬들을 위한
okay.
팬미팅이 준비되어 있잖아요. 팬미팅도 화이팅 해주시길 바라겠습니다. 관객 여러분들께서는 또 농심 팬미팅 참여하셔서 많은 응원과
we'll see
또
though.
다음 경기를
Like
위한
if Boom win
힘을
this,
부여해
it's
주시길
really
바랄게요.
open.
저희는 이제 인터뷰 마치고 팬미팅 하러 가시고 저는 다음 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
Yeah, and if Boom win this, they look at the group again. Boom win this, they go top of their group. It's Genji. Let's think Genji would then have to play DRX.
NONGSHIM
They would
finding
win
a
the
little
head-to-head.
bit of their former selves once again with this
Oh,
match
it will
versus
get
Team
weird as well.
Secret. Unfortunately, we have to address the big news about this is that Team Secret cannot qualify for playoffs any longer. And
Boom get this. If Boom win this,
was just
they're
a
100%
very,
top
very
seed. I don't think so, right?
questionable
Because
match
can't
on
Gen
their
G
side.
just win?
Yeah, to some extent. I don't know. I'm surprised they
Because
went
if
with the
Boom
comp that
then,
they
oh
went
okay,
with. I
you're saying that they
understand,
100% beat
in
the
some
FM.
cases,
Honestly,
like why they would play double duelists. It seemed like Jeremy
saying
had a
it's
good
100%,
opening
but I
game
see
on
where
the
you're coming
Yoru, and they
from.
wanted to start to pick up the Yoru a little bit more going into
Nocolo
these
with the
weeks.
Prime, thank you
While
so
Dorio
much.
has played a fair bit of Raze in his
Boom will
career,
have the
so I
head-to-head.
understand
Yeah,
putting him on that agent, but he didn't have a fantastic
Gen G
series
would
on the Raze or
have the
the
head-to-head if that
chamber
happens as well.
in this case. But I really just question
That's
how
all
they
I'm
played a
thinking,
lot
but
of their attacking side. They knew they would have
Boom
to
would have
play
to mess
a
up, or
attack
DFM
side
would have
split.
to get a
You
lot
look at
better
other
within
teams
2
that
weeks.
play this comp, you know, or other double duelist comps, for example, Raze Yoru. The thing that you do have is a lot of burst potential, but every round was painfully slow. I felt like we were watching Pearl again, where Pearl is a slow
yeah,
map on
Boom,
the
you're
attacking
right,
side,
Boom
but
beat
even with this comp that has so much
Gen
burst
G.
potential, every round was coming down to the last
Yeah, 'cause it
15
was
to
the
20
first week.
seconds.
Oh,
and
okay.
It just didn't
Dude, then
really
they're
feel like there was
fine.
strong decision making and strong calling on that attacking side.
Yeah.
And that's where NONGSHIM
Dude,
does
if
their
Boom
best work,
win
because
this,
they
that's
have all of
nuts.
these players that are
Then
so
they'd be one game
fantastic
away
at
from.
anchoring sites and
They'd be
playing
one
well
win away from
positionally,
Masters
and
as
they
well.
were just
They would
able
get
to
the
play to
first
their
seed,
strengths
they
and
get
win
the
the
buy,
defensive
and then
side
they just
fairly
have to win
cleanly.
one more
Yeah,
game.
I mean, I feel like in theory they should have had the tools, right? When you're playing double duelists, as we say, you have that strong
cool.
burst. You're able to go so fast, and that's what you need to be able to do against
They're
Deadlock
2 wins
Viper.
away.
If you slow the game down
That's it.
yourselves,
They're
the
actually only
Deadlock,
2
the
wins
Viper
away
just
from
get
going
even more
to
comfortable,
Masters.
and I felt like that's what we saw all the way through this game. You know, especially that first half, 9-3, so dominant from NONGSHIM. I thought NONGSHIM played great. We see Margaret up there top in the scoreboard, 17-10, including that cheeky little ace he got, so he'll be happy with that one. Envy on the other side there, but once again, it's not enough for Team Secret, and they are now out of playoff
First seed
contention.
gets a
Yeah, it
buy,
was
second and
quite
third go to the upper
disappointing,
bracket, and
especially
fourth
when
go
you
lower.
saw
Yeah,
that
it's
there was a lot of very interesting things, as you guys were saying,
one,
with this composition. It's just that
2 plays
why did
3,
it feel like they weren't confident in
plays
what
2,
they chose? Why did it
and
feel
then
like they
4 and
weren't
4
confident
weighing
in the
lower
map pick
bracket
and in
with
the agent
1-1.
comp? You're absolutely right in that.
And then
it
whoever
felt
wins
as if they
this
were playing with,
is
yes,
through
you're
to
saying this right.
Masters.
You
To
know,
be upper
I'm
bracket,
growing my
you
own
lose, you go
ecosystem.
down to lower final. It's 3rd place no matter what.
It felt like, going back to the sad news, guys, sad
Kind
news.
of crazy.
It felt like they weren't confident at all in their choices, which was
Toronto
really,
this month,
really, you know,
it
not
is
comfortable to watch.
end
in
of
any point
May,
in that
right?
map.
Or
It seemed to me like it was a little bit of a
When
crumble
is it?
carried over from map 1, right? They started so strong on map 1.
Maybe it
and then
doesn't even
fell
start in May,
apart,
maybe it
and they
starts in
stopped
June.
playing the kind of Valorant that we
Like
know that
June
they're
the
able to
5th
do,
or
and I
something?
didn't feel like they were ever able to reset up
saying
all
June
the
the
teams.
8th?
I mean, which
That
has
sounds
been an
about
issue
right.
for them.
Yeah.
Even in kickoff,
7th,
they were
8th.
winning map 1s, and then things were going downhill.
lovely.
So I think at
Right,
the end
chat
of the
back
day,
in a little bit.
we have seen some good stuff from Team Secret, but they just haven't got a win on the board. For the most part, it's been underwhelming. They don't really seem to have a strong team identity. They're flexing around different players in different roles and trying different comps, trying to find what works. They need a fundamental rework in towards stage 2, whether it's roster changes or something other, because this has just not been something that's worked for Team Secret. They've tried to keep things consistent. They've tried to maintain the majority of the same roster from the end of last year, where they did almost make it to the big stages right at the end of the year, but 2025 is a very far way away from that, so it's time to see something different from Secret. Over on the side of NONGSHIM, though, good to see Margaret having a good game yet again. Like I said, they played a slower comp on both maps, really, NONGSHIM, and once again put the onus on Danby to be the faster element. And I think that that's what they're talking about when you had that interview with Francis, is like leaning back into the style that works for them. This is what I wanted to see from NONGSHIM. They didn't need to reinvent the wheel. They just needed to tweak Danby's role and put him on more comfortable agents. And when you have Francis at the helm, this man is a monster in the server. He is one of the best IGLs in Pacific, especially for his rookie year. He is really, really good, and he's very comfortable on Teo as well, which is super, super valuable to have.
Yeah, we were talking about this back in the green room. The way he was able to use that Teo was somewhat freeing reminiscent. I kind of felt like, I feel like he really understood the agent.
Yeah.
And he was able to call so well from it. You know, he played a great game today.
It's a little different to freeing, because for me, freeing, the way that he uses it, he's like a big fragger, right? And
Yeah,
Francis
not
does
aggressive.
frag with the thing is, that makes it interesting about the way that Francis plays Teo is exactly what you said. It's like the way that you control the game with the Teo. You're the IGL, and on defense, like, take Pearl A main, for example. They're trying to take A main control. You can stop them taking A main control and then call the rotations from there, or you can read what the other team is going to do and actually use the Teo utility to kind of direct the flow of the game. So that's what I really like about how Francis plays the Teo.
Yeah, he definitely controlled the tempo the whole way through.
Yeah.
He's able to lead so well from there.
Unfortunately, this means, again, that Team Secret is out of playoffs, but we do want to, you know, congratulate them still for being a part of Stage 1. Hopefully, this means to Stage 2, we're seeing a lot more innovation from them. For NONGSHIM, I feel like, hey, if it ain't broke, you don't need to move anything. You can just keep on putting Dambi on Neon. That's totally fine. There's that Filipino representation. We'll put it in there, okay? We'll put it in there. It's okay. But we do have one more series. We have DRX and BOOM coming right up. So don't go anywhere. We're off to a short break, and we will be back with 2 undefeated teams here on VCT Pacific Stage 1.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We have DRX versus BOOM ESPORTS right now. 2 of our undefeated teams. Well, that's not going to last very long. One of these win streaks is going to come to an end by the end of today.
I mean, game of the week could be game of the season, if you're asking me, the way these 2 teams are playing. Both top of the table at 3-0. I don't think it gets much more exciting than this. I think this is effectively the battle to see who is going to top Group Alpha.
DRX has got the big win streak going on. They haven't lost in Pacific yet. Only when they go internationally have they faltered. So this is going to be an interesting one because, as you can see here, Bane is back in the roster. Bane and Estrella coming in. No flashback here. And that really opens up a whole can of worms. What style will they play? who's going to be in what roles. Is Termi overcooking or is he a genius? These are all questions that will be answered today. Is DRX just handicapping themselves because they need to find a way to lose? It's too easy.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many angles we can look at this, right? I think the first angle is you can change your style now. You can go back to double initiator to counter the prep that Boom might bring you. There's also another angle. Now you're safe in playoffs. You can give everybody some time, really settle a roster, a full 6-man roster in before your time in playoffs. Who knows what Termi's cooking, but it smells good to me right now.
What does it smell like? I'm wondering.
It's fragrant. It's lavender.
It's lavender.
It's
the
like
kind of
fruity
dish
notes.
though. It's the kind of dish like risotto or something. If you don't stir it, if you like leave it on the bottom, it's going to start to burn. It's going to start to overcook.
Oh no.
It's close.
Oh, yeah. But what's that I smell? I also smell this distinct, you know, nasi rendang or indomie. It's Boom Esports here, and they are the best performing SCA team so far. And I didn't think I'd be saying that at this stage in VCT Pacific, but with their performance last week, how terrifying were those options?
I mean,
come on.
I smell heat. I smell spice.
You
I smell
sambal.
fire.
Sambal.
Like, what this team is cooking is hot and spicy. There's no two ways about it. 3-0 when, you know, not many people would have predicted this going in. They've looked unbelievable to say how little amount they've had to play. You know, they dropped out of kickoff so fast compared to DRX, but they've turned this around heading into stage 1. We see big wins on the board there against Gen.G, Global, and PRX, but now today they face their ultimate test.
Time to make some excuses though. Gen.G just changed players. Okay, Global Esports had a bad week, and PRX has had a bad season so far in 2025. This is a first real test. If they beat DRX as well, oh, by the way, we're changing players. That doesn't count either. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a Boom hater. Boom have been very good, and I will say they are a spicy team, but they've added a little bit of mildness as well. They've got now Fields coaching them. You know, you got a little bit of British, like, all right, let's calm down, guys. Let's not over peak in the XVX. And that's what's impressing me about Boom. They're showing good structure and some great discipline, and they've worked on a lot of my biggest issues with Boom is trouble closing out games, throwing advantageous situations, and it really feels like they're better organized and they're playing the fundamentals better than they ever have before.
I mean, you might be onto something there, because Shiro also did mention that DRX, they look at them as one of the final bosses here in VCT Pacific. And even though they have found their stride, and it looks like they're just walking down the halls, being the Boom Reaper here, but you know, DRX, that's a whole other machine that you're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, DRX are an institution here in Korea, especially when it comes to Valorant. Boom are the underdogs, you know, they are the ones that, the newcomers on the scene, you would say, coming up from that ascension. But I think they have it all to prove, they have it all to play for, and they don't have any stress, any pressure. They've already made it to playoffs now, so it's about can you top that group? So they just need to try and get over that last hurdle today. But one person we have to talk about is Famous.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I saw what he was doing in last week's performance, it didn't feel real at some point, you know? Just look at these shots here.
Yeah, Famous is an operator force right now. He's always been solid with it. The issue with Famous has always just been his agent pool at times and inconsistency. Sometimes he's gone missing in a lot of bigger games, but particularly this season in Pacific so far. In stage 1, this man has been an absolutely oppressive force on multiple agents. Even upping on Phoenix on Ascent, he is able to have so much impact, and I'm really wondering if any team is going to shut him down. Is it going to be DRX with this in-it style? I mean, look at that! 31 kills with the op, and if you look at the top of your screen as well, first on the usage and first in win percent when they buy the operator. Boom is operator abusers. Op abusers.
I mean, they really well and truly are. And I mean, I think this is going to be a huge key point for this game today is can DRX shut down Famous? Can they stop this man from getting the op? Can they stop him from destroying you with
I mean, they've added another initiator just to nerf Famous. Let's get Sober Drone, let's get Teo missiles, throw everything at him. Do not let him shoot the op.
That's like all directed at Famous,
so
right? They're
far
like,
ahead in
don't
terms of
let
op
this
kills.
man get any shots in. But that's an interesting point, right? You're dealing with a DRX that is going through a little bit of a experimental phase, I guess, in the roster. So I'm wondering, right? You know, is
Like the pin.
this the DRX that we're seeing
Seems
for the
like
rest of the season?
Estrella and
Are they really
Bane-
going for the 6-man
Wait.
roster, and can they
Estrella and
manage it?
Bane
That's
are
a big
playing
question.
today, and
I
Flashback
don't think
is
they
not.
fully decided
Oh,
on who
no.
they want to play in
Right.
the playoffs
What's
yet,
going
and I
on
think
over
that's
there?
partly what this is this is doing some testing to see how Bane is going to play with Estrella. And I also think a big part of it is now you can run double initiator very easily.
Dude, it
against
looked,
Famous, who loves that up. But you know, I have
It looked
to
good
say,
with Flash.
like
Well,
in some ways I like it.
no, it
for
did look
DRX,
good with
in some
Flashback
ways
and
I don't.
Estrella.
Rotating with 6 people is a difficult thing to pull off seamlessly.
I mean, so far they just haven't lost, so it's hard to criticize them. But if there was another team that wasn't as successful as DRX, adding extra players into their roster, throwing a player who would never play Duelist before into double Duelist on every map, I would be like, these guys have lost their damn mind. But Termi stay winning. I can't criticize the GOAT right now. They're undefeated in Pacific. So until they start falling off, or maybe they overcook a little bit and lose a series or two that's important, then I'm just going to watch in awe and realize I know nothing about Valorant, and Termi is way smarter than I am.
No, absolutely. That's why he's there in the coach's seat, and that's why you both are now here on the Yapper desk, okay?
out
I
your
just want to
spite.
point out, by the way, that big time, you have
Yeah,
2
it's an
of
odd
Boom
one.
Esports over here on your team
do
for
indeed.
our Build a Different by Acer and Intel, and you have 2 on the side of DRX, so
Yeah.
just putting that there in case you guys want to favor one side or the other. But that's also a big question for me. Is there an underdog in this match? Because it doesn't seem like there is
Boom.
at
Yeah,
this point.
I would still say Boom.
It has
Really?
to be Boom. Yeah, they're playing fantastic, but like I said, they've played 3 teams that have made changes or performed weakly so far. I will admit they played well in kickoff and they almost did knock T1 in the opening round, but realistically, guys, this is group stage performance against some teams that have had reasons to underperform or have looked shaky. So they still do need to beat DRX relatively convincingly and still have a good
The
placement and
comps
win
are
something.
getting spicy
and,
as well.
And until that point, you got to say,
Hey,
like,
what are
it's a
the
good couple of
maps?
games, guys, but we
Thank you.
still have more
Lovely
work
timing.
to do here.
I think you're huffing the copium. I can't. I think when you watch
Like
them
an
play,
Ascent.
they've been fantastic. But
They
we
have
do
been good.
We do have the map veto coming in now. We see DRX ban Pearl, which I think is a solid ban for DRX. Boom haven't looked good on that map. And we see Boom continue
Icebox?
to ban Split, as we're used to seeing.
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah, you
I
can
mean,
go a
it's
little
their
bit
Pearl,
crazy on
yeah.
Icebox at the moment.
Yeah, DRX don't really like Pearl, so that's not surprising. They haven't had a lot of success on it.
Icebox
Icebox going to be
Haven.
the pick here for DRX. It's an interesting one, and Boom just going to stick with what's worked for them well, which is the Haven pick recently.
Yeah, they
We've
look very
seen
comfy
the
on
double
Haven.
duelist from DRX on that map, so that's an
And then
interesting one to
Ascent.
go towards. And Ascent as the decider. DRX picks attack. They do not pick defense.
So
on
I'm-
Ascent as the 3rd map decider.
As a Boom believer, I'm a little bit scared in this veto because
Yeah,
Boom have
I
not
feel like
played
the-
Icebox in a long
the
time.
Icebox
Yes, they haven't
Ascent
played
looks
it
nice
since
for
the Ascension
DRX.
Grand Final, by the way.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, I think Haven can be good for them, but then we go to Ascent. They looked great against Gen G, but then against PRX, I feel like PRX were able to have the answers. And if PRX were going to find the answers, I think so will DRX. So what are we going to adapt and change? But map 1, as we say, this is a strange pick for me.
Do you think it's really strange though? Because again, Boom haven't played this in a while. They have so
Boom could
much
be-
time to cook here.
Boom could be
and
good
as for
on this
DRX,
map.
they are dealing again with that
They go up
little bit
against
of a
the
roster
unknown.
identity, which is, you know, I'm not sure if
Jet.
I'm very comfortable with this
I
kind
mean,
of
if they want
go with the
Famous to
flow, new
upload, you
spontaneous
could go for a
DRX.
chamber.
That never really was.
They could
Termi's
try the
style as
chamber
well.
vice.
This seems like a counter pick, right? They know that Boom haven't played this.
Well, yeah, you're
The chamber
forcing
vice
Boom
is
to-
kinda
you're saying,
underrated
show
on
me
this
your
map.
Icebox, because we just have not seen it at the end of the day. They're also putting Bane in, which is a Sova player, whereas Australia doesn't really play as much Sova. They didn't really have someone who played as much Sova as Bane, and this is a Sova map. They're playing some other maps, which could be Sova maps. Ooh, 50-50 is an interesting
50-50
one.
once again. A stark comparison to predictions from the last time we were here on Pacific.
Oh, 50-50.
Wow!
Ooh.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Wait, what?
I mean, that goes
Is
to
that
show
actually
how
right?
good
Oh,
both of these
that's-
teams are.
that's kinda
This is how
sick.
close this game is. I think this is the one, you know, phone up your friends, phone up your auntie, your mother, get them all here for this game. This is the one everybody wants to see.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm like, Mom, it's DRX and it's Boom Esports. You better be watching now. I'm gonna call up my grandma. I'm gonna be like, Lola, it's Boom and DRX. You better be watching right now. Do the same thing because we're gonna send it to the stage right now for our 2 undefeated teams. It's gonna be DRX and Boom Esports.
Favorite Pokemon? It kind of goes between Cubone and Gengar. I think they're like my two favorite.
Rise Pacific. DRX.
Jigglypuff the goat.
Pacific's current kings have found their latest star, with Australia added to the
Cubone,
roster. DRX are
Cubone's,
looking as indomitable
Cubone's
as
sick,
ever.
dude.
But is the six-man roster
Cubone's a
something
beast.
they can manage as playoffs draws closer and closer?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm
he's
interested to see what they're going to be bringing today. Bringing Bane back into the roster. They are in experimentation phase, and I want to see what kind of style they're going to be bringing and what roster they end up going with.
Yeah, it's a big question indeed, because DRX, they're not exactly known for being that experimental. So perhaps this is indeed another chapter in this new age of DRX. But their opponents, the hungry beasts of Indonesia in BOOM ESPORTS, and they just keep on going and going, win after win
Bane's
after
back
win,
foot.
even against some of
I
the heaviest
think-
hitters of Pacific. That
I don't know,
firepower
let's see how he
that's long
plays.
been brewing in the
Give him
tier
a
2
chance.
scene is coming into its full power
I
right
think
now. And
off.
BOOM, they
I
just seem
think
to
from the
be getting
get-go, I
better as the
prefer
opponents
the
get even tougher.
flashback.
Boom have been the ones to watch in
Five,
stage 1
but
for me. I
we'll
love
see.
how they play. They've become more disciplined. They still have
done
insane
to-
firepower,
I'm done to
and I
change
do
my
think they
mind.
have some of the best prep we've seen in the league. Part of me wonders is if this change to put Bane back in is to disrupt some of this great prep that we've seen from Boom, because it's hard to anti-strat if you change players at the last second. That's a huge thing, but this
that
Boom
is
roster
true.
have been going from strength to
They're
strength.
a
looking
heavy
atop the group
anti-strat
today.
team, and
Yeah,
they
and as
changed
we see
the.
the coaches walk
FF.
out here, it is very important to touch on that. This is a round-robin format. You have time to prepare for your opponent. You have time to anti-strat, and we've seen plenty of these teams with great approaches and great prep, whether they're successful teams in the league or whether even there's some teams that are not having as much success. Every team has shown the ability to prepare a map really well and have a great approach.
Yeah, and I think historically, DRX have been one of the easier teams to read. Quite notoriously, they don't make huge drastic changes. They follow pretty simple protocols and pretty simple styles, but I think they've thrown a real spanner in the works with this roster change today. So, that's the benefit of that six-man roster, of you have a lot more flexibility, but how's Bane going to look after he's had a week out? He has to refine some footing back on the stage.
Easy to read, I would agree, but then there's the protocol that DRX always has, which is, pretty hard for even the best teams to get through, right? But BOOM ESPORTS,
Prediction?
this chaotic energy that they bring,
I
this
don't know, so I mean,
instinctive
I went
kind
with
of on-the-fly
DRX
energy is
in my
something that
pick'ems.
C teams are notorious for.
I don't know if
and
I'm
it's
like
something that DRX
changing it
actually
because
knows how
of
to manage
the
quite well
change
in
off of
Pacific's
flashback
past
in.
and all the way into this stage.
I
So
think
they'll
it's
know what to
2-1
expect,
to
but are they
DRX
prepared for that for those
with
individual
Boom winning
pop-ups that
Haven.
can happen, as we've seen?
That would
Yeah,
be
it's
my
one
guess.
thing to know what's coming, and it's another to be
But
able to deal with it. I mean,
honestly,
Famous
if
has
I'm
been
Boom, I'm kind of enjoying the
unstoppable with
fact
this
that they're
operator,
changing
so you know
rosters.
he's going to try and pick it up.
Whoa,
Coming
what?
is- Wait, what is happening?
DRX.
Yo!
Freeing is on Yoru. He's never played Yoru before, and he's on the duelist role now. Bane
Wait,
on Teo,
Bane
so
Teo.
not just one player on the one-trick Teo. He has never played Teo before, by the way, because Freeing's always been on the Teo.
can I change
And
my
this is
answer to
Australia's
Boom
third
2-0?
game of Killjoy.
Wow.
They are just flipping the roles on their head.
I'm worried that risotto's burning for Termi now. It's not smelling quite as good. Over on Boom, a very similar style, but running the KO instead of that Yoru. Something a lot more simple, but still prioritizing that
Yoru.
KO. But for DRX, what is
No
happening here? This is a
Sova.
huge different look.
They're sticking to the double duelist.
I mean,
no
it's
matter
not
what
too
map, No
bad.
matter what their
With the
roster
fast
is, they
rotate
are
out.
trusting the same style. So that answers the question. We're not changing the
You
roster.
lack
to
a
change
you
the
lack a
style.
lot
We're
with the
just trying different players.
Sova.
What is happening in the kitchen?
But I
we are
guess-
going to
I
find
guess you can
out
just
as we
flash
head
everything.
into the fridge, into Icebox with Quackmodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yeah, straight into the fridge, and with our food critics Quack and Komodo. Have you got anything gathered for us, Komodo?
Is there too many cooks in the kitchen right now for DRX? That is one thing that we've got to find out with evidently what we're seeing here
First
with
agents.
this.
Is it too many
lineup to
cooks?
come on through,
Isn't
but
is
for
there
the
too many
Boom
cooks?
guys
Is it
as
not
well, if
just
you can't beat 'em,
Termi
join 'em,
solo
opting
cook?
for NONGSHIM's agent lineup in this
Doing
one,
some
because the
mad
last
stuff.
time they actually played this map was in that Ascension Grand Final.
Doesn't feel like
against
it's too
the then
many, it's just him
SVG, now
doing-
NONGSHIM. Different looks
He's
at the
got-
comp
he's
as
got a
well,
plan.
slight deviation in a player of that one, but we got change of player over on DRX as
I
well.
will say,
Player into this
historically,
one.
if we just
Now
look at this
you're
year,
seeing, you know,
DRX
Bane coming
do
back on in,
normally
Flashback
have
is out, so
pretty
it
good
changes who's on
stuff
what roles in this map, which is
when they
really,
play new
really
comps.
interesting. It's not like Freeing hasn't played duelist before, but yeah, not a Yoru.
Could be a bit of a headache for Boom for sure, but we'll see how it all plays out. It is
Boom
DRX. It is
start on
the
attack,
return of the
DRX start on
Pacific
defense.
Kings up against Boom,
Double
who have
Sheriff,
made
triple
their whole
goals
way
for
up Mount
DRX.
Doom. Who's gonna come out on
I also
top?
think
The match
maybe DRX
starts
change a lot
now.
up because again Boom is pretty good
Boom,
anti.
the
Who knows?
beasts of Pacific right now. Attacking side, and immediately Australia ducking down in the server, IRL. Don't want to get headshot like that.
Right, good information at least.
He's did good to stay alive,
see,
really.
Killjoy is a very different agent compared to Vise after all, although they
Yeah,
are
so
both
they show
sentinels.
pressure over towards middle. They got the
Oh, you gotta
passive
remember
turret
Flashback
though.
was the one that played Killjoy on this map.
Oh, Mako.
There's some timing here on both the chords.
Crept all the way up, but yes, more importantly, Boom on the attacking side have already set themselves up around 410, especially with the flash in as well. So trying to get more space.
Wait, timing
but
over
cut
towards
off
B.
by the toxic screen.
Oh, NC Slasher.
Yeah, they could definitely go
Dispatch
back
of
here because
Bane
DOS
for
9
the
is a
first
free
line, and
kill.
DOS 9 aware that Marco has slipped through. That's going to be an open B site ready for the rotate.
Yeah, fantastic pickups, and also quite aware of mid as well. Look at how he's blocking that off with the Poison Cloud. So Freeing, not quite able to passage his way through. And you also have Hyunmin already somewhere up towards
And Famous has just shifted into playing this lurk role now because they've already opened the space. They don't need him. Damage delivered, damage set in stone.
Hyunmin, though, still trying to do what he can. Does fine and walk away with another kill. 2 kills now so far, but still.
Okay, very nice from Boom on this one.
NC
DOS
Slasher
9 did
will
great.
pick up
Inserts
pistol
himself
back.
over towards here.
Yeah,
Turret
Boom with the
info of the
pistol on
pass
this
and
one.
flanking, which I think was
Looking to
Mako.
bring some consistency.
And then
if you
easy
had
call.
told me
Just get the
that
kill,
Boom
bring
were
his
gonna be
team
one
back.
of the teams to get in our 3-0 bracket, to potentially even go 4-0 over DRX.
Boom? You mean the team that like placed second in
The
Ascent?
team that wasn't, by all intents and purposes, supposed to be in Pacific.
Yes, and then they also took down like Gen G, Paper X even.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now they've got the skin bundle in the game as well.
That you've also bought up.
Yep.
Very nice. Lovely support for the Pacific Ascension teams, but right now it is Boom with the pistol pickup and also Boom with the guns. Hyunmin does have a Marshal, and he's positioned all the way towards yellow though.
DOS 9, yeah, he's
Rounds
so
again,
good.
You just do not want to give DRX an inch because they'll take a mile. Kind of curious still to see how these role shifts are going to look for them, how active Freeing is going to be on this Yoru, how supportive Bane is going to be on the Taeho.
Be a really huge test for Boom if they're able to string up more rounds together. Right now, at least doing their due diligence with the stealth drone.
Yeah, just no traps yet being established from DRX. Just stacking up together with
Well,
numbers. Ooh,
Yoru
ready for
flash into a big
a
swing.
bit of a cheeky play.
Famous steps himself down. It's in with Shiro and the Stinger. Famous pops back up, and they continue to just spray and pray their way into the site.
Yep, and now Hyunmin is on the other side of the map, so maybe you can see if you can do any liquor damage with the Marshal, but Prob's not. Could even see a world in which DOS 9 can just take this in towards the next round as well, right? They didn't invest everything into this round. They've left him with all the money needed.
Till it expires. Now he's just carefully clearing the angle. Slice the pie. Unfortunately, he's going to get sliced instead. That's a quad for Famous, and he's now third
Yeah,
away
it's an
from
incredible
Blainstorm.
start.
I'd be very interested to see if the strategy of Boom is to get the operator in the hands of him as quick as possible, and this is why DOS 9 is holding some of the money. That would be something on the attacking side of Icebox. But now is the test to see what DRX's defenses do look like and how they want to be maneuvering around the map, right? That's going to be one of the affordances for them with this Yoru. You can shift around the map very quickly.
Okay, the upgrade of the Outlaw. Oh, is tempted. Okay, it decides against it. Would have been 3 people they can one-shot. Does Boom decide to keep it real slow, or are we still
They've been having success on towards the
pop
site,
the
so
dash
why not do it
early?
again?
Salvo,
0 point,
flash,
catching some numbers.
inside of the
Gonna be
jet.
forcing off Bane and Hyunmin. So you get some information as Boom on where they are currently.
But also for Boom to backtrack themselves in towards middle. DOS 9 could pull off something sneaky.
Yeah, just spreading your wings at the moment as Boom. Nobody is
Okay, does the drone...
extremely
Okay.
far forward except
I was gonna say, does the drone jump to clear
Drones
this?
as well.
Yeah, and Famous does have to be a little bit careful here. Of course, DRX don't know if there's any one on top of pipes, for example, to get the full-on trade.
What an
but
absolute shot that is.
a
It's so
sinister
fast.
shot to come out from Hyunmin.
He just saw his thigh and then re-peeked. That is pretty insane. So now Boom with their entry gone, trying to recollect themselves while DOS 9 just stays tucked away as a lurk.
Yeah, you're going to have some good initiative from Boom here and how they want to slice and dice this site.
DRX, on the other hand, just happy to stay tucked away, work with the numbers. DOS9, though, still the opportunity is there. He hears the footsteps and goes in for the spam, takes down Freeing.
Plant.
Doesn't have enough time to call him back, though. Plant still hasn't gone in.
Strikes again.
DOS9 is solo winning the round.
But trying to deny that spike plan with 10 seconds left. They continue to push up. Shiro just quickly dispatches them with that stinger of his.
Oh my god, so close.
Sliding through, lets him get the plant. Now for the spray. No, where is it?
Holy,
Shiro
they won this
instead.
one.
With the Bulldog picked up
Pistol
now,
into
and
bonus.
that's the
DOS9's done
round
so
picked
much
up by
here.
Boom.
Then Shiro managed to
Is
get
a bit of
trades on
broken aim
Saint.
from Bane there, unfortunately. The patience from Boom cannot be underestimated and understated, rather, in that round. They don't try to force the issue, getting the plant down on the site. Look at all the aggressive utility and abusive utility that it's actually coming down on there, right? So much of that damaging util that DRX are trying to throw out to make them a little bit uncomfortable on the site, but they're very patient in it and how they're looking to just reassess the situation, how they're looking to re-get control. The lurk from DOS9 is gorgeous. So the bonus round going Boom's way will
Missing the
push
knife
DRX
on this
down
one.
onto an eco here.
Unless it's like unless they
bottom this
purposely
round
do the
either,
knife here
so
to
it's
see if
gonna
they
be a
can
little
go
bit
into
trickier
the
for
top, but I
DRX
think it literally
to
was just a
control
miss of the
map.
jump.
And just in this eco round, for those that might be joining us,
That's,
are
I
in
mean,
the
they ain't gonna get
situation
much. They
where
got
need
4
to get
sheriffs.
champs to stay in Pacific, right?
Maybe if they hit some shots, there's a 3-person
They
stack
get
here.
towards playoffs. So we're talking about Boom, one of the teams that does need a lot of points.
Incredibly
So they're getting
patient at the
wins.
moment.
They're getting to playoffs. They're getting opportunities to get more championship points.
What they really want is to just go for that podium finish to make their way through, but in with the flashes, Hyunmin still able to walk away with the frag. DOS9, however, will be able to trade right back. And with all that attention pulled in towards the B site, Boom then transitions back into A.
Yeah, and all they're doing right now is just inserting one every single time into B pressure.
Is the decisions,
And then just wait
the
for the reactions and make a mid-round
really
call.
Great caliber team, right?
I do want to note, though, Estrella having to swap over onto these different roles. He's been pretty nifty thus far.
Yeah, learning curve for him, of course.
Maybe a little bit, but he's
4-person
still able to
stacked,
step up to the
yeah.
plate, which
And
is
Boom
quite
going a little
welcome.
bit slow on
That
this
said,
one.
though, it's going to be the guns for Boom that does a lot of the talking right now. However, Estrella snuck through, does find one frag. In with Freeing as well, off towards the other side of screens, but that will
Okay,
be
got a
that.
little
Boom
close, got a little
4-0.
scary.
Oh,
Dude,
no.
I
Now
felt
we
like
see
the way that
something
Boom
to
play
come
really
out
just
from
reminds me of like watching
DRX
Fnatic or
starts to
something.
make their endeavors on this defensive
It's a very
side
similar
look
core style.
Not as cold as the map. Of course, it is a different look for the team, but also compared to the last time they played on this map against Paper X.
It's like
Paper
in
X,
theory, one of
still
the
trying to figure out exactly what's
most
working for
methodical
them,
ways to
playing
play.
on, you know, the Waylay with Forsaken, for example, which actually
It relies around having a good IGL.
on it. It wasn't the greatest performance that we've seen, but the team, you know, Paper X, they
big
still on
change
the
up.
map.
Hyunmin gets his
DRX
op
did
out.
lose after having that
And
9-3
it looks
half.
like they
had an
might know
abysmal
that, and they
defensive
changed the
side.
pace. It's been very, very
One
slow.
round. So if we're even seeing that from them here,
But
I mean,
maybe
the
it's,
question of this map and picking it is of any
Maybe
value.
it's
You know,
still
they could be
slow.
trying to
And they
work
go
on
aggro at the beginning,
the
aggro at
map
the
they're
beginning.
slightly weaker on.
Just didn't
But
start
we'll see.
again.
Well, will Famous actually be spotted here?
Wow. Yeah, with the way that drone pops up. Oh, and a player on the
Dude,
other
he
side.
ends
but
up
Famous
going
hits the
into
duel
his own
instead.
one
He
way
does pop the Blade Storm,
and
though,
still
so that's going
wins.
to be quickly nullified by Freeing. And now DRX fully is aware.
DOS9 does have the pit. Shiro one away from the Armageddon, but NC Slasher has just picked up the null command, and that would lock Freeing into Marco rather into yellow.
Still somewhat undetected, but yes, very much so.
Oh, it's
Pinned
nice.
down now. The flash as well, but the timing not quite there for
Shot.
the peek out. And that's going to be Bane who holds down the angle. A bit of a double kill, and
That
also
is
for
not the
Berserk
shots
and
you wanted
DOS9
to
to find the
see.
trades right back. Time bought in, however.
Buffed KO too, remember? So quick back up on his feet for this player advantage.
And that's going to be now Pit in for the possible spike plan, and the fragment now beginning to tag away at Fring, which kind of reveals his position, but he still finds a frag instead. Pops into the dimensional drift right quick, and that's Hyunmin to provide additional support. Sniper Overwatch coming in. The flashes to push Berserks off of the spike. Hyunmin now quick to launch forward. looking to possibly get a tap onto the spike. They know that Berserks is rather low, and as he tries to slip back and forth around the boxes, freeing
Still
will
low.
quickly
It's
plant him
around
down.
where they
Lights
got
out
an
for
armory
DRX
by
again. Well, for Boom
3
again.
guns.
You gotta
It's not
consider
clean. They're
how
up against a
sweaty
lot of
Freak must
money.
have
They're up
been
against a
with
lot of
that,
ults.
fragment right under his feet. But he still manages to navigate the pit quite nicely,
No,
right?
DRX
Getting
get
rid of
this.
DOS9 there
It
as
still
well.
looked kind of rough to
Opens
get
up the
there,
line of
I
sight
feel
for
like.
Hyunmin to be able to just snipe him on down. I say a bit of an overheat moment from Famous to try and
Like, the only reason they won
expect
this
the angle not
was
to be
freeing.
reheld after finding that first on kill. But it's really the quick decision making and the recognition
Dude,
for
Mako
DRX to
really
get back
whiffed.
into it. A little bit of individual brilliance as well from freeing in that round as DRX get on the board.
The way that he was able to still keep himself alive.
Op is still out. We got double tail.
That's going to be the op still very much so in play. Boom, however, continues to
Double
trudge forward
aggro,
towards a
one
main
high, one
carry
low.
with the op.
Yeah, he's done it again. This
Uh-oh.
time taken down.
Oh,
This
there
is
goes the double
awkward.
aggro.
There's overextensions for DRX.
With these 4 players now, they can just kind of overwhelm the site, bulldoze their way in.
Yeah, but we've seen
we start riding the money now? I feel like we do.
scenarios too as well, right?
1-9 loss
Gonna
bonus.
come in with the utility. The armor
Great
getting
trades,
clear
good
off backside,
spacing.
Trades to really ensure that the front is very much secure. So even though a player is lost in the form of NC Slasher, they're still comfortable.
Yeah. And great utility.
What was
from
freeing
Shiro there
watching?
as well.
I'm wondering
Armageddon,
what
special
was
delivery
freeing
to hold
watching.
off if
And I'm
there's any
wondering
bodies to
what Bane is
be a
going
little
to
bit
be doing
sacrificial up through
in
the
that
rafters
push.
in this sort of situation as well. I think DRX just know that
Because
they
it looks like
cannot
bomb,
really contend this.
bomb.
As a Killjoy
And
is
then I got my guy chilling
into
here.
a site where you're at a 2-player deficit.
No rotating.
Extremely difficult.
Not doing much.
No, sir. It really brings to mind, you know, kind of how the micro
Hey,
games
well,
being played,
save call
especially
goes in,
wanting
but
to
again, on
keep
top of
Hyunmin
it,
posted up,
they
but
have
not
no
quite
money,
having
so
the additional
it's not like they can
support
buy
to
anything
Yeah,
good
no one,
flank.
beyond
no one
this.
watching the
Everyone
dirty angles of
surviving
that position is
gets
susceptible
1,000
for, right?
extra,
So it's just kind of
so
immediately
they
destroyed
could
before there's any value of a
drop
forward
2 guns, I
defending
guess.
operator to get one, get out, reset Boom.
And then one
You know,
takes the
depending
hit.
on who you take out, right? It looks at a different shift on how Boom would have to tackle the remainder
There's
of the
double
rounds.
rocket for Bell,
I think it was 5
yeah.
with 4 here, which is good for
But
their
then,
economy and their
unless he's got like
chances
a
to extend out
stun
a
prime
pretty
from the roof
damaging
that goes towards
offensive
here or
lead.
something, I'm not sure.
which is beginning to make me worry about the defensive side.
Yeah, they
that
just
Boom
took
could
the
bring up
space
as well.
early.
Yep.
And this was a really quick round, you know, with how they just quickly broke things apart, especially with the Armageddon coming in as well.
I'm a Bane hater. I'm not a Bane hater.
Coach
I'm a
intervention to come in
I'm a
from DRX
flashback
at this current
believer.
juncture.
I think there's a better way of saying it.
Maybe trust in the team to try and figure things out. Also, of course, the state that DRX are at right now with the 6-man roster that we're feeling it might be a little bit of the rotating variety and already making playoffs.
Estrella hater? Nah, I
Kind of
would
does
keep
give you the
Estrella in
idea
no
that it
matter
is
what.
the okay
I think
time
Estrella's
to
a beast.
experiment a little bit, learn a little bit.
Possibly.
Yeah.
You would imagine they still want to kind of gun for that top seed spot.
Yeah, for sure.
But DRX, a team that loves to think ahead of things.
A minute left for Boom to try and establish the spike here as they've pathed up
Okay,
towards
double
pipes and
save.
towards the
And then
proceedings
they go for
of
the
the A
eco.
site. Still, you got to wonder if they do wait too long, what will happen? Because DRX have 4 members here.
Oops, make a decision.
Salvos at the initial artillery strike will go through, but Boom quickly.
Ah, dude, that
just
stun, though,
sidesteps
that stun was
most of it.
nice.
Now look at their positions as well. One up on top of 410, another one up on the site. Shiro.
Dude, Shiro's doing nuts, bro. He kills
Quick
everyone on A
to
site.
eliminate more players trying to launch their way through. Estrella
Oh,
instantly
guys.
downed.
Chill.
Of course, the
Chill.
gun's not quite favoring DRX currently, but yes, Famous,
He's hungry. He wants it.
much so like the Hungry Beasts themselves, living
He's,
up to the team name.
He's hungry like the wolf.
Gotta love it. One of these days.
Team is a
just
joy to watch.
ace
Dude, they play such an
pop up on
EMEA
stage.
play style.
How?
Ow.
No.
Oh my lord. Hyunmin got to peel away from this round with the Phantom as the trophy, it would seem.
That would be just a bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, well, another well-navigated round from Boom. Great trades around the site, I think, is important because there's 4 members at the end of the day from DRX that are there, right? So you've got a lot of these crossfires that are there. Shiro with some great utility placement as well from the special delivery, getting on top of the site too, managing to find another kill. It's pretty good.
And you know, humanity did just bring Direwolves somewhat back, so that could be something for Boom.
Maybe.
I was going to
Here
say
we go,
this
though.
has
The
happened at
timeout
one
to come
point.
on through. You'd expect from DRX,
double
of
duelist
course, now
isn't
for the gun
really going
rounds
great.
to see if they're going to be able to start to make their defenses known in the
They've
server.
had the
6-1,
op-out as well.
a scoreline that
Tried
Boom,
that.
well, if they're able to continue
They
this
should be able to
runaway,
double
would
duel to shut down the
come
B
away with an
pressure.
egregious first map scoreline.
Right? It's
The way that they're
only,
playing and the way that we
only
haven't really
Teo.
seen an answer even in these
And
rifle
then once you
rounds
break
so
the
far.
Teo drone, you
You know, they're
flash.
pretty switched on in
You
how
just
they
have
want to
one
move
playing
around the map
anti.
and what utility they want to do to clear these positions. The pausing in the mid rounds as well, you know, to afford yourself a little bit of time to figure out what is our next plan of attack, you know? How are we moving? What utility we want where? It's great mid-round decisioning and those current moments that I think we're seeing.
Especially with the utility in towards the A side as well. I mean, we've seen the lurks coming out from DOS9. DOS9, who was, you know, maybe having a little bit of a colder performance from last week, definitely stepping up a lot more this week as well, back into his top form.
Okay, big
8
buy
kills, 2
rounds.
deaths alone.
Been holding on to the ult for a
Famous,
little bit. Not really
always
had the
so
best chance to
consistent.
use it. Everyone's just dead.
Berserk's
And
up there in
then
the numbers as well.
money's about to
Sometimes
get
he
out of
has
control.
A couple of maps that he goes away, but you do remember the big ones. Important moment for DRX now.
Salvos again at the
online.
beginning.
Australia's going to be one away
To
from
try
the
and
lockdown, so these
raid
can
the
be
pressure
some
like they're pushing.
big ultimates that you can utilize in a situation like this to get around on the board.
It's nice
'cause
from
you've gotta
Boom
do
though,
something
just
here
hold
as
in
DRX.
what we call the
Currently
fanatic. Just
fishing for
first
some
15
information
seconds,
over at
just
B,
wait.
with
Any
Freen
kind
just
of
playing there
aggro
by
insta
himself,
push.
playing a long line. Rotations already from DRX.
Especially when you're against a Yoru, they could have some kind
away,
of set play with
rather
flash.
towards mid where the turret
Obviously
does
double
get
duelist also.
destroyed.
Mako's here to assist
Hey,
Estrella.
minute mark they can start getting a
Case
little
DOS9
bit
comes into a
aggro.
lurk position again.
We got drone to re-clear
Shiro
over
still has
towards
the
B.
drone. You'd expect him to be dropping this down to start to clear over towards one
Drone
at the
clear
moment.
claws, you can knife
Unless
this.
they want to try and do a dry contact to take freeing. 0 point, you hear echo through.
It's possible. I mean, if you were Boom, you would be thinking most
Yeah,
times
drone
it's
clears
Mako
everywhere.
alone
Knife
on
clears
towards
back
the
yellow,
side.
doesn't hit, so they know they
Spring.
create the
So
question
he
marks.
crashed
We can
away.
see Spike
NC
groups up
Slasher
over towards
with
A,
Berserk's
and they
close
want to
enough
sell
hear
this
that
with
that drone is
salvos
gonna
and the
be
jet
finding nothing.
dashing.
So
Even on the
calling a bit of an
rotate.
audible situation here as Boom. Your idea is to end at A and let Famous trick you.
Yeah,
And he's done just that.
Keeps
Keeps
this 3
players,
here. Here
even
comes the
pulling
rotate.
full rotations
Completely on them.
over onto the B site.
Everybody's left because
Famous.
Bane is the last
And he
person.
got a-
Just
and he
needs
got
to
a
stay
kill.
alive, and that's enough time bought
and now
away
they
already.
cleared and they
Bane's
got
the
over
last
towards
person to get
site.
there, and you got to remember, he's
Did
got
the
the
good
Armageddon. He
plant.
wants to be close to
Get
trying to
out of
deny
there
the
from the
spike
ropes
plant, but he's
as
not going
well.
to be
Ult
able to.
doesn't hit
Shiro
him.
ahead
They don't
a
realize
little
just
bit
how much they've
far
owned it.
there.
They used the killjoy a little bit early. They could even held on to it for a while.
So just a
We
bit of
got
damage
Molly,
done,
Molly,
done,
and
but
then we have a
not too much
killjoy
loss
Molly
for
on the
Boom. The
plant,
spike's
and it's
still
a
down,
good
and the lockdown
plant.
to continue to allow that spike to tick.
Molly's already on the spike.
These slashers may be playing too
Bit
aggro,
of a
but
check as well, but now DRX
probably gonna own
beginning
it.
to plant their boots onto the ground. Still looking at some of these potential ultimates, but DRX very much so looking to maneuver carefully as a full team, but they just line themselves up for NC Slasher. Hyunmin now pushing outside
That
of
is a
410, but it's a
masterclass,
quick
isn't it?
trade. And with that,
Absolutely
not
owning
enough
them.
time for the
Yeah.
spike to get defused.
it's like the most methodical Icebox we've seen, really.
That is an
Always gives themselves
outstanding
options.
fake
They're just
solve
making
by
sure.
Boom in
Dude,
that round.
DRX need to go
Famous
aggro
does
B
exactly what's
and
needed
break
to
this
over on the
drone.
B side.
As
The
soon
fact
as
that
they
he's
get all
even
this
able to just
info
get
that
away
they're
with
just
one kill
dumb
there
for.
is ridiculous. I will be real with you. Freeing down for the count meant that there's no real scope.
I thought we were
going
gonna
to
see it after the timeout, but
it's
they
just
just
timing
played
being
super
bought,
passive
right? You
over
got the
towards
mollies that are
Yellow.
being refreshed on towards the spike. NC Slasher, the fact that he's able to get away with 2 there is also just absolutely devastating for DRX's chances to get back in. Converting the round for Boom that DRX just invested a timeout for is pretty large.
Now we're back to the same old positions. Once again, it's Freen and Mako off towards B, and they've been spotted out by the 0 point.
Yeah, 2 players tagged up by that one, Marco and Freeing. It'll allow Shiro to really get close. Actually, he'd already used the drone a bit earlier here. It'll allow the rest of the team of Boom, though, to get close.
DRX
that's for
buying
sure.
every round makes they're losing every
Even
round,
though
so
Mako had
they
the
get
stinger,
3k
he was
basically
already
each round.
quickly dismissed away by Famous.
2,900 loss bonus permanently.
Up top, we'll find a target.
Early investment of the lockdown. buy some time. A gun.
Ults into the eco. The
But Boom's
4v4
reaction
don't
is
have like
to
a
dig deep. Oh,
distinct advantage. Wait,
Famous
what?
unfortunately detained, and that's Salvos
Ow.
as well.
Unfortunate that he's not able to escape on that one. Hyunmin finds Berserks on the lurk. So this is a little bit better for DRX. It's not the most flashiest of rounds. It's not the most expected.
It's literally just a straight up mistake.
Might even
That's
be
it.
a little bit of a slip up from Boom, but it's one that
Sure.
DRX will happily capitalize on. Now finding DOS9. Just NC Slasher, maybe to get the spike plants
again.
or a kill or two, but not
yeah,
too
it's
much.
just an error.
Yeah,
So,
point and click for Australia. Doesn't need to move his crosshair too much there. Just opponent to waltz in towards that one and you click, job's done. Interested to actually see why Famous stuck around a little bit, you know, caught with some utility.
Unfortunately,
couldn't get out.
why do they keep subbing out a player? I don't really know.
It's all right. More importantly, DRX, second round on the board. Hyunmin back with the operator
Tammy's
in
an odd
play at
one.
right location.
He's
We're
very
trying to
he's very
establish a
consistent,
early
and he definitely has a good
advantage.
understanding of the
I've seen him
game.
attempt at that before, but
But
hopefully this time with better
he
support. So he
does
elects
some
for
mad
the more
stuff.
position instead, and that's where he does meet his mark.
he
Yeah,
likes
0
doing
point
weird
close
stuff
is
with
either gonna be bottom pipes or
rosters.
top pipes.
He loves to change
Boom though
comps.
still moving forward.
That's the reason why
Sure,
they
up the low
underperform
410,
so heavy in
sets the stun to
Bangkok.
give himself a bit more space. And that's going to be the Viper wall up. DOS9 this time in the lurk position.
Yeah, but you got to remember that turret from Boiler will still
trying
spot him
stuff
out
because
in the
they have
window
playoffs
that
locked in.
Icebox has in the tube, so he kind of is kept in check.
Yeah, maybe.
by that
But
right
it's
now.
like, I think with how
Maybe for Boom to find
close
contact,
Pacific
looks green or
is,
yellow, then
I
for
feel like that
DOS9 to
first seed
start
is
making this
just,
move.
Yeah, and
you
Freeing
want to
is just gonna
go
refresh
all
the
in
gate
for
crash
it.
to get out if needed.
Like if you're
So
a
he doesn't
team that likes
technically
to
stay around. There's all the
come up
information.
with stuff, getting that first seed and then
Making all the right moves for now. Double
securing
kill found.
playoffs,
Trade
and
found
only
by
having to
Berserks
win
as well,
one
and
is
that's when DOS9 begins to look for his next target, but
is
unfortunately
important.
gets picked off instead. DRX with a recovery on the macro game.
Yeah, there's
First
a couple of
seed
these
gets a buy,
kills
yeah.
that don't get traded out for Boom. Yeah, individual one first for Hyunmin, able to get out. Freeing kind of did his job before eventually being traded. These are the sort of rounds for DRX that you get the first player advantage, right? Then you just kind of don't fumble and give Boom a way back in towards the round. Not too much that Berserks is going to be able to do here. Going to be holding on to the weapon as well. Think about economy. You don't want to
does first seed
get
really
rid of
matter if it's
everything,
close?
get
Yeah,
another buy,
yeah.
you
You
lose
get
that one,
the,
and then you're potentially ecoing and DRX
again, it
are,
looks like this.
you know, back in towards the half, though.
Like this
There is
is,
only 2 more rounds to play.
this is how it goes.
Also a
This
little
is
bit of
lower
talking
bracket.
time.
Yep.
For setting up the
Right,
next
so
round potentially.
loser of
They
this
know
plays
that there
this in the
is an
lower
open
bracket.
play
You
now.
lose that, you're
Where
out.
could Hyunmin
Winner
be?
plays the winner of
He
this.
has
Your whole
attempted
game
at
ahead.
Finding the early picks up
You win
towards
this
main
one,
now.
you're
Couldn't
through
be
to
positioned
Masters.
somewhere else.
Then you can take your foot off the pedal if you want
So
to
that's
and just
something that
chill.
Boom needs to navigate around.
You probably want the champ points. I'm not sure you'd
Wondering
ever
as
want to
well
do
right
it.
now, you know, something that we're not going to be able to know for sure. But how more comfortable is
More time
Bane
to prep,
feeling
yeah, you
on
get to watch
Mateo
that game as
compared
well,
to
it's really
Omen
nice.
from last time, you know, be
Okay,
it
couple in a
Freeing as
row.
well,
They
is
got
he
the Euro
ranking
ult, they got the
Yoru?
Viper ult as well.
You know, individual confidence.
And
in
they've been
the agent that you pick
faking
as well has to be
this
quite
for
big.
a
Now, Freeing
while.
is sleuthed
Right, we
into a
use
sneaky
salvos
spot
here
that's
for our
completely
default,
unexpected, and he's
and we
got
haven't
above
really
it.
followed it up since we had the jet
Quick kill
push,
found,
so
and even though it wasn't the
kind of
op in
conditioned
place,
them
so
thinking
Boom's
that they weren't going to
still
do anything
wondering
behind
about
it.
that. Unfortunately for Boom, I mean, the double initiator composition, their whole idea was to, you know, really pepper the site full of their utility and everything, but now not able to do that. Screen up once again. DOS9.
Shower, thanks so much, dude.
He's got, well, he's been
Ooh.
spotted. Hyunmin not biting too early at the cherry.
Slipped through.
Oh, is
But
he
Hyunmin
aware?
definitely aware.
Oh, no
Wow,
way.
man.
DOS9!
And Berserks.
Now a bit of a chance for
Can
Boom to
definitely
maybe
go
get the
back.
spike on over, but
And it's all up to
Estrella,
Estrella to win
He
this
has
duel.
everything to do here. Timing
warning ping.
is of the essence. Are Boom aware?
They have
Yeah,
an idea, but
they're
will they
super
find
aware
the
this should
duel?
be
And
happening
look at
right now.
those. The angle. DOS9 comes back in to provide assistance
They're
to his
crunching
team.
on him.
Estrella still tucked away, and here comes. They walk into his crosshairs. Berserks with the trade. 30
Yeah,
seconds
this
left.
was nice.
And he can get
I
towards
liked
the
what
side here.
I liked what
DOS9
DOS9 did
just
though.
making sure that the
Smoke
main
up
choke
to
point
create
of
pressure like
orange
he was
that you would
going
expect
through.
this
I think he
rotation
broke
to
the alarm board as well,
potentially
which
come from is looked after.
took the
Dispatching of Marco. Now it's all
took his
onto
crosshair
Bane.
away or like focus away from this.
Has to be careful with his utility. Might reveal his position. So Bane.
Yeah, two.
Man,
late to the party,
DOS9
use the
is
salvos, so now the element
so
of surprise.
good.
Where's Bane coming from?
Trying to creep
And
up.
it feels like this playstyle really
Alarm bot as
suits
well
him
on
because
the
he looks
spike.
smart as well as
So
being
if he's gonna
unreal
use
aim
salvos,
wise.
he's going to have to use it to flush him out, but instead tricks onto the utility on the ground. Salvos, there it is. But Boom, they're still tucked away. Holds the angles and has an idea, but needs to land the flicks. Goes for the tap again. But look at Boom, so disciplined.
what a shot.
What a flick! Bane still running low on time, comes back onto the spike to try to stick it to half. Berserks for the jump peaks, but Bane is sticking it all the way through. Berserks, you've got to go now, and there it
Holy,
is!
got a shot
The
off. My
triple boat at
goodness,
the
that's
very end of
close.
the round. Boom,
That was a good try
onto
from
the
Bane. He
eight.
did pretty good.
Oh boy, that one gets a little bit close at the end there. You know, I thought that the salvos,
A really good try.
they didn't really do anything, right? They did
That
not
first
make
shot is
Boom
wild.
question that he was completely, you know, on it or off it. They just disconnected. They didn't
Dude,
need to
it was
overpeak is what I'm
3v5
trying to
though,
get
all
towards
because
at
of
the end there.
DOS9.
And the fact that they're aware that Australia could have been in mid as well, right? Boom are quite switched on. A valiant attempt for Bane. Gets close. Not gonna lie.
He did so much. Super aware of this. He might have come up on radar, to be honest. But with the peak, I think that's what happened as well. Because he was super locked into this. And then, nice shot.
Okay.
And then,
the start that you want as DRX, you're even ready for DOS9
I was going to say, DOS9
timing.
had a chance in.
This is an
And then
immediate
the
answer
play
back
once he got
from
side to
the
break the alarm
powerhouse
bot, that
team
was awesome as well. And they created so much
of
pressure.
Korea.
Australia did good to get one still.
For
But
sure.
did they
Now
got
towards
4?
Bane, where
I mean, 4
he's
in
happily
defense could
perched
be
up on
okay.
top. A lot of vision.
Especially with a double duelist. I have
Spots
no
NC
idea what they
Slasher,
got planned for
receives
attack. It could be
contact.
kind of crazy.
Yeah, that may have been a little bit risky, though Berserks and NC Slasher are, you know,
let's get the full
a
HP.
little bit low, which is why NC Slasher is just removing himself to get his health back on up. For the people out there that are thinking that he's trolling, that's the plan, get some health.
And the null command continues to pulse as well.
Yep. But now you've got 45 seconds and DRX have rotated.
You have no idea where they are.
Yeah.
They're right close by. DRX now will spring the
Yeah,
trap.
let's see.
Estrella to take down Berserks.
What was the full
NC
HP
Slasher
for?
still has full HP though, and
What you
quite a
got?
bit of time.
Well,
The rafters angles, that's a bit off. And the flank to come through from Marco. A bit too much
still
to
though, I
deal
feel
with
like
there.
Boom did
So
really good.
Would you call that a bit of a recovery on the half? 8-4, where the defensive side, you're getting the lesser? Look, in my mind, probably not. You know, they'd want to be leading the half on this defensive side, but it's all right. Teething issues.
Teething issues. That's one way of putting it.
I mean, I've got some tissues here. No crying.
It's something that DRX, you know, as the coaching staff goes, they're not afraid to shy away from these picks, maps that they're maybe not as strong on. The timeout early on, though, that one I'm a little bit curious about, but they definitely did recover somewhat. The scoreline surely is something, you know, that leaves us wanting a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Icebox,
at least it isn't the one defensive
normally
round
attack
that they
because no one
managed to
can
find
hold
against
A,
DRX, right, who had
and that's
that
not
just absolutely
massively
phenomenal
down
run
to
on
the
their attacking
full
side, where
of
it's like, well, it was-
teams
How
more
many?
than it is just the
No,
map
no.
itself.
How many was it? No,
I don't know, Ace is weird.
yeah, it was 11.
It's one of those weird maps though. It's one of those where
Well, right now, at least, it's going to be
I feel
Boom.
like sometimes you can
We've
win
seen
10-2 on a
him with
half,
his
and
off.
sometimes you can
Now it's time to
win
see
10-2 on the
Famous
other
with
half,
his-
and it doesn't feel like it's one-sided.
But yeah, Famous op. I think that's the name of the game right now. Didn't see it brought out on the attacker side. They didn't need it. Defensive side, Hyunmin, bit hit or miss, right? When he was trying to sneak up on towards rafters, it didn't really work out. You switch that over in your game plan to have freeing just slot in there underneath, and that worked out a couple of times, right? So you got these elements that DRX are adapting around here, little by little.
Something that is really interesting as well is, you know, Estrella with his, you know, DRX debut from last week.
They love
he's been
the
topping the,
they
you know,
love
map
the double
statistics, but that's
sheriff,
because of the sample
triple
size.
ghost.
If we're talking about
The
a proper
pistols.
sample size, we're looking at Famous.
Yep.
He's high up on the
Similar to the
stats,
Gen
and
G
he's
stuff.
leading in op kills right now as well. So very much interested to keep my eyes onto him. Currently positioned around yellow, while DRX is making more noise around A.
Yeah, trying to turn up the heat at the moment on this alpha side of things, where they start to get a little bit of this info from the drone.
And with that info, tried to go for a sneaky peek. Estrella, unfortunately punished.
Yeah, but look at the rotations that this has brought from Boom, right?
Had a-
3 players, nearly 4.
had a
DOS9
double
thinks
duelist
better of it.
come from
You've got
my-
a bit of a sneaky
Killjoy is
shift
the guy
up
that has to
side
send
of
it.
B from Marco. Not going to be picked out by the alarm bot. Eventually will. Okay, so he's a bit stuck. He's been having a shaky game, by the way. 2 kills so far. Now
Yeah, he's been looking rough aim-wise.
Has to try and call for something big for the team to get some assistance here. Because they're biting on this one. They're rotating over, freeing to try and keep some numbers of Boom at the A site.
Not the easiest feat. Green needs to pretty much stay alive as well. Will Gate crash to rendezvous with his team.
TP goes in. They don't really have anything to stop the plant.
Looking for the plant though, but you got to do something as DRX. You got to try and win favor with a fight.
Can we burn the salvos to use it to save it for, you know, when it refreshes onto the post plant. Boom. Now
what a shot that is.
There it is. Holds the angle and finds Famous up towards middle.
4 versus 4. Salvos eventually will come online for Bane.
They got
Which means Boom has to
one
get
KO
going.
flash, and I feel like
This
they
is when
might have
Gilman
messed their
has to tail
timing
in
up a
it.
little
Fires
bit.
off a couple of pot
Salvos into
shots.
flash could have
Boom
been
beginning
nice.
to make their
Let's
move,
see,
but
KO
Poison Cloud
flash.
in their way against DRX. They find it against the Boom with the one-way through. And there are
Oh,
those
who needs a
pistols
KO
as they
flash when
swarm
everyone
it.
can just
Fan
win the
out from
Joes?
yellow.
Both pistols for Boom.
Double
That is
pistol.
certainly the way that you want to have things happen on your opponent's map pick, by the way. You always got to remember as well the fact that it's freeing, right? Over at that A site there, he's
Their
playing a
iteration is
Yoru.
vertically
He
better.
can still rotate quickly back
They
to the
can
rest
go
of the team
double
if the
duelist.
fake is there. So I do like the idea that it isn't just the immediate disconnection
Yeah,
from
maybe.
the Boom guys. They're still confident in the players that are surrounding the B side if it does go there. And again, very patient, very thought out in how they're looking to do this retake. You've got a force up from DRX now with a couple of the kills collected, with the plant that goes down. They want to keep this one in a contest, right? They need to get this map.
Hence the Stingers all fully bought up. DRX trying to create a bit of a death ball into the A site. Boom has a 3-stack here though.
Yep. Drone.
Doesn't spot Famous.
No, but he doesn't spot vertically below what's
Oh,
happening.
it's
And
a
it
fast
doesn't
one.
matter here, does it, Quack? Look at what's
And
going on. It's just
finding the triple.
absolute shutdown.
Just by Bane as well. Try to collect as much as possible, trying to salvage it. But still the damage quickly dealt and done by
Okay, very,
Boom.
very fast on this
that
one.
is not the way that you want a Stinger Force to go whatsoever. Only 1 kill that you collect upon Shiro when
Surely
his
you
damage
use
is
like
already
a-
delivered at you. You know, you're trying to bully your way through
Surely
a toxic
they
screen. You're just going to eat the decay.
Throw a flash of some sort to go through this.
So the Haymaker, unfortunately,
And the scan
very
as
well
well.
received.
See, the flashes,
by Boom.
the flashes
Really
after
well
they've all
placed.
died. 3 have gone through a smoke. 3 have
Yep.
gone through the
Recognize
wall,
that they're forcing.
died, and then
Yeah,
there's
you
a
got
flash.
this little situation where it's going to be the haphazard buy going into this, still making sure you've got enough economy for your next round buy up. By all means, this should be Boom finding 11, unless they make a big mistake and DRX dig deep.
Discipline
Ooh,
from
it's
Boom
kinda-
again, though. Fully aware of the buy as they are happy to receive contact. And see Slasher now for the double Bulldog kill. Famous in with the Outlaw. Bane, quick swing, but you still got so many more targets, and that's just
Okay, well,
way too
looking
much
very,
to handle.
very
Yep.
convincing on this one. I know
Now, I
this
a lot of
isn't a
people
full
out
buy
there
though, so
are
we'll
probably
give them a
thinking
couple of full
themselves in
buys.
this situation, 11 is all they get. But the way the Boom have been playing this map so far, and even their rotations on this defensive side, is it going to
Big
just
rounds,
be
I
11?
mean, they're just
I don't
running
know,
it
man.
down
They're
on
looking
A.
pretty
Sure.
good.
With
Yeah,
no
yeah.
coordination.
Like, I'm not shy to admit that I might be one of those people out there, but given how Boom have been playing so far throughout this entire stage 1,
Yeah.
They might only have a
Shiro,
couple.
you gotta
Yeah, it
root
might be
for
done in a
Yeah,
couple.
the
You're not
elephant in
wrong.
the room, I feel like right now is Marco, right? He was a pivotal component.
Freeing, you
towards
gotta-
what
you
DRX
gotta
were able to
show
do on
me
the attacking side,
you know some
against
flashes
Paper
for
X, right?
everyone.
Just the sheer brutality of his numbers and his trading game and his clutches as well, right?
Surely there's a
Marco is
reason
one
why
of
we're
the
using
clutch
the
players
Yoru.
of our tournament, and he's getting kind of isolated here. Right? It kind of feels like the name of the game for the whole DRX team right now, is they're all getting a little bit isolated, caught off guard, not being able to trade properly. It's rough.
both timeouts spent.
Yep.
Bane got hit by
was
the
last
Teo
time
drone.
in
Mean,
a
why they all
map
going
like
there?
this that a team has made DRX
Sweat.
no, just look like this, right? Like, yeah, we've got the whole Paper X started 8-0 on Haven in that series, right? But it's also, you know, DRX managed to kind of come back on that one. Maybe this is the time that DRX comes back.
Okay, they know the Owl's in
Got
play.
a better weaponry,
Heavy
right, in
armor.
this really delayed bonus round.
Just show me
Double
Let's
duelist, you
full
want to try and
focus
get
on
them
the
to potentially
flashes.
dive on in if NC Slasher's 0 point or Shiro's
That's all I
recon.
care about right now.
Stealth drone doesn't get
Gotta
you.
see something good.
Famous, gonna take a page
Oh, I
out
like
of
this
Hyunmin's
though.
book.
DRX call a timeout. They go
In with the
aggro
Phantom, though,
stuff,
but
and the
with
idea was good.
flash out, unfortunately, not quite able to react. Shiro's still in place. Shoots down the drone, gets away safely.
Yeah, so the player advantage is going to be solidified for
And
DRX as Marco, I was speaking about him, sneaking through middle.
Quickly.
Where's the alarm bot? I was too busy focusing on the
eliminates
flashes.
The first player that he spots. Makes quick work off the second. And okay, not quite spotting on Berserks yet, but that is the spike in
pulled
the
the
sight,
alarm bot
very much
away.
controlled by DRX.
Yeah, these sort of situations,
happened
DOS
there?
9 Berserks, if you find any sort of damage, you know, it could be alright, but it depends on how much damage you find. If you save your weapons, of course the team has another pretty good buy in the next round for Boom too, so it's not a bad idea.
And
to
he's
just
shooting good or just good Valorant? No,
hold
it's just
this
good
one and
Valorant.
really look to protect these
It's like one of the
guns,
most
give this to
methodical
DRX, as I
Iceboxes
said.
you can play, really.
Delayed bonus round.
It will be one of these rounds where attempting to throw a wrench into DRX's plans by having players further up on towards belt.
They're not hunting? No, they need to
Might
stay
force
in.
DRX
They,
to think
they
twice
just
about the
need to
next round as well.
focus on their own econ.
Yeah, maybe.
Because imagine they lose the
Yeah,
next,
there's
they
enough,
hunted, even if it was like
breathing
a
room
2
that
for
Boom
2.
rewarded themselves with the
If they then
scoreline
lost
for the
that
first
next
half,
round,
then
there's two
picking
people
up
that
the
don't have
pistol,
money,
second round,
and then it would be
albeit even the
12-6.
third round, right? 'Cause of
You'd
that
have the
forcing
worst buy
that
at
didn't go
12-6.
DRX's way. There's a couple of mistakes that Boom can afford to make here.
You talk about Boom?
And if
Oh, okay.
the rounds
Then
are won
honestly,
by DRX,
yeah, they should
you
maybe
know,
be trying to
displaying
keep him in.
some really good strength in it. Well, there's some adjustments to come out after
Yeah,
that.
I agree with that.
Let's see.
So the onus really is on DRX here to make sure that they're kind of dotting I's,
Hey,
crossing
Famous
T's.
gets the op out.
Ah, there it is. So
Win
we've seen
percentage
Marco
into
on the
round,
work now. Now we're seeing
76%.
Famous in with an op as well.
Yeah, and this is the scary component of the map for me. It's how
Is that-
DRX
is that
gonna
just
try and
the
isolate
team
him
themselves, or
alienate
is
him
that
in the map.
the
So
whole
we're
of
seeing some
Pacific?
pings all across belt. We've got that 0 point coming out from Boom as well, so some information already found.
Yeah. Bane's going to be one away from this Armageddon if they look to go towards the A site. He's currently holding the spike, so, you know, kill plant or orb.
Marco playing it safe as well. Drone out from Boom at the minute 22nd mark.
Yeah, they need to start to get some information, they feel like, at the moment.
Sleeping
What an
though.
absolute
Great shot.
Fully anticipated.
Good pre-fire.
He's dominating middle.
Even just a check, that was nutty.
Yeah, and now you've got all of mid control essentially from Marco. No Sentinel utility to come out from Boom. They're going to have to either cut a corner or look for some information that the 0 point
Hold up.
doesn't hit
Got a
anyone.
flash.
And that also intercepts, you know, potential rotate lines, especially with Famous on
Ah,
that
we got a
op.
flash.
Now they would launch their assault. and
Second
Hyunmin
flash might have
finds the
team flashed
entry.
his
NC
teammate, but
Slasher
the
has
first
to
flash
get
was
out.
nice.
Yep.
He only has DOS9 nearby. Famous, he's got to find Mako somehow, some way. Meanwhile, the rest of DRX still holding down the line, anchoring down the site.
Kind of got to shut down
Famous
Mako at one
will
point, because if
eliminate
he
Mako,
keeps
but
doing
at
this
this
over
point,
towards middle, then...
It's
Ooh, that's
just
a nice little
kills.
pause.
Oh.
Oops.
That's a high sensitivity.
And the crowd gasps with it as well.
Oh, you're in trouble, mate.
The Hunter's on though. They know.
They're trying to get it out of his hands.
Very,
and
very
Hyunmin with
nice.
the angle from mid will take and rob that op away.
And these are the sort of
Ooh, they
situations
won
in a
it.
map as well, when you've not played it for so long, can start to pick you apart, right? And start to showcase that you might not have the great understanding on how you want to play this map with this agent lineup and how your opponents are going to be.
Absolutely right.
Last bullet.
the wallbang spam straight into rafters as well.
Yeah, the full clip there. All right.
Magazine. Jump them. Not clip. Gun nerding. Jokes aside, it's Boom with a bit of an eco now.
Will DOS9
One of the
be
hero
clear?
guns.
Gun
DOS
barrel
9.
poke from freeing if he's not ready. for
Guys,
some of these aware.
Solo
He is so
such of an
aware.
op, fair play. He can do it all, apparently.
So another opening play from DRX, another 4 versus 5. It's not got as much depth in it because of the equipment that Boom do have here, right? It's not the full kit and caboodle. But it is the protocols that DRX needed to fall back onto. Clearing corners, going together as a team, leave no stone unturned. And coming out with a game plan after the first pick. or
Yeah,
losing the
pressure
first
over
pick.
towards B.
How do we close? How do we get back in?
Drone cleared everything over
Clear
towards
DRX
A.
fashion. They've already done
No
quite a
way.
bit of work with that one single
There's
kill,
no way, right?
especially given
Oh god.
Boom's
They
economy.
just droned all of
But
A, and I think they
as I
think
say
that they
that,
heard the drone clear
without
that there
much
was no one
information on the A
here.
site, they actually
So they
regroup
rotate
up
over.
towards green.
But as we can see,
There's
They've
a
actually
weird
got the aggro
opportunity.
stack.
Boom have enough to do
There are
something
odd
silly
spots
here.
one.
But
Armageddon as
DRX, the info on the back
It might
of
be all
the
it sees.
dimensional drift.
Okay. It begins with a flash from NC Slasher, then the fragment to deny any potential spike plants. Shiro finds a kill as well and has the Armageddon still in his pocket. NC Slasher
yeah, we got a
goes
sheriff
with the
here,
null
and honestly,
command,
the sheriff
and
can't
it
stop the
keeps
plant through the wall.
DRX at bay. Famous up from the back though.
Oh, it
and
does.
kind of keeps
Oh
pitched
dear
in.
God, Spain.
Oh, DRX
Oh god,
trying to avoid it.
you gotta
but
try
Famous finds a
plant,
shot off of that one
and they
kill.
can definitely get
Now
the spam. They
dashes
got a
in, and
molly
Hitman
down.
takes
Molly
Fred
goes
right
out.
back.
They
Looks
can't
for the
plant.
spike plant now. 4
There's no
seconds
time.
left. Berserk.
That's
He's managed to
crazy
buy
delay.
enough time that DRX will walk
Crazy,
away
crazy
without
delay.
round
What a lovely
found.
round from Boom this
They've
is.
reached map point in
They delayed for
time.
so
What
long.
did I say, Quack? What did I say? That Boom could do something silly.
4-person stack,
And silliness
4v5.
is the name of the game.
One
there.
hero
Time
gun,
to be bought, shots to
full
be found.
util.
DRX did not give themselves enough time. That's a 4 versus 5 conversion on what is essentially an eco thrifty to come through from Boom. Famous's position on the flank, not expected that he gets one. Time to be bought. You've got a great Armageddon that's thrown in there. Great timing to be bought from the null command, by the way. Absolutely sensational on that
I mean,
one.
there was a
And
lot
you're
of
just
delay.
stopping the plant from going
Like they
down.
had so much on the actual
6
spike
map
itself.
points now for Boom Esports.
Yeah, that was cool though.
DRX, you silly billies.
Ooh.
They're gonna do what they do with the op, instantly taking down Famous. We have a new challenger.
They have a returning challenge.
Oh yeah. So now all fully in position across pipes.
One's
Some
playing
towards stealth
anti-flash
as
though.
well.
Wait, no it's
Oh,
not.
Shiro looks to retrieve more information.
Yeah, couldn't go too far forward with that one, unfortunately. This
Could
hits
be-
hard for Boom.
Armageddon as well towards
Oh.
backside, and that really keeps Boom's stuff in place. But NC Slasher finding a couple of frags, unfortunately gets traded down.
Yeah.
DOS9 is way too far.
Way too many balloons to try and throw that dart out to pop there.
At this point, you're happy with a couple kills, but
Yeah, you should just be saving.
DRX has everything.
Well, do
Could
they?
have gone a lot worse,
They
yeah.
don't have the rounds, Quack.
That is true.
They have to 100% this one to push us into overtime.
I was thinking in terms of the round, Komodo. But
Yeah,
yes.
look, they've got the rounds, don't get me wrong, but if I'm thinking overtime so far and on our fun sample size numbers that we like to highlight here with no real relevance, Boomer 100% in overtimes in their one occurrence.
100%!
Yeah, oh my god. No, DRX spot on that round, freeing with another opener, but this time they are actually able to convert it when they had the 5 versus 4.
And I see what you're saying.
Hey,
you
just
know,
force
it
them down to
still
an eco
is
though.
5 full rounds that
But
DRX
Oh, yeah.
needs to pick
they did
up
win the
just
last
to
rounds.
push things into overtime.
Problem is
You've
this time they
gotta
have a lot less into it.
a round where there's going to be some ultimates back again for Boom, and all it takes is one, right? All it takes is one big round from Boom or one slip up from DRX, and that could be the map.
Certainly a tall mountain to climb, but I wouldn't discount DRX. Mako sitting
No.
on the Viper's pit. Op still in play.
Yep. Blades to be brought out. See how the opening duel is going to go for the beginning of this one, of course. Be ridiculous if Boom are able to find it.
Oh, Mako.
Yeah, trying to lurk up a little bit more information from NC Slasher though around at this A site. And a lot of the
I was gonna say, I kind of want him
rifles
to
that
chill.
DRX are shooting.
These
You
two
know
are the
there's
two
some
that should
presence
be
in
making
numbers.
plays. 3-person stack, the gun is
With
here.
the execute. They fired off a couple of pot shots, haven't found Boom quite yet, but they continue marching forward.
Whoa.
It's Hyunmin in with a couple of kills, but with the stun as well, Shiro walks away with one.
Famous
Estrella now
revolt?
in sight.
Maybe.
Drone in, get information for Famous to potentially get a clean one.
With the Blade Storm, this could be huge, but unfortunately a frag not found. He's
Oh,
hopping
wow.
over, but it doesn't quite connect. Now onto the Classic.
You've got no smokes.
But Estrella's just buying time, toying with him, playing with him, off to
Alright,
Bane,
cool.
and that's when the frag goes down. DRX continue forward.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately there, you've got no cloud burst that you're able
Yeah,
to
I
drop
only
at your feet
sneeze
to
in the
assist
morning.
you when your blades do miss.
Been awake
You
for a long time,
took
though.
the hard fight there.
Thank you, Jack.
With
Thank
the
you.
dice on the site, unfortunately. Looks a little bit awkward with a couple of those duels.
Whiffing, yeah, there's a
they're
couple
being
of
fought,
rough
but
shots in
DRX,
this
They will hold on.
first game of the
Fact,
day.
They will have some more
Boom of
depth in
timeouts,
this map.
yeah. And they got both of
We're
them.
keeping track of things. It's 4 more rounds.
Yeah, and a timeout to be brought out from Boom Esports now, getting a rifle round to come back on towards us. These are the scenarios where, as I was mentioning, all it takes is one. All it takes is one.
Wondering about the ults as well.
Crazy with the 2-1. Thanks so much for the 9 months.
So
Boom
these
winning.
DRX,
Yeah, they look good.
Keeping things light
Double pistol helped him a little bit, but
and jovial.
they're definitely playing like really nice as well. It's like nice Valorant.
Still rather comfortable.
It's not the
This is just map 1.
it's not the
despite it
flashiest.
being DRX's map.
Again, it's just EMEA Valorant,
and,
really.
I mean,
Like it
when-
looks
when
like
you
if you showed me this
consider,
demo
you
and I
know,
had to
that
guess what team
Icebox
it
hasn't been
is,
played
I would
for
say it's
Boom for quite
Fnatic.
some time, and DRX are experimenting. You might like
If I had no names and I was just watching how they're playing.
See what they've got on it a little bit. It kind of helps Boom to a small degree, where they're going to have some tape of their own to review on this map now as well. But if they win it in their first showing after quite some time, I mean, that also speaks a couple of volumes towards their prep and practice on this one.
I do want to note, though, Estrella and Bane, especially Bane, not too bad in terms of utility usage.
Yep. Some shifts on towards agents for them too. So let's see, after the timeout is called for Boom, how they're going to look to defend this one. Killjoy set over towards the A site. Spot from DOS9 down long. A little bit more mid-emphasis. Of course, Marco's been able to find some good openers there.
Which does bring more attention for Boom in towards the middle.
And there's a good trap play, actually. A good play from Boom to flash in and get Famous on the line. And now they can turn that into a bit of a flank play
Lose
if
sight.
they want. Because
Turret
DRX have
gets
walked
shot.
towards this A site,
Once the turret gets shot, they
breaking down the door.
insta-drone behind,
well,
and they
they've
kind of
seen it
lock him
all
in here.
Berserk's one away from the lockdown as well.
If
so even
Berserks
lucky
can get a
wall, that
kill.
could be quite a bit. So you do have that flank play coming in, Komodo, but
now what?
it's quickly dealt
Oh,
with. I
now
thought
they have to
Goodman was
just
watching
win
it
that
and would be
ult.
able
Oh,
to do
this gets
something, but
scary.
That is quick.
gotta win some
on the
duels.
draw by NC Slasher. Now playing for the head angle. Famous still dancing with death though. Estrella actually picks the kill up. Off to the next one, and that's just going to be Shiro and NC Slasher applying pressure on both sides. This is where it gets dicey. NC Slasher for the triple. DOS9 dispatching off the 5%.
Shiro did great though. That stun was nice as well.
Kill,
Okay, nicely done from Boom.
gonna be
Double
the
pistol
map.
made it easy, but
And
I still
look
felt
at
like
the
in the
rounds
buy rounds
count
they had
that
really
the
good
difference is
control.
gonna be 30 to 8. Let me
DOS9 had
hear
a
you give
great
me
attack.
5 big booms.
Like a great attack.
Boom, boom, boom.
They don't end the series, of course. It's only the first map of this
Okay.
one, but Boom Esports have come out with a pretty damn
I
good
will
showing on this map
back
of
in a little
Icebox. And
bit.
yes, there's still some credit to DRX, right? They're learning, they're rotating players, they're rotating, roles and everything like this, but it just feels like they were a bit outclassed in this map when you consider
They were
how
a little
the
bit
first
outclassed in this map.
the first few rounds
Yeah.
of this one started, right? 4 big clean ones.
Also,
for Boom.
DRX,
You got
like,
one back, and then you got to stretch out like
I
it
don't
was
know,
7-1
the force buy
at
stuff
one
that they
point in
did on
time.
attack,
And that's just a
I don't
huge
mind it, but
scoreline to get.
you
I
gotta
mean,
have
DOS9
good-
is back online. Famous still as
You gotta have
lethal and
good,
brutal as ever. The entire team
Yori
just
util.
working their way in the first half, just in a really delightful manner.
Yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
be back in a little bit.
So we're going to have to kind of see what DRX's adjustments are going to be going in towards the next map that will be Haven. They do actually opt to start on the attack as well. So whether or not that'll give them good favor and good breathing room, we'll have to wait and see. But it definitely feels like Boom are comfortably in the driver's seat in this series.
I will be noting, though, it is really interesting to see Freeing onto the Euro, and he has pulled out some interesting rounds.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Hyunmin on the jet as well, but it didn't feel like that there was a lot of, well-placed coordination, right? A couple of angles not really checked at the beginning that they did look to adjust and cater for going on a little bit, but it's just the early stages that were rough.
So it still is going to be a risotto that is slightly overcooked, but as we toss it back over to our desk, I got to ask them, how do you like double chocolate chip cookies?
I absolutely love double chocolate chip cookies. Are you getting me some? Are you getting me some, Quack? You better. No! What? What kind of hope is this? I already ran through the first series, Quack. Why would you do this to me? But you know what?
I don't know if that would be healthy for a person of your size, Mika. Like, that amount of sugar is just you're gonna be like pinging off the walls
Hey, what if
from
it's
one
like,
cookie.
What if it's like really Anyway, going back to Icebox, by the way, it is a good day to, I think, have a few new bundles in the store because you have NONGSHIM earlier, now you have Boom with this showing on Icebox here. My big question though, what on earth happened in the kitchen there?
not good things.
What? Okay.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
We have to ask this question. Why is freeing on Yoru? If you want to play, you have the best Teo player in the world in your team, and he's not on the. My sweet baby boy.
What have they done to
What
my
have they done
boy?
to him? I mean, he was fine on the Yoru, but he is the best Teo. I don't like this double duelist look if you're going to chop and change. Boom exploited that massively. I was impressed by everybody on that Boom side.
Has anyone ever played Jet Yoru on this map before? Like, I don't understand what's going on. DRX, I mean, you go back to their last game on Icebox, which was against PRX, and they played Bane on Omen and freeing on Teo, and they didn't have Estrella in the team yet. And now they've gone and put a whole new player in the team. They're playing double duelist on Icebox, and they're throwing multiple players onto agents they've never played before in an official, as well as changing a player in the team. Whereas you contrast that against Boom, they played this same comp bar just a Gecko for a Teo in September last year.
Yeah.
You know, like, they literally been playing the same comp on Icebox, although it's gone out of the map pool since then, and they've changed absolutely nothing. And DRX are like, we got to change a player in the team, we got to throw this guy on 2 different agents, we got to play double duelist with Jet Yoru. You've never seen it on this map, trust me, bro, it's going to be amazing. Like, what's going on?
I mean, this is it all. Bane's first game on Teo, Freeing's first game on Yoru, Estrella's third ever game on Killjoy. This is entirely new for these players on DRX,
Yeah.
and it looked new. I mean,
Could you, okay, go back to coaching global. Could you ever convince your players to just play like agents that they've never played before and just throwing everybody on everything different?
I feel like the only way that you can get away with that is going, we're already in the playoffs, guys, we can chill. But that's what it felt like to me. Where was the fire to win in that game from DRX? Boom looked a class above DRX in that game, in my mind. In individual duels, in calling, in desire to win. I felt like Boom were there. I didn't feel like DRX were there. And they need to turn this round on map 2. I'm worried for them.
Which is actually a good point, right? Perhaps they're experimenting now, especially since they have Australia in. We were wondering how it was going to work, right? Maybe they're doing this little switcheroo so that once playoffs arrives, they know pretty much how they're going to start doling out the roles.
I think it definitely could be that, right? You know, in some ways that's the smart move. But equally, it's like, you got to fight for every game. You don't get many. But I mean, it's hard to fight when man like Famous is on the other side. He's not slowing down.
Yeah, he isn't. I mean, he has just been a force to be reckoned with, and he's on the Jet. He's on the Jet on Icebox. I mean, this is a classic for him. I even remember in the Ascension games when they were playing against NONGSHIM and they were having a tougher time, Famous would, even when they were losing, always turn up to those games and have some highlights, have some individual rounds, and he has just been such an oppressive force. This matchup, Hyunmin, the best duelist and a rookie, in towards kickoff here, but here in stage 2, Famous is the best duelist player in this competition. Look at so many different stats.
I mean, this is a round I really want to highlight. I feel like the calling was so good. We see Boom stack this B site because DOS died on that push down B. So he knows that DRX want to end towards B to cover that gun. So they stack there, delay the plant. That's such good calling from them. But Famous here, how can we not highlight this guy? I feel like he's going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. First in so many stats, kills around, damage around, ACS, first kills as well. Like, this dude is just dominating the statistics in stage 2 right now.
Yeah, what I love about Boom at this point in time is, you know how so many teams feel like, oh, you know, we just gotta play our own game, which is like the favorite, like, sentence of all teams. And a lot of pros say how, like, oh, we just have to play, you know, we have to have fun, we have to play the way we do in scrims, we have to play the way we do in rank. Boom feels like they're doing this exactly.
Yeah.
Their players are playing confidently. Their players are playing that, you know, to the level that they know they can be spontaneous as well, which is the X factor against teams like DRX.
Well, they have that comfort because they're playing the same comp that they played for ages, for months and months. They're very comfortable with this comp. You see in this highlight here, like this next replay that we're going to pull out, like they are able to call circles around DRX. You see the tack time now for DRX. Tactical timeouts are a double-edged sword. You're 6-1 as Boom. You are front-running on the attacking side, and you have conditioned DRX so much. You see the info denial here. You force the TP off of yellow. You get false information from the Teo drone. So DRX are info-starved here on the defensive side. And look at how Boom calls circles around them. You see the dash from Famous on towards yellow. DRX completely over-rotates here. Look at the A players immediately leaving the site and leaving an open site for Boom to play the post plant in. They're able to get the plant top site. Famous even gets one here. His job is done once he just gets the yellow and pulls the rotation. He doesn't even need to do anything extra on top of that. And then Boom, you see the top site plant. You see the nanos get down onto the site. Perfect positioning for NC Slasher, and they play the timing perfection. I mean, DRX, they took a timeout, and immediately after it, they're just getting run around in circles, and that's got to be frustrating. And when you look at the end of that game, the scoreline overall, right? Like, looking at that start that they had on the attacking side is really the difference between when DRX is actually able to start playing the game and not.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they understood this map. Like you say, I honestly credit to Shiro. He was calling rings around DRX. NC Slasher does take the MVP for the map. Felt like he played great on that KO as well. But honestly, it would be hard to pick an MVP for me from this Boom team. I feel like everybody stepped up, did their job. We saw DOS do big lurks through mid. Great calls from Shiro. Famous stepping up. I mean, I can't fault anybody on this Boom squad.
I'm pretty sure the 9 in DOS 9 count, like, is the number of times he pushed tube that game. Dude just walked up tube every round without fail.
Is he picking that with a kind of like theme?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like DOS 9, I gotta do this 9 times. Every single time.
Lucky number.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Mako trying to do the same thing on the other half. Even though it's how you play the Viper in this map. Mako found some timings too. Felt like Mako did have a bit of a slower game there.
Yeah, and I feel like DRX maybe got into their own heads. There were a lot of pressure. They knew they were trying out something new. There was this, that pressure to kind of make sure that this was going to work.
Yeah.
Because they can't, break their streak right here and right now. Surely not, right? But this Boom is thinking the same thing.
And this is where I question the roster substitution. I assumed that they were changing their roster to change their style, play in it heavy. But they just went ahead and played double duelist and just kind of tried to shove different people on roles that they hadn't really done as much, or agents that they hadn't really done as much. So that begs the question, what is DRX going to play on Haven? Are we going to see a standard kind of meta comp where we play Breach Teo, we put Estrella on the Breach, we put Freeing on the Teo, we play single duelist? Because to me, looking at the roster and the personnel that they have in the roster, that is the natural choice for DRX when they're playing with these players. But that's not what they did on Icebox, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to know which way Tommy's going to want to take
this.
Boom
I mean,
is
Boom
like
EG
EG
2023
as well. This has been a very strong map for Boom.
I mean, they did change a player.
It's easy to see why they would.
What did they change? They changed player and coach, right?
On DRX right now, they have a big mountain to climb. And it's
qualifying.
How do they want to approach this? Is Freeing going to stay on this duelist? So they want to keep running double duelist? But I have to agree with you. I'm not happy if that's what they're going to do.
That's Freeing's first game on duelist. Not just Yoro, on duelist.
DOS 9 still a demon. He had a really nice attack half.
DRX
And it wasn't like
a little uncomfortable.
It wasn't like fragging heavy. It was more just like, I've taken this map control. I'm aware that this can happen. I'm creating good pressure.
I'm so sorry to break it to you, gentlemen.
I'll go quickly for DRX. I mean, Freeing is on the Yoru, and they have not changed their comp. They're just going to stick different players on different roles, and we'll see how it works out for them.
They changed their
across
comp.
to Boom, big changes here, swapping across to that Yoru ISO double duelist that we see a lot with DOS 9 on the ISO.
You know a little.
Yeah, DOS 9 ISO could be pretty
I
cool.
know all about it.
DOS 9 on the duelist.
Yeah, we ran this comp with DOS 9 in Ascension, and he's a great player. He has great mechanical skills, so he's unleashed on this ISO. I'm excited for Boom heading into this map. Nice to see them change, so the prep DRX will have fallen apart.
Yeah, well, it looks like both teams are cooking now. Both teams are up to something on this map. We're going to find out exactly what it is as we toss it back to Quack and Komodo to take us through Haven.
And they get
Thank
to
you very much, Mika.
well, they
Big
start on
time,
defense.
Pilski. Yes, we're
Not
back
super
onto
strong
Haven
in terms
and
of starting
DOS 9
on
on
defense.
ISO.
Yeah, I mean, Mika's saying that both teams are cooking here, but are they cooking with gas or are they cooking with like flint and steel and
just not upload it?
How far back are we going? I don't know about this one.
The VOD site's
No,
frozen.
DOS 9 back on the
Oh,
ISO.
dude, I've been recording the whole
and,
time.
Fnatic comp,
Oh,
I
Sonya,
don't
dude,
think
I'll have to.
DRX
I'll
would have
sort it out
expected
after.
this one to come out from
That's
Boom.
gonna have
Bit
to
of
be
a
an
different
after the
look for
stream's
them.
done
I'm
kind of
excited
job.
for it, don't get me wrong. Am I excited for
Well,
this
I'll edit it
makeup of
down.
DRX agents after what
Otherwise,
we've
that's
just
gonna
seen
be
on
crazy,
Icebox? I think I'm a little bit more on the side
Thanks
of
for the
not
heads up, though. We
breaking
would have been
the
recording the whole time
I'm
through.
a little bit
2 maps in
concerned as well.
one.
It makes me wonder if,
DRX
you know,
on
is this
attack,
a
Boom on
result of having
defense.
Bane in? I don't know. They've had Bane and Flashback in before, but that
At
said,
the moment,
they are going to be happy
2-0
to
on
push
the
upfront
pistols.
into C, given the way that
The great shutdown with the Omen
themselves.
flash
Yeah.
over towards
Found them.
C.
NC Slasher with the one
Boom.
paranoia up, just able to
Sorry,
stop
DRX
it.
have
He's
given
also
themselves
actually just
options
checked
around
whole
the
back
map.
site to make sure that there was no gate crash from freeing that was going to be
That's
there.
a
Shiro,
great
by the
micro
way,
flick.
starting
What the
off
hell?
the affairs by dispatching of Marco. That's your
I felt
smoke
like he was
down for
running
the
back
count.
as well.
The rest of the map to
Like
pick up
moving back.
pieces.
Oh my god,
that's a
dude.
second
What
shot.
the hell?
More?
I'm not even angry
Yes,
at you
please.
refacing this.
1, 2,
Go on, do
give
it.
me more.
Give him some
Three into
more.
the- Oh no,
3 and 4, you're on the floor.
That was crazy.
You should know this.
Do not. What is that?
I don't know. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a sneaky spot from freeing in towards the C site of things here. But can he do anything? It would be a mistake from a Boom member here that could give DRX away.
Ooh,
Back
you guys
in.
don't need to
Veto
do
checking
this.
The corner, at least it's a trade.
You definitely don't need to do this in the
Thankfully
3v5,
found
but
number still in the hands of
um,
Boom. DRX,
at least he
however,
got
will
traded.
have the C site. Spike planted pretty soon, and Salvo's still in play.
Good jump spot.
okay, they
NC
know where both are
Slasher
now.
Trying to piece
One close,
together
one
some
planted.
information here, waiting for
speed
the
up
team to
behind
come in
with
for
the
big
double,
old flank.
And they might get good timing.
Something
Is Bane
that
ready for
DRX
this?
might
Spacing
not
slightly off.
expect. They will be cautious of it though, and with the heads up duel picked up, there's a very good
Ooh.
chance for DRX to convert the round.
Ah,
but
he
Famous
missed the...
denies those
He fell
salvos.
down the gap.
Back into it, it's just freeing.
Yeah, looking for the 1v1s.
Smoke on the spike. This creates way too much pressure. Do they tap double swing?
Free bird. Nope.
Nope,
Not
but
quite.
doesn't matter.
That's DRX not able to find a pistol yet again. They are currently 0 for 3.
3
in
and
this
0 on the
series.
pistols.
Boom. Once again, very methodical on the retake. It's a bit of a good look for them, especially on the back of Shiro's.
Same
Shiro
shots? No,
just
Shiro's shots
working
here
a
are
treat, right? How
wild.
often do you
And that's
see
wild as
solo
well.
Players go for a Sheriff
Look at, like, the
buyout,
Hiko
not utilizing
and
anything
human
for shock
reaction
darts,
shot.
anything for drones on those rounds, and it just completely crumbling, right? So the fact that that's able to really just come through with those shots is quite nice.
Yeah, especially with the duelists in play.
Yeah.
Still thinking about DOS9 and how he's able to...
I mean, you're a server player when you're running a double duelist. It's like, let them frag.
And let Shiro hold. Famous this time holding down C-Long with the Outlaw. DOS9 with a judge!
Yeah. It's just the classics to come out from DRX. Estrella with the Sheriff.
Rip over towards B.
Anything
Gets hurt,
sneaky
gets
here.
shot.
At least with a recon broken, Shiro fully aware. NC Slasher to come in and relay
Ooh,
to
nice shots.
receive.
Whoa,
but
whoa,
not
whoa,
with.
whoa, whoa.
My Classic kills
With a
Mo.
classic
Classic don't do
3?
that, and he hasn't even been touched.
Is your Classic the DRX Classic? I don't know. I don't think so.
It was the Boom one last night.
With that, it's the spike
What
plant
the
and a
hell?
weapon picked up by
DOS9 still
Hyunmin.
has shield.
The duelist at DRX looking to launch an assault onto his opponents. Sprays found, but with the double tap shield from DOS9
No way,
now,
that
it's
is
been
an
quickly
absolutely
broken,
mad
smashed
round.
open, and DRX
Updraft
answers back
up,
with a round of their own.
dashes
That is
into the
absolutely
corner,
crazy
and
that
kills
Hyunmin is
3.
able to find 3 with that classic. 2 of the headshots coming on through as well. That is just, yeah, we need to re-see how this Thrifty actually turned on out because...
Right?
Here we go. Right click.
Ridiculous.
Whoa.
Like how, man? Just how?
Just non-stop headshots.
Just incredible mouse control and a very appropriate pop-off.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get something started really early here for DRX, and dropping the pistol, then resetting your opponents on the second round. It's definitely not how you
Yeah, it
want to see things start
goes
off
incredible,
Boom.
especially for their money.
I kind of want to see what the player cams for Boom then looks
He's
like
pinging
for the
him.
round. But that said, it is Famous now with a Bucky towards Sewer.
Yeah, no gate crash to get out. Well, there is currently, but it will eventually expire, and not another one to refresh, so he'd be locked in. It's classics and a Sheriff or 2 for the rest of the squad.
Oh, Shiro tucked away from the drone. So trying to come in for a cheeky angle outside of the smoke. Swaps on towards Hyunmin, and he answers back. Shock dart
Yeah,
as
did
well
incredible
for a bit of chip
damage.
but unfortunately not too much.
Shock into
Bane
the
will
shot.
be able to rack up a couple of kills. Estrella in with the Outlaw now, out from mid. Flashes out, Bucky's still in play, but the range not quite until he closes in the distance.
Yeah, speaking of range, you're not going to be able to do too much there as Famous.
Oh.
Berserks will attempt
What the
at
hell are
something
these
at the very
classics?
least. Does have a Sheriff at his feet, but more cautious as to where his opponents could be.
Bane's low, but then it's
Opts for
about
the Phantom,
5 seconds until the salvos come back online, so you know Bane's not going to take a fight.
which means Berserks does have to apply a little bit more pressure. So baits up the salvos first, and now is cautious as to where the next opponent could be.
Ooh, that sounded like
Does
it.
bite a bit of damage as well. It's down to half HP. Just looking to do as much
Great
damage as
damage.
possible now.
Not halved. No time. Up with the ship.
Bane will get away with it.
Yeah, a lot of great damage though to be collected from Boom in that one. Only one player surviving on the side of DRX makes things
Dude, the
a little
classics
bit
are just
more awkward
going
into
crazy at
next
the
round, and
moment.
you consider the round after that, you're looking to reset them. A lot of crossfires.
The save, yeah,
Aren't
he was
able
just
be
trying to tap
established
to
when
try
going
and do more
towards that
damage to
B-side.
them.
It's just got to be the individual mid-rounding and
He didn't have armor,
recognition in a
so
round such as that.
he could have like been 500 up,
Cheeky
I
little
guess.
hit coming out from Shiro though.
Yeah, for sure.
So something that DRX might want to keep track of.
Yeah, and it's
How
good
the
awareness
stealth drone.
on what utility you're spotted
Hey,
out by,
important
right? Stealth
round.
drone not finding him.
Well, at least
Repositioning close. This time though, 3 players towards the C site for Boom. A bit of a different look.
Yeah, they did want to
Especially
punish
with
this, but the
Dot9
salvos
stacked up
completely
with his
nullified
teammates
that.
As well, back into garage now.
Yeah, you got the dimensional drift for freeing. So you pick that one up. If you want to shift your force towards the A site, you can start to see that the Cypher utility is there if you do use freeing to get in.
There's a potential ult or pickup for DRX as well if they go for it. That could be a second ult online. Freeing goes in to clear the space. Looks for
I
trips
mean, the
as
shorty
well.
needs enough,
Not
yeah.
quite able to break it.
Just
but still,
probably to the price.
that is going to be space on the A site for DRX.
Yeah, no kill trips hit, but shock dart good on for Bane. You've still got a recon as well for Shiro.
The hard retake on this.
Comes the incoming hit from Famous now. Gunman though trying to hold down the line both around the site plant. Salvo
Shiro.
quickly deployed.
The team can't get through the choke
For
point.
Shiro to dance around the
Oh my
corners, his
god,
teammates
is he
falling
still
all around
alive?
him.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
in for
goodness.
the double.
Whoa!
And
What the hell?
A quad picked up almost the ace, but Berserk shuts it
Robot.
down. Hops back on over, and Estrella
Oh
to
my goodness.
recover.
Oh, why are you pulling out your knife
What was
there,
that?
Berserks? Estrella's already in the site. You got to get ready for that one. What are those shots?
Yeah,
to come
what
out
are
from
those
Hyunmin?
shots?
That is absolutely
Oh, dude,
ridiculous.
dude can't lose a map if he's playing like this, surely.
On from Thrifty down to this one. The man is unstoppable.
Yeah, the fact that Shiro even jumps out of the heavens and is able to find that kill, but look at this from Hyunmin. Like,
Oh my god.
that is just
Oh my
egregious,
god.
man. Quick on the
That's
dot
insane.
crosshair.
And
That's
much
sick.
to Berserk's chagrin. A little bit unfortunate on the final move.
Dude, on the A site, it's always taking down 3.
Has to pay for.
Classic
Yep,
Vandal.
Now Boom are paying in the eco territory down to the pistols.
Oh, quite literally. But yes,
Oh, that
DRX,
last kill was...
well, looking a lot more confident now. Looking to abuse their weaponry.
Yep. As long as you're not leaving the corners
Oh.
unchecked, Marco. Marco.
Surely not. And that's
Oh.
going to be a free kill for Famous. Shiro
but
trying
traded.
to relay forward, but yeah, it's still going to
Whoa,
bite the
my
dust for that one.
goodness,
NC
everyone's
Slasher
a
back in.
monster.
Boom are not a team to be trifled with
Everyone's
today, it
incredible.
seems. The shots are still sharp. DRX, some sharpness of their own.
They're looking to close out this, or at least push us into a third map. DRX has got to stay on top.
Yep, the trap wires from Berserks looking after C and Garage at the moment, so you've got a little bit of a crossfire you might think may be workable into this B site. See if Berserks wants to try and spot out some information with the body first. Now that Bane will meet with Estrella, might get a little bit more
Contact
difficult
switch.
for
Does
the likes of DOS9 and
does
Berserks
this
here.
ruin the crossfire?
DOS9 as well, playing the one and done, so no time
Yes,
to
it
pop
does.
up utilities
Oh my
just as the cyber
goodness.
cage gets sent over.
Oh god, I can't.
You're absolutely right, Komodo. And at this point, it just is going to be the
What is
angles
this
being
map
held,
right
I
now?
thought, until this pot shots went through.
Yep. Superior weaponry for DRX, getting the job done there.
Famous did get one rifle picked up, though.
Yeah, but he has to get through into the site, and that's going to have to break the trap wire. So
Does
know
have
where
a
he is.
flash to try to find a couple more duels, but nah.
Estrella getting the job done there.
Doesn't
Nicely
really
collected upon
really stop.
DRX, though.
Good
This
shots.
is the time that they have to weather another gun round where there's going to be an operator available on the side. And you know how the side of Boom plays the operator. It's going to be for Famous. So this will be a bit interesting.
Oh, the TP early.
Booming, yep. Shrouder stepped into it. That's what happened there. Good start for DRX, though. 4 on the trot after dropping that pistol.
And appropriately called. Famous now positioning himself towards A long alongside Shiro. But DRX
Okay, double damage out
somewhere else.
with the shock, trying to A default. They set the Euro up. Fast hit over towards C, Sova ult to stop everyone from garage. Kill trip.
Shiro berserks in for one.
Still into it, looking for the sprays against Spring. Does
timing's really off on that one.
Additional support from NC Slasher as well,
shot.
and there it is.
Okay,
The
convincing round though.
up.
Convincing
A
round,
great
Sova
reaction coming out
helped.
from Boom.
Yeah, just not able to see DRX really get into the C side, unfortunately. Sometimes that happens when you go in towards a site where you've got your opponent's Sentinel playing, right? It does happen in this game.
Yeah, the trip's so nice on this as well.
Ult invested from Shiro there. And then just dancing around the site. I feel like freeing on the duelist at the moment.
His timing of the Sova ult was really good.
Of course,
Hit the jet once, hit the Omen twice.
Also utility timing, right? Pulls out the blind side as soon as the cage goes down. So, a bit unfortunate there for him.
This goes here.
And then our desk is going to be pulling the hair out about, but for now at least, Boom happy to pick up on another round. The op still in play, Famous, same spot as before. DRX, though, still avoiding it.
Yeah,
well, you got to do a lot here.
Get in here, by the way. We could clear a lot, or if we use it a post, berserks.
No way.
Berserks.
Berserks did pretty good,
Position.
but...
Hyunmin now.
Ooh.
Fortunately, it's going to be Shiro who finds a shot through the A-Link position.
And
pulls
quickly
off the drone.
Quickly a 2 versus 2
He
as
played
well,
anti-flash and
remember.
then turned just as the flash went off.
Yeah, but I don't know how useful it's going to be in a position like this. Hyunmin closes in the distance
Oh.
with the Blade Storm, and it's
Oh.
just Shiro to find the duel.
Oh.
The drift off the
Oh,
clearance, but
boy.
Shiro!
How's he allowed to do this as well? What is this, man? This Haven's crazy right now.
Sometimes not
Don't really get what's going on.
safe to go for that
Everyone's
one.
hitting a lot of shots, and
Untrustworthy,
then
it would
sometimes
seem
this
there.
happens.
The 1 versus 2 Rebel clutch to come on through. And again, these rounds, they
Still pretty
look
nice
just
from
a
Boom. They had
little
the
bit
three-person
backwards and
swing off of the
forwards,
contact of
don't
the
they?
Omen
The fact
here
that
once
Shiro's
the
also
aggro
able
took
to
over
find
towards
Marco
A.
to bring us into that 2-on-2 situation. A neural theft out, right? It makes it quite difficult for Famous to be able to do
Okay, that
something
forces
with the operator if
DRX
he's
down
missing
to
a
an
shot.
eco. The 2 in the row, got the Outlaw out. If
I
they
don't
can
wanna-
keep this one clean, their money's
There's
going
a
to get
situation here where we're going to
really
have a
good.
bit of a Bond moment too, by the way, for DOS9 if he's not able to find a
shot hit.
kill.
22 HP, 11 HP.
Not having too much luck on this ISO, on these duels at the moment.
Still, maybe close to the kill contract. That could help him out. That said, it's going to be Famous currently trying to do what he can with the Outlaw.
Yeah. Some timing though for Shiro to see what he can get off this drone. Meanwhile, Garage starts to get scoped out a little bit for the DRX lads. Almost given free of charge. In fact, definitely given free of charge. You got to be a little bit heads up though, which is why it is being looked after from NC Slasher and now DOS9.
Potential Armageddon as well if they find a little bit more.
Oh,
Bro, the pistols.
Shield broken, body human shield as well.
Okay, good info.
And Famous uses that chance to find a kill of his own around A short. Now off to Shiro, spotting out Hyunmin. Oh, look at the updraft. Now Famous getting fully
Oh boy,
blinded.
not like this.
Face full of bullets with the stinger from Mako.
What goes down on the A side with
Smoke.
Hyunmin?
And DRX kind of aware, playing safer around it. Cybercage goes
Look
up
at
around
him.
him. Hyunmin now eliminating his final teammate. And NC Slasher not able to move, but does spin around to take down Estrella. Looks for the next target, but close
Wild,
range
man.
again. That's when
Hyunmin
the
can't
stinger
lose rounds
will
on A
pepper it
site.
full of holes.
Yeah, some really big shots to come out from a couple of the
How?
DRX
How's he
members
win
in
that?
that one to bring that one back from what should have been not really a round of theirs, right? Like the fact that Bane's able to find DOS9 with a ghost, you're getting in, you're dancing around the smoke there as Hyunmin, and you're just still going around the site with the team, setting yourself up to just fight the good fight. Not going to see a tied
Famous
scoreline
flashed
here on the
himself
4-4
as well
mark.
during
It'll
this.
be DRX still holding the lead. And into the fresh round.
Okay,
Boom.
back down to them
Not
having to
too
eco.
well equipped either, so there's a chance here for DRX to try and at least equalize up at the half, establish a great economy for buys upon buys.
But look at this, Komodo. Boom, now beginning to push out of mid. Looking for an opportunity. Looking for DOS9 to pick up his first kill. It's going to be Berserks instead, outside a garage. DRX looking to reassess the situation with a stealth drone.
Nice, that.
But at
Press
the same time,
stops
Smoke's
the...
appearing upwards, and then a pot shot through it. What?
Yeah, and these are the sort of
What?
situations as well that you just don't want to see them overstep.
I'm so confused, man.
I will highlight here,
What's happening
has
in the
kill contract
server?
If time starts to be a bit of a problem, but also would just be
position.
used to help
Yeah,
the
you
team
got
remove
ISO.
a player of DRX.
And they still
for them
play
to
together.
He's looking for the frag, though. All in 4 positions, pops a double tap, and
Yeah,
there's the kill
lovely.
contract. Straight into it, Guardian versus Mako. Plays around the angles while his teammates find more on the site. And that's DOS9 picking up the first one. Bane now.
Okay,
left
very,
alone
very
and cold.
nice. Dude,
Desperate measures, and it's gonna
what
be
an
Shiro who
off
picks
is
the
this
round
shot
up
in
for Boom.
window?
Thrifty to answer that one back for the Boom Esports side. I was talking about trying to.
I can't get over some of the stuff
your
that's
own
going on.
economy,
This was
not
fast.
able-
That's
not having to worry
sick.
about that going on forwards a little bit. That is ridiculous, by the way. That is
That
illegal.
one's
We've had
madness.
a-
Absolute
we've had a lot of illegal
madness.
plays in this series today. Let's
No,
be real.
it's been non-stop.
Yeah.
Time out.
Indescribable. I just have no idea.
It's actually been
Yeah.
non-stop crazy stuff going on.
What's the tell? It's just the sixth sense.
Sixth sense. Okay.
Yep, it's just that. 5-4.
Yeah.
Timeout out for
It's okay,
DRX.
man.
Use it for the
What
first
is that,
half,
though?
trying to establish an 8-4 lead as well before switching on over to, for them, what might be a little bit more of a disconnected side, given by players rotating out, new agents coming on forward as well. How Adept is freeing on this Yoru when we switch it over, for example, right? Marco as well, you know, trying to get some confidence in for him. Feels like he's been shut out on a
Achilles.
lot of the duels so
Akila
far.
says, I wish the other regions could be this entertaining and I'd actually watch them.
Definitely a point worth
That's
making.
crazy.
But at the same time,
It is the most fun region to watch, though.
Yoru is an
I've said it
agent
for like
that's,
3 years now.
pretty difficult to operate, but onto an official match, needing to pull out whatever you've got, at least a scoreline relatively close between the both
He's
sides.
kind of...
Oh, look at the different
He's
look
kinda
though,
not
this
wrong.
time for Berserks.
Okay,
Completely
double
changing up the
Yoru.
front B trap, the A short trap.
Okay.
You know, you're looking at a dimensional drift from freeing. If that goes into the C side of things, well, you're not going to really have too much there.
Well,
by a camera.
actually
Look at all
double
the info
your
there.
ult.
Okay.
Garage,
We
lots
got
of bodies.
leak out
So a lot
smoke.
collected upon by
Busts
Famous,
into the
but at
smoke
same
with the
time,
info.
DRX with a dimensional
Hold up.
drift of their own, looking
Is
to get a
NC
pitch
Slasher
up
about
against
to...
Berserks, and
Yeah?
they do find it, but Boom,
Oh
with the
my
information at
goodness!
first
I got to
hand,
see
will be
I've
able
got to
to
see
deal with the
Famous's
incoming
POV
onslaught,
because we ended up
especially
getting
inside a
like
garage.
I wanna throw,
3
like,
jaws at the
question
same
marks on
time.
that,
Love this
on
leak
that
out smoke
freeing,
against the ult. That was
exit
really
of the
cool.
dimensional
He'd managed to
drift.
pop the Yoru. What happened to
Yeah,
Famous?
I don't really know about that one, but the fact that
the
that's a good
Omen
flash, to come out
flash.
from Famous and he gets a second one, the rest of the team picking up where they need
Fame's
to.
spinning
That's a
around.
good look to come out from Famous.
Did he the Omen flash too? I think so.
Still.
He must have. If he's out here spinning around like that, he
5-5.
must have eaten it.
Stingers down for DRX, which means they'll have a buy into the next round, but what are they going to be able to back that one up with? Is it going to be 7-5, 6-6? No ultimates that are really achievable, you might assume, for
Stinger
DRX.
buy over
bar
towards
the one that
B,
Mark
kind of
already has.
strong.
Straight into B, though.
Probably got to pop that.
Sudden quick hit, double tap shield instantly prompt,
Oh
but
boy.
missing its mark. Bane will be happy to
Looked a
pick
lot more
that
comfy
up.
on the Omen
Berserk
on
still
B.
finding one through the smokes. Now trying to see if he can get lucky with a little bit more.
Yeah, and Famous has just walked into the trap wire over at the C long position, by the way, so the flank should be known by DRX now.
Especially with Estrella in towards middle window. So he does spot out the drone, but keeps himself undetected. Meanwhile,
Oh.
NC Slasher beginning to initiate the fights with the paranoia, but he'll be quick to receive. Berserks now will be able to look for the trade, especially holding the angles. But look at Mako, somewhat shieldless, but he just crouches underneath. Shiro off towards the races from A-Link. He goes in and guns down a couple more, and it's just Estrella who does get spotted out by Famous at the very end of it all. Boom! Will be able to pick up the lead
Yeah.
against DRX.
Yeah, Famous
At
was
this point-
very focused in
it's
on
funny
making
I'm not
sure
even-
that later flank,
I'm not even
if you want
fazed
to
by
even
it.
call it a flank for Estrella there, was just being catered for, right? Has the idea,
Shiro's hitting some
kind
shots
of
as well,
cemented that he's
though.
playing around the window, but where is he going to peek up? When is he going to peek up? The rest of the team having to try and win these duels on the B side, but it goes a little bit backwards and forwards, right? On the eventual exchanges of the play. Shiro able to do what was needed there, and then the team in the 2 versus 1 getting the defuse. So 6-5, you know, are we going to tie it up where now that DRX have the bye, or is it going to be 7-5 for Boom's
6
lead?
on defense is
Couple
really
more
good with
ults
this
swayed on
comp.
the favor for Boom's side, but
This
you
comp
are
does
away from
struggle on
Xiaomin's
attack though a
blades.
little bit, so
Don't know if that's the one that you
There
want
is
to do.
that.
Maybe for this, I wouldn't mind seeing Estrella pick up an orb to get the neural theft off a plant or off another kill. Bane, you could contend with an Armageddon as well. That'd be pretty powerful in this sort of situation.
Needing 3 more points for that one, though.
Yeah, and you know what else is powerful? If Boom give you 2 duels towards this
Oh,
A
this
site,
is
and you're able
crazy
to
timing,
win
by the way.
them. So
His TP just went.
Here as DRX.
Yeah, managed to put
See if they
one
can win the
down.
opening fights.
Good position for NC Slasher, though, and that's when they spring.
great
Punish Fury
Omen
as well,
flash.
and Human attempting to
The
dodge,
Omen
but
flashes have
NC
been
Slasher
really nice,
happy
though.
to
I give him
assault
that.
them down.
What a great trap play to come out from Boom.
Estrella
Sure,
snuck inside
can
of V
definitely
with a
win
quick
this round,
timing on
though.
things. Takes down Shiro.
Puts
He's
the
one away
trip
from the
down, all
north
the
as well,
bodies for the
right? If he's
info
able
are
to
over
achieve
towards
it through
here.
the cage, the
That's a
goal.
shame.
And it's
Bit too
Berserks to
much.
throw his hat in.
Absolutely unfortunate. 1v3 for freeing now.
Yep, just get out of there. Don't give him the 1v1s. Play together as a team. Reposition.
But he knows he's very much so surrounded.
Oh,
Looking for the spike plant as well. But
he's just been toyed with.
oh, Mako. Shot it, stepped away, freeing, beginning to sweat. He's swiping his mouse across the mouse pad so
7,
violently,
considering
but
the start,
to no
that's
avail.
insane.
I mean,
It is 7-5.
that's very laughable from Boom. They're not
If that
completely
mad
committing to the
Eco round
duel.
didn't
They're toying
happen,
with him to make
that's
him
like a
really
9-3.
just uncomfortable. As I said, I love the play in the beginning from them. NC Slasher and Famous drawing all the attention. A Hunter's Fury to assist. Yes, there's a gap when Shiro gets off that one, but the rest of the team is still at the right angles, at the right positions, at the right times. That's, you know, 4 rounds in a row for Boom Esports to close the half, right? There was a moment in time that the timeout came out from
that's a great
DRX.
ending
If they
to
were
the
to
half.
convert that one, they might have been able to stretch out a lead of their own, but they're not able
DRX
to.
might need to win
Boom
pistol.
kind of
Again, the comp is a
collected on
lot
what
better
they
on
needed to
defense,
do to
but the
finish
Boom
off the
comp's a
half.
lot better on
Very
attack.
well balanced and structured. Yes, it's a bit
And
of a...
it's one of those comps as well that if it does get a good start, it's so
not
hard
at
to play
all.
against.
No, but who knows? But, you know, into the first half at the very least, it might be a bit of a lopsided performance for DOS9. Yes, we do have to say that. But because the team is able to, you know, work off of each other that well, you know, playing the macro game, working off of each other.
And I think that's the nail on the head, right? It's the fact that DOS9 is having a bit of an abysmal performance on this ISO, but the rest of the team are still looking pretty coordinated.
DOS9 on attack though, yeah. I mean, this is where the ISO
Lots of
normally
trades,
takes
lots of good
over on
information,
attack.
lots of good takes and space control, but was that just on the defensive side? Now they're going to switch over onto attack, right?
And that's where you would want to see DOS9 pick up the slack quite a bit.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all continues to shake up, because this is still a Boom that is looking to be very structured. And if they do pick this win up, it would mean, you know, still currently a flawless run, and also taking down the giants of DRX.
Pistols though are 3-0.
Winners?
Yes.
You can see they kind of have a wild
Still Curse with the
win
5
rate.
to 6
66 and 70. Average like 68% basically.
Pistol round.
Pistol runs. It's really good.
Mid, the name of the game for Boom. And you got a bit of forward positions from the DRX lads over.
Yeah,
at
this is nice
A.
from DRX. Boom have a little bit of timing over towards B.
As there's a trap wire that you got to contend with at the front side of this site, but once
Yeah,
you get through
use
that,
a shock threat.
if you get through that,
I thought the
Okay, so
clone
they
shifted, but
use
guys,
this is
big
kind of
miss, and they
interesting.
haven't quite dealt with it just yet.
They
So
use the
a free kill
clone
for
and
Mako,
3
but still NC
people
Slasher to trade.
take
Now
the
Young
timing and
chiming
go
in as
through
well,
the
and that's
trip
where the
with the
numbers
trip
begin to
still up.
become overwhelming. Just NC Slasher alone.
I like the idea, but
Bruise one angle with a smoke.
But has to contend with the others. Close range, looking for the right
very
click,
nice
but
from
Hyunmin
coming.
quick on the draw.
Yeah, it's a
First
nice idea.
pistol round of the series for DRX.
Never really
found
seen
there.
3 people take
I'm
the
saying,
timing
you know,
of the trip.
If we're going to break the trap wire, because that got that trap wire got a hell of a lot of work done. I'll be real. A couple of tags up, some pings up as well, and Hyunmin again, kind of having a bit of a sensational series with the shots that he's able to achieve here and the multi-frags that he's
They
been
just shock
able
the
to
trip.
find
I mean, yeah, they're
regardless
just trying
of
to take
the
a time.
scoreline.
They're kind of hoping that no one's nearby as well.
Trying to
Like this
drag
from
the team
DRX,
through
they
the mud,
changed
it
their
feels
trips
like
up.
at
We
times.
got one pistols on this map. We got 1-3 overall.
No force up for Boom. No plant, no real damage.
Again, these
Let's
trips
go
are
take
nice
this
because
one
you
for
don't have
what
to
it
worry about
is.
anyone taking a
Have a
time.
chat, see what damage we
But
can
they
deliver
are
with the pistols.
So just looking to swarm
obviously
garage,
allowed
throw
to
bodies into it, but
duel in front of you,
this is
so
looking to become a
be
bit of a
scared of that.
drowning pool. DRX, happy to flood the whole site full of bullets.
Dude, look at the
Stingers at hand
HPs.
through the smoke. Mako looking to reposition around that recon. But as the spike looks to get
No way.
planted, Mako
They
will
got the
continue to
plan.
spray. The spike
Well,
still at least
so
getting
they wanted to
planted
get it,
down.
look
Yeah,
like.
it's a little bit cheeky that the fact that they're able to do that as well. Doesn't matter that they all lose their lives because we know that the guns are going to be present in the next round anyways. Maybe we'll see some sort of adjustment from DRX now that they are going to be on the bonus round, right? If Australia wants to do standard Cypher things and put the utility maybe more towards the C site. You know, one of these favorite things for the composition that Boom are running. You know, you like to do a sort of C split take, especially when a Teo doesn't have, you know, an Armageddon and can't just lock you in long. We'll see what sort of proceedings Boom are going to look for if they want to eventually go for this C take.
Still rather early, but so far we've been seeing how
Although the bonus is
the Cypher trips have
bonus
been
is not too bad.
a really big
We got
point for
Hyamin with a
DRX.
lot of confidence. He's been aiming pretty heavy.
A lot of
Tug
options
towards
that
middle.
Australia has to be available to do on this C site.
This
To
is
give
nice from
himself
Boom though.
options, rather.
Trying to get
Already
that
taken a lot of damage.
ISO online as early as
Trips
possible.
survive.
Yeah, and the regen shields as well. Now it'll come down to DRX's slight adjustments. Another gate crash to come out from Freeing, as he did get over to the C site to assist.
Hyamin inside of Cubby as well.
Yeah, he might be able to find something good here. I mean, does have a Vandal in play. Information starting to be accumulated by Bane, but an immediate destruction of that drone. You're calling for some assistance. A bit of a shift from Australia over there. And Freeing as well. Complete removal of DRX's forces. And I mean,
hovering over.
you understand it, right? They are on the bonus rounds. You want to get some cheeky shots on out, which Bane is not going to be able to do.
Quick with the salvos though, and it does stall them somewhat, especially with the stun now, taking down Famous. Still though, Boom not slowing down outside of the smokes, but quickly hit by the stickers.
Didn't
Now Mako with the
really
Spectre.
like this
Spike
much.
on the ground.
Looked
Unfortunately for that one, no one was
looked
able
rough.
to
I mean, good-
assist Famous
good
when he got
timing
in
of the
towards
stun
site.
from
There was
Bane.
the stun. A lot of the time not afforded for Boom to really slow that one down.
Yeah, that looked rough.
Bit one-dimensional, having all your numbers try and
If
get
that's
up there
our
together
best
as
buy
well.
rounds, then maybe we go
So this
Ascent.
means it's going to be the bonus rounds going the way of DRX. Going to grab some upgrades of weapons as well.
Which is very lovely if you're on the side of DRX, but for Boom, off to
The
the
X-Tech,
save.
yeah, the X-Tech is not great at all.
Not fantastic on the economy. And
The
still
I
looking
mean,
to
Bane Juto was incredibly good, right? Salvos into
really
stun,
connect the dots onto this
isolate
attack
the
side.
Yoru.
We have yet to see DOS9 on the board, and also for the entire team to really recollect into a full game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very different look on how the attack has to be played for Boom as well, right? When you compare to the previous agent set that they were running, right? Famous on the Neon and getting set up by NC Slasher and Shiro in certain different points.
The round begins with salvos, but
Yeah,
also
they
a
got the
couple
hero
Boom
gun on
players snuck right
Berserks.
past by.
Yeah, I'm not too worried for Bane and for Freeing here. You know, they should be able to stave off any full aggressions. Still got stun available.
Drone receiving info.
Yeah,
Boom
especially
as
as
well,
Hyamin
the
comes
lesser
over
quick
now
buy.
to help
Not
him
a
out.
team that is just going to send that one straight at you. They are playing on the more
Understandable, but
side of patience.
Boom looking to close in the distance, so A-Short would be a choice, but still taking that hit now calls for them to rotate somewhere else.
Well,
Yeah.
MTC site at
DRX
least.
don't have anyone down C long either here, so they're just playing towards the strengths and
Dark
numbers.
Switch has gone Famous
Boom
because
want to take the
lost
fight
armor.
towards C. Well, let's just go in for a bit of a retake.
Or to have Mako somewhere nearby to thin those numbers down even further.
Yeah, we'll have to see with 40 seconds to go what Boom want to do. That was really risky from Berserks and ill-advised.
Yeah, he's just trying to
But also good reactions coming out from Australia.
make plays.
Again,
Wait.
newly slotted into the team, but as we say that,
Ow.
thinking about Mako and Hyunmin, somehow they fall. That's going to be the sight and the spike planted down.
Whoa.
Famous with the
Whoa.
weapon picked up, looking to
Whoa.
convert the whole round. Triple kill, what?
How?
Crazy.
How have they won this?
That is crazy. How have they been able to pull that one back? Famous
It's a
individual
3v5.
shots coming on up into the dark cover. The risk to even
Two
plant
solo
side.
played
Yeah,
C,
I get
but
the
they also
idea.
kind
They
of
didn't
looked
clear over the
okay.
long. It's a dirty position, but that's an opening kill.
Sure, now
and
what
a second
happens?
opening kill. That's a 3 versus 5 conversion for
Why
Boom
they-
Esports on a half.
Why are they not playing together? Dude,
Gets
nuts
them
from
the first
Famous
round on the
though.
board for their
Even
attacking
but just
side.
pushing in the
Not
smoke
supposed
to win
to
that
do
duel
that,
was kind of
man.
crazy.
No, you're not.
They
Yeah,
might
actually be a
really
challenge
snowball from
towards
this.
the C side of
Because
things
I'm
with
starting to look at the ults, I'm starting to look at
and
the
with
money.
Australia, but Famous
And
to
if
immediately
Boom
dimensional
can win
drift
this,
on in,
they
getting
really
information.
start
Look at
rolling.
that, the trap has been spotted.
And Estrella not quite able to put down the second trip either.
Omen
so
Flash is
Famous
really
just
good
keeping
though,
them
but
under pressure. Flashes
yeah,
out as
not
well,
gonna be
but
winning
straight
that
through
one.
by Estrella. Now for DOS9 to meet his mark. Does find one and then pulls off the kill contract. Mako though, still undetected, finds a couple.
Dude, big duel on site as well as this.
But at this point, it's just
Surely. I was going to say, surely
Berserk's
easy
just
on
done
this one.
everything.
Okay,
He's
forces
around
them
the
down
side
to an
when the
eco.
team is getting
But they did use the
destroyed
double
by
ults into the
Marco.
round, but it was worth it because they have the eco.
That he loses it. The only situation that Boom win that round is if Berserks finds every single kill when
Berserks
the
did
team
so
dies,
much
and he
on
does.
site.
This guy has bad maps, but it's the maps that he does great things on that you always remember. Just look at him around the site, individual duels upon individual duels, and then the immediate onto Bane when he's out of the gulag.
Unbelievable.
How have they come away with that? 2 individual rounds, first from Famous, now from
they
Berserks.
get their own outlaw.
Full contact into C as well. Beginning
Okay,
with the dimensional
kind
drift,
of.
which did do quite a bit.
You kind of need to focus
next round
on,
coming
obviously
up,
they're going to have Sova ult
It
for
doesn't
next
look
round.
too stellar.
They kind of
Or
need
DRX
to
does it.
start
Straight
getting
up
one of these
for the
ults
Vandal,
online
some
now.
Stingers, Sheriff, a shorty
Obviously they're
for
going to win the
free.
eco as well, but
holding on to his trips as well in case there are any shock darts coming through. So still looking for Boom now, who have been switching up the pace a little bit. We're looking at Garage.
See if you can overwhelm Australia. You do hear the Vandal, so there might be a bit of a trap that you got to play off and be careful of. Though Hyunmin, don't tell me we're going to have another situation where someone's not clearing the corner.
boy.
Because no one's looking for it at the moment. It's eyes on the choke point of the
no
front
one's
of
even
me.
considering it.
They're hearing the cam as well, so trying to be careful of it.
Oh, it's all the bait. It's
Bit of-
all the bait.
Yeah, bait and switch play, freeing out to scout everything.
And legitimately, the wisest
Off to the
idea
That's
would
the
be
spike.
for them to
Peeking
get
out with a stinger, and now the salvo's coming through. And C Slasher trying to fend them off, hide into a safer position.
But there's no other jewels that are coming on the back of that one, unfortunately. The only way that works is if you got the jewels close.
Okay, they got
Unfortunately,
Omen
it
ult.
was the spike held by Shiro that
Yeah,
is
they take map
in an
control, they got
almost
Omen
unattainable
ult.
position if you didn't have a From the Shadows to go and pick
Famous
it up as
maybe
NC
going a bit
Slasher.
too
So you get
aggro,
in towards
but
the site,
did just
you
take
look
one
to
and get
bring
out
it
of there.
into
Dude,
a
just so
one-player
nuts.
deficit, but the
And out
retake's
for
here now.
the outlaw.
Oh my god, he got
gets
another
ahead
one
of the
there.
Armageddon as well, but Mako finds him instead. And C Slasher now with the weapon.
Whoa,
looking to play
it's a
around
solid
the smoke,
pause.
Maybe a bit of an anti-flash, and it makes it work!
Oh,
He
it's
finds
such a
triple at
solid
the end of the
pause. That
round,
was
and then boom, up to
such a
10.
nice play from him.
Boy.
Just took the space after the ult as well.
I thought that they'd
Dude,
heard him
another
stomp back up
3v5.
towards the
Obviously,
dark
had better
cover,
guns
and
this
that was
time.
not going to work. If anybody walked into him at that spot, they would have
It'll be
been able to
mentally
just get
draining,
him, and the
though.
round may well have not gone their
Oh,
way.
body
That's
block
an
at the end.
unfortunate team block, by the way, but Famous sticking it to him, getting 2 with
Famous
the
did
outlaw
great,
back,
but this
and then
is-
just a little crossfire at the end there. DOS9 not even really needed. That is huge. How are we getting these insane rounds from Boom Esports to bring this back, to make it look doable in 2?
Absolutely ridiculous. They're doing the unthinkable.
Crazy rounds. It's some
Just down to these little
absolute,
individual
some
plays,
absolutely
hiding around
insane
smokes,
rounds
playing
are happening.
anti-flash.
That's another conversion, by the way, from
They
Boom,
didn't use the
where they're
Sova
down
ult,
to
right?
3
So they
versus
still have
5.
Sova ult
Like-
on attack.
It's a 3 versus 5, man. That shouldn't happen.
Not at all. Looking at them, you wouldn't have thought that this was a team coming up from Ascension. Not just an Ascended team, they play second. They've come into Pacific here, and they look like they just belong.
Now they do in this stage, yeah. Kickoff, I mean,
Sure.
a little bit of a different story.
They challenged T1.
They challenged T1. A lot of people would say they should have won that game. But now it's, you know, kind of undeniable, right? You've got the win against Gen G.
Okay,
the win
simple
against
call
GE,
with the
the win
Sova
against
ult.
Paper
The
Rex.
absolute
You qualify
classic
for
over
playoffs,
towards
And now
C.
you're playing a DRX who, I mean, I'll throw an asterisk
The
on
Euro
them, right?
ult,
It's not like
relatively
this is a series
close.
that is
Ice
a
ult
playoff
miles away.
qualification game or something like that that would really
Money.
showcase Boom's strengths, but
Absolutely
it is
in
still
the
DRX.
bin.
These players are still cracked.
Round's kind of worth
Still
2.
is that story.
Yep. And now into a C site where there's nobody home. It's a stray out playing back. The kill trips.
Recon spots
someone
no one
waltzes in
here.
towards it,
Sova
but
ult
it's
over
Fury out from
towards
Shiro.
spawn.
Slow convergent shield as well.
Famous
That's
free
just a
shot.
straight up
Make it a
spam
little
through
bit safer,
smoke.
And Famous happy to greed for one. Do have Berserks
They lost
watching
their
for any
entry.
potential flanks
Oh, it's
as
kind of
well.
rough.
Yep.
This is going to be a tough retake for DRX.
It's a really hard
Sure, no
retake.
dimensional drift for freeing either, remember? Because he used that in the previous one to get them that advantage that was lost.
So all of them just looking to explode out of C-Link possibly in with the flashes, but
God,
lo and behold,
they keep
Zero
beating them
right
in the smokes.
inside. He springs like a snake, and with the headshot,
Dude,
on the top as well.
someone spam him.
Finds the triple. Famous
Someone
for the last
spam him,
boom, up to
please.
11.
On the back of the timeout, too, a quick one
Stop
into
jumping
the
into the
C-side where
smoke and spam
Hyunmin
him.
doesn't get a chance to even fight because he's just sprayed through the smoke by Famous, who once
Okay, they got an
again
eco, they got jet
is
knives.
having a great performance. It's NC Slasher up there with them as well. It's not always, you know, individuals, but with Boom, it feels like at moments it's Famous.
At moments, it's NC Slasher. This moment, it was Shiro.
Yeah.
That's not a thing,
Everybody getting a piece of
guys.
the pie, but
That's
full
not
house
a
between the
thing.
two. That's on the back of a timeout, by the way, and you're starting to really feel for
Okay.
DRX now. Unless the buy,
We got
they don't convert this
plan
one.
to
It's 12
punish
for
the
Boom,
orb
it's 4 map
over
points.
towards C with the jet
In with
knives.
the blades.
Problem is, they're up against the outlaw.
What are you looking for?
Oh, info.
Outlaw found, but you've got to find your targets.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Despite being fully blinded, he actually
Pretty
takes
much
Famous
fully
down.
blind for
Gets
that.
the refresh.
Paranoia sent out as well.
Do they
Will
expect
they
Marco to find
force?
this double
They
stack?
force
Great
onto
in
the site?
behind.
I'm not sure
Maybe
about this
quite
call.
just yet, but still the damage will
Yeah,
be
I'm
done.
not sure about
Hyunmin
this
going
call.
big with the blades. A triple found in the round, and the spike scatter to the wind.
As I said, didn't get a
It
chance
like
in the
wasn't
last
too
round
bad
to
in the
have a fight.
4v5 losing
This
the
time,
one.
when he's
The
given
force
one,
over there with
has
no
vision
pressure
on the opponent.
around the map when you jumped
Able
across
to
and saw like
destroy.
3-4,
Even without
that's
vision,
a really bad round.
Famous. Yeah, ridiculous. Now just Berserks with 50 seconds to go.
And spotted.
Gauge is up.
Especially as like the DRX can't default too much over towards A as well.
For the save. You try. to-
Your money as a team is okay.
Consider a Tekiachi with the tier 1. Appreciate that.
So,
Thank you,
yeah,
man.
not
Thank
quite.
you for the tier
50.
1.
So DRX, hold on. It's 2 rounds the difference as well. You know, these are the sort of situations where
Right.
if you're not balancing your
So
economy.
they decide to time out.
as well.
Yeah, dude, he literally saw
Great
3.
little ducking and
and they
diving
decided
around the
to
side
force.
from Marco from Hyunmin to get all the shots. Just put yourself in a situation where you're Boom can't
Consider
really
it
shoot at you.
Chiaki. Yeah, that makes way more
do
sense.
hold on. So
Thank
the
you
4
so
in a
much
row that Boom
with the
found to put them
tier
in
1.
a situation where they were looking pretty good to close
Okay,
this
cage
one.
lineup,
Will
and
they
again,
hold
the
off?
A
Now,
control
though,
is weak
Director
just
of
because they can't do
Drift
too
Famous can
much.
Pivot for a lot of information on this
Let's start
A side
talking
if
about
they
money a
wanna use
little
it
bit.
early.
'Cause they did
DRX trying to play
damage,
around the
not
round
saying it
as
was
well,
enough, but they did
recognizing
damage
so
onto
with the
this
current
round.
player's position now
So-
freeing.
Yeah, this is cheeky.
We
but
got a
spotted.
lot of people with
Brings the
low money at the moment. So
Drone
this
out
round
from
is
B.
really
I
it.
wonder, Quack, do they expect Famous to already have
Where's
gone
the
up through
where's the
long when
ults?
you
They
hear
got a
drone
Yoru
going
ult to
through
make it
garage?
easy.
I'd imagine, at the very least, with the players there, maybe looking to put a roadblock, barring Famous.
Drone
might
goes in, and he
be able to
spotted the
slip
camera.
past.
Oh, there's still the camera.
Oh,
Bit of a difference
Oh
though.
boy,
Traces
Vandal.
through the wall. Not gonna do
Vandal
too
against the Phantom.
much at that point in time.
Okay,
Berserks is-
instant reclear with the question mark though. This is
will
very
change
nice.
a little bit.
This is where you would expect Famous to dimensional drift into the A site and start to get
Does
all the
Estrella
information for the team to go
overstep,
deep together.
or does
Berserks,
he
remember,
just take the
happy to play
info?
lurk in this sort of scenario.
1-2 on
He's gotta
site.
do
Omen Flash
something.
is good. It didn't hit
Does
the
have
jet though.
utility. Kind of sends it through and will find and collect on towards Famous.
Well,
Hyunmin and Estrella all arriving at the right time, right
Estrella
place.
managed to get the kill
Quite
over towards
unfortunate.
Garage as
Now,
well.
the flank from Estrella up close and personal to Shiro.
Oops.
Okay. Slightly
We've seen some mad
by.
stuff, but this
Yep,
really
but I don't know
would
of the universe that we live in where
be the
Shiro
top
found
number
a
1 if
versus
we did
5.
it.
So
Not the most likely, but if he does find 1 kill, that's going to be Hunter's Fury. Well, it still is a 1vx. At least begins with a shock dart and tries to position himself for more opportunities. Holds the angle, does find the first, backs off into the next, and
Oh,
it came
Oh.
close.
if he found
Ooh.
freeing there somehow and had a 1 versus 1 against
started
Marco,
believing real
and
fast.
the Hunter's Fury is there, Marco would have had to come out with the big clutch, and that
It would have been
Okay, give him a little timeout. They need a little bit of help.
sometimes
These
make it
the
workable.
XX are
Famous,
pretty
though,
rough.
Unfortunately, not able to get that opener, and the rest of the team falling like flies, red and quickly rotated by DRX.
No, Big Time did say that
I think a
this
timeout
might
could
be
work
the
well as
game
well,
of the
because they kind of
season,
strolled
or
into
well,
Garage, which
group
probably
stage,
means they
but
want to
Big Time
punish
would say
Garage,
it is
which means they can
absolutely
probably
delivering
just like
currently.
fight
Timeouts
heavy
being forced
Garage,
out from
insta
both
pop with the
sides, but
shield.
This is just the first one being called out
Recon
from
lands at
Boom.
the same time you swing, go for a C
Yeah,
split.
11 to 10. deep in the map where
see what they wanna do.
decisive blow
They,
can kind of end
they're still
it,
pretty
right? If
far away
Boom are
from the
able to at least
Euro.
get 12, they give themselves a breath to have the overtime as a saving grace if it's
Damage
needed.
in that
The
round?
DRX
No, yeah,
come
the
back
damage in that
because
round
they're
was
starting
pretty
to
big,
also figure out
'cause
a rhythm on their own, right?
Boom,
These rotations
Boom
on
now,
this
if they can
defensive
get this,
side,
can
the crossfires that they're able
pretty
to
much
get.
just take it over the
When
line.
Boom are kind of red, when DRX know where it's ending, they've had a little bit more success, of
Okay,
course.
so
on
I think
rotating
DRX are
early
going to go
enough
for some kind of
make it
Punisher
a
garage.
good contest and more
But
often than
honestly,
not with
against an eco, I
But
don't think they should be doing it. But
if it's the early explosions from Boom that are a little bit more unexpected,
definitely be up for a C
DRX
split here.
haven't really
But they also
been able to
haven't
weather
really pressured
So
B
this
or
is a sort of
A that
situation where we have
much,
seen on the back of timeouts
other
for
than
Boom a
like
lot that they
directly
do
A
just
hitting once they
kinda
take A control.
have a discussion.
Okay,
have
no,
a
I think they go for the
decision
right
and
call though. This is
really
something what I'd
explode
want to do.
quickly. The weaponry though doesn't really permit for that,
3
does
away.
it? So might actually look to be a little bit quieter. Where
then
if
you're
you're
gonna-
quietly going into an
you're
angle,
gonna
and
force
it's gonna be the
garage.
C-site, judging by the positions of Boom, you're
Drone.
gonna hear that dragon roar.
Or the wolf. But still,
Could work really well.
got some ultimates, and they could do.
They find out that the op's here, so you know that this shield's big.
It roared. Now they know Hunman's got the operator over at C, and they're trying
Oh,
to
they
put
pop an
his
ult
frame
into
out,
it.
and it's a jet player.
So not quite able to find him in just yet, but still deploying it nonetheless. Armageddon being baited out by DRX as well, so that could aid Boom in some of the future rounds, but at least for now, DRX
Okay, very
happy to
nice from
slay all
Estrella
of them
though on
in
that.
full
Whoa,
until
whoa,
Dutch
whoa,
Red
whoa,
Ocean
whoa,
went
whoa.
up for
How did he
themselves.
get
Shiro up for
3?
the triple.
How's he
Mako
got
left
3?
all of a sudden with a switch.
What?
Mako
My goodness, 70
eliminates Shiro
HP,
for
the
now,
damage as
and
well.
it's
You
still
just saw him, your
Dust
teammates
9
should
has
tell
to
you.
come up huge. 1v1. He swings out,
No way, he
finds the
wins
first.
that as
3v0
well. Oh
picked
my
up by
goodness.
Boom
Dude,
to
Shiro,
reach
bro.
map and
How's he
series
doing this?
points.
What did I say? When they turn it up a little bit, they somehow make it work, but
21.
not like that, man. Not like that. That's
Dude, Dust 9
ridiculous.
having a
They're
rough
even able to
game,
get
but
into the
that
side. I mean,
1v1
you've got the
is
rotations here,
insane
you've got
impact.
Bane finding stuff, you've got freeing finding stuff. It's a 3
Shot
versus
for the
5
trade.
again.
Oh, it's a
that
great
goes
shot, man.
the way of Boom. And Dust 9, a player who has really not been here in this map to close that 1v1 clutch.
2 chances to
against
2-0
Mako,
him.
one of our leaders in Pacific
And
on
secure
the clutches.
first seed,
What's going on?
It's now
which
series
would
point
mean they're
for
one
Boom.
game,
It's
one win
20-25,
away
that's what it
from
is.
Bronzo Masters,
Boom.
which is crazy.
Kicking things
This
off
is
with lots of
absolutely crazy,
presence.
but they look
Yeah,
so good.
rotations.
Altorp's picked up, then that's Dust 9 with kill contract.
Dude, they're just going to overwhelm the
How
site with
trusting
ult.
you are of that one though,
Fair
Quack,
enough,
but
but
they're
it
going
does
in.
remove a player away.
No, you
so kill
ult there.
contract pushed through, and it does capture on towards Estrella. Paranoia sent out as well, which buys a little bit of time.
no.
Dust 9 will crack and fall. A little bit of a stumble, and that could be a chance for DRX to climb back.
Bring for some information, down on low HP right now. Scattered to the wind is NC Slasher.
Really low, but it's Bane. He hops on over, swaps
Bane,
with
you
a
have a
shorty.
Bucky, mate.
Bucky in hand, tries to shroud and step away.
Show me some
Salvo
confidence.
is even thought about.
Oh, what is happening? NC Slasher's still here. Bane
Holding the off ankle, and he will slay him down. Hopping midair, and with this position found, that could very well be Spike, but the rest of DRX look to prevent it from
bullets, big
happening up
flash.
towards A
Oh my
lane.
God,
Now the
what a
comes
flash.
out. Famous, what are you? This flames up in lights, and it's just down Estrella alongside Mako, who comes in from the back.
Yeah, the dark cover. He's got one available to try and assist, to try and help
The-
Australia.
Taking him down, 2-on-1 now. NC Slasher, he's done so much before. Can he do it again at half HP?
Spotted.
Spotted up towards the top, but still working around the edge of this smoke.
It'll fade soon.
It's Mako they just to look out for. The wallbang punches through!
Oh,
God, it was
man,
close.
oh man, those trades that come on through.
What's
I
their
mean,
money
that
like?
duel in heaven felt
Oh,
like
their
it
money is
lasted
actually in the
centuries,
bin.
I almost feel like, but
Really
the
in the
fact
bin.
that the gate crash out from Famous is just not expecting Mako to be that quick
We got
on the
3
flank.
3Ks,
That one
we got
looks a
2
little
2Ks,
bit
and we
rough
got
there,
1
not gonna
4-4.
lie, and DOS9 in the kill contract's not really working. Maybe needs to pull a page out of Meteor's book and shift to the right side instead of the left side that he's been favoring. So we go the distance here on map number 2 of Haven in this series. 12-11 and still in favor of Boom, but DRX are knocking hard on that door.
Okay, and everyone's going to be talking about
Pushes into
this.
overtime.
So they could use the pressure of the
Final
orb
round, though, where
to just walk somewhere.
Arsenal not quite
And
there.
it looks like they might. Pressure over
Big
towards
stack
A
three
with the cage to block
towards
vision,
the
and it's going to
C-side,
walk
trips
over
in
towards
the
B,
front of B that
as
you
they
can
know they're
rip to
probably
spam
going to be
through
trying to
if
stop with a
Boom
punish
go
over
there.
towards A. Sorry, C orb.
Some information to be accumulated that Long is currently free of Boom presence.
Oh boy.
Spans through.
Well, there goes your plan.
Quick for a response from Estrella.
Backup plan is to go over
Yeah,
towards
a little bit right
garage where
in
there's
there,
a two-person hold.
When you've cleared every other angle.
Oh, this is
Kind of
overtime.
where you expect Boom to be.
This is overtime for sure.
Mako, fully flashed.
Unless they hit
Zero,
some mad
but
shots
NC
like
Slasher
that.
will find the trade. Hyunmin now up top though. And in with a Neuro Threat, which does reveal his
Wait.
position, but he has the tailwind ready. DOS9 now coming up online. Does find the first. And looks for the next. He gets it. 2 on 2.
Again, another 2 versus 2 situation. DOS9 still has a contingency wall.
And the double tap online.
They're going to play together.
Retake for DRX. Salvos and flashes ready.
There goes contingency. Aggression.
And
Oh,
more
you
space. DOS9 looks
mentalist.
to get sneaky. Looks for the flicks, but not
Okay,
quite
nice
there.
shots from
Free
Freeing.
pushes into overtime, and the Korean crowd
Dude, he went
erupts.
for a really bold
Oh
one.
boy, that one was cheeky. Freeing's able to get the 2 down there. You'd expect a quick shots out from the outlaw because DOS9, he wanted to get close with that one on the back of the contingency. Would it have been better for them to play a little bit more passive?
Switching sides.
I mean, we'll never know.
Maybe.
Would have been.
The crowd's
Definitely
going so
feeling DOS9
crazy.
Hungry for a lot more though.
Yeah, he was
Not satisfied with his performance.
He was getting
for
the
sure.
shots in that round, just, you know, not able to find that last one at the end there, a bit too aggressive. And we go into overtime.
It's one of these scenarios where
Back
you
timeout,
find
technical
yourself in a spot,
timeout.
but as a player,
We
you
cool?
want to do so much more.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, looks like we're
Work
cool.
with the team. So we will kick things off with the first OT.
You'd feel like as well for Boom, how they've
Nothing crazy with the
really made
bite.
this last half look. Now that it's gone in towards overtime.
It is a situation that
But
Boom
maybe
are
a bit
not
of a
unfamiliar with,
bit
though.
of a
They
crazy
did
strat.
contend
The
against Gen G
aggro
in
mid,
overtime, where they did win out as well.
recon over towards A, spots the
Start
Euro
things
that
off on the
sends it.
defense. You've got Famous
But we
marching
got
all
to
the way
push
down
over
mid.
towards middle and he's
Yeah.
tucked here real early and they
Will it
just
have been
cleared it.
expected or not?
Oh,
DOS9's
God.
trying to assist it on out.
Oh, with the
Breeding.
undercut as well. It's going to do a little bit of
Oh,
assistance.
boy,
but
that fell
that's it.
apart
At
real
the end,
fast.
DOS9 not able to stand tall. Full support from the crowd here at Coex Stadium.
Oh, wait.
I mean, it's Esplex, but still.
Oh, I was going to say he might be able to see the...
Will be able
the
to
crowd's
deliver.
going crazy.
DRX set themselves
Might be
up
able
for
to
the
see
map
the
victory. You'd be
spike from
reeling
there,
if you're
but...
Boom here after what
Dude, the
you
actual
thought
setup
should be
was
your
pretty
map.
nice.
And you get into the third.
Everyone's
I mean,
really...
these shots to come on out,
I mean, Hyunmin, that shot is...
not really tradable properly for the Boom guys. DRX really quick with it. And DOS9 caught out on the ISO, you know, pulling out util.
I'm absolutely losing my mind as well, thinking about DRX. Yes, we are here in Esplex, and DRX definitely looking to push us into a third map.
Can Boom answer back though on this attacking side? Bit of long aggression. Oh, an awkward spray, but Freeing is
How's he
still able
alive?
to escape. Look at the
How's
cavalry
he
though.
allowed to get out of here?
DRX are already marching back towards the A site.
Gate Crash contended with as well.
Oh, dude, every time they
HV
force
losses
over
on
towards
both
A, it's
sides.
been looking really rough.
Full force is going through, past the smokes, in with the stun, and the flash out from Boom. A lot of exchange and utility, but Boom, undeterred, continues to push forward. DOS9 taken down. Bit of a trade coming out from Mako, and he continues to hold the off angle. Double found, Hyunmin
Dude,
there,
crazy
and
map
that's gonna
though.
be 14
This
to
was a
12. We are
crazy
going to
map. It was
map
so
number
sick.
3.
Yeah,
One of the better havens we've
really
seen
had
for a while.
performance in
It was
that map.
awesome.
It just feels like these multi-frags upon multi-frags are really
Okay, well, we
what
getting the
delivered
Ascent.
the goods for DRX time and time again. And for Boom, I mean, that's a bit of a heartbreaker.
They
You
had a
thought
good
that they
go at
might be
it.
able to
Two
end it, but there's a
chances
couple
as
of
well.
these rounds, right, where we're seeing huge individuals from the Boom members, right? How many individual rounds did we see from Famous to be able to bring it back? From NC Slasher coming out, from Shiro, from Berserks, and unfortunately not really from DOS9 there, because sometimes when those individuals are on an individual streak and no one is stepping up, you just falter.
Yeah, it starts to fizzle out, and this is also a scenario which might be
Okay, well, not too
somewhat
bad.
unfamiliar to Boom. Being on the opposite end of the home crowd right now. Back in Ascension, they had the entire Indonesian crowd cheering for them against SPG, now NONGSHIM REDFORCE. But against DRX, it's a whole different beast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hyunmin was insane
You
on
really
this
got to
map,
think
yeah.
for Boom as well. They were
He
getting a
was.
rhythm on for the second half, figuring out
I mean, that
exactly which way
pistol,
to turn it
sorry, the
around and
eco,
stuff.
the
But
second
DRX,
round,
you know, they were always giving what felt
that
like
was
a really good
unbelievable.
challenge. And a lot of those rounds, it was going, 1 for 1 all of the trades getting really close down
Okay,
to the
chat,
wire.
back
but
in a little
I
bit. We've got
just-
Ascent
I just
coming
keep
up.
Seeing in my memory, all of those rounds that were coming on through, who was getting activated on the side for DRX? Hyunmin. Always Hyunmin.
Without a doubt, top fragger for the team currently. We're seeing some assistance from the likes of Estrella and possibly maybe a little bit from Freeing as well, but without a doubt, a lot of it comes down to Hyunmin.
Yeah, Marco as well, a little bit there too.
That said, though, Boom are definitely being tested right now. We will see what happens on the very final map as we toss it back over to our desk to break this down.
We are going to a map 3. We very nearly thought this was going to end. This was going to be the final map and it was going to go Boom's way. But those final rounds for DRX just really goes to show that they have that experience. They have that mentality as well to be able to reset, especially in very, very crucial rounds. And this is unfortunately where Boom tends to falter.
Yeah, I mean, what an electric game. I mean, that was as close as it could get. And, you know, this is, in a way, sort of vintage Boom. I feel like they should have closed out that map and then they didn't manage to do it. And now we're going to go to a map 3, which is scary for me if I'm Boom. So I'm a little bit worried, but what a game from DRX. What a game from Hyunmin. I mean, that was a joy to watch.
Hyunmin just put the team on his back. Some absolutely ridiculous rounds in that game. Boom definitely missed a trick there. Famous, pretty decent performance on the Yoru, but they've done both of the GOATs dirty. Both teams in this game. You've thrown Freeing on a Yoru again. It's not gone well. You've thrown DOS9 on the ISO. There was a couple of rounds at the end of the game where he started fragging, and I was like, okay, he's had a bad game, but he's just going to win them the game here. And then it didn't happen. I was like, oh man, that's just egregious. Like, unfortunate.
I mean, if you look at the bottom half of those kind of, you know, leaderboards, right? You look at the bottom half there, you see some parts that just don't really mix.
Can we just stop for a second? Have you added one for every map today?
Yes. If you ask me how many maps have we played today, just the answer is right in front of you.
Oh my god.
5 maps. This means that I have to add another one, though. Oh no?
Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, like, no, because it's
Got
like
a
5.
little bit of
No,
space
it's
on
5
the
maps
left
and
there.
then it's the post show. So
Yeah, true.
yeah.
That's how it works.
Let's see. I think there's some room over here, but we'll get to that later. First things first, though, we are going into Ascent.
Yeah.
We are going into the ultimate reset for both of these teams. And right now, it seems like DRX, they are on a high because I saw in those final rounds, Bane being that vibe merchant, really just cheering the whole team. He was standing up, he was pumping his fist up in the air, going over to Mako, smiling and yelling something at him, and then Mako just smiling and agreeing.
Yeah.
That's when I knew actually that was like, oh, DRX is going to take this because you saw the energy on that side of the stage versus Boom, who were very reserved.
The crowd was getting really pumped up as well. They were
that
really
too.
cheering on DRX, but those vibes would never have come to fruition if it wasn't for Hyunmin in this game. Some absolutely ridiculous rounds, some of which we'll replay here. It starts with this classic.
He should never win this.
You should never get away with that. If that is not a reason to buy the DRX Classic, then I do not know what is. And he just continued on a tear. This was a disgusting round as well. This man's individual skill and mechanics are so good. And you see that really set the tone for such a tight game that went to 12-12 and went to OT.
Yeah.
It would never have even been the case if Hyunmin wasn't putting this entire team on his back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he played such an unbelievable game. 32 kills, I think it was. This is Hyunmin from kickoff. This is prime kickoff Hyunmin, where he was the top of all the statistics.
Well, won it in his rookie season. I mean, ridiculous stuff from him. Right from his first game, you could tell that DRX were onto something. I remember him whipping out the Raze on Lotus, and he just continued on a bit of a tear. If Jemkin didn't exist, he might have been the best duelist inside of kickoff. And in terms of if you're one of those people that factors your placement in the overall tournament into how good you were, then he's probably the best duelist from kickoff.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say, and this very much felt like we were watching kickoff level Hyunmin in Smash. You say he put the whole team on his back. If he doesn't come up with those big hero rounds, this game doesn't go to OT and DRX lose 2-0. An obvious map MVP.
I mean, he was amazing. There were so many rounds, as you guys mentioned, that he was the only one performing on many of those rounds. But I do want to ask, though, how do we feel about the experimentation on both sides, on both DRX and for Boom? How are we feeling about this as we go into map 3? Do we want more of this?
I mean, so... I'll address that in 2
You're
parts.
like,
I don't love the experimentation here because their Haven was so successful before. But now do I want to see experimentation on Ascent? A little bit, yes, because it got countered by PRX. What they were doing was a little gimmicky with the Phoenix in a way. I like it a lot, but it doesn't have too many layers to it. So if PRX were able to counter it, I feel like DRX might have the answer. So I would like to see some more innovation on Ascent, but it has to look better than it did in this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about experimentation. Famous, again, we've been talking about players playing agents for the first time in this series. This is Famous's first game on Yoru. He's a player that in the past has been criticized for a small agent pool. In the Neon meta, he wasn't playing much Neon until the end of Ascension when he finally did whip it out in the finals against SBG, and he's been playing a little bit of Neon. In fact, I think in the last 90 days, he's played 7 out of the 9 games of Neon in his entire career. So this year has been finally where Famous is starting to be a little bit more flexible in terms of his agent pool. And for a first game on Yoru, that was actually very, very solid with them whipping out the Yoru ISO. It was actually kind of DOS who struggled on the ISO, but you said you'd probably prefer to see him on the Yoru, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know that he can play Yoru to a high standard. I would have liked to see that and then have Famous just open up, be able to frag a little bit more freely on that ISO, but, you know, it didn't manage to click in that game for DOS. We definitely saw him getting a slow start. I think he was like, you know, 3-12 or something at one point.
ISO's that snowball agent. If you have a bad start, it's going to be rough for you. I mean, you're not even pointing just to him. Like, I picked Freeing as my flex, and it's not gone much better. I thought, here's what I thought. I picked Freeing because I've gone, surely DRX are putting Bane in so that we're going to play double Initiator today. Freeing's going to be on Teo every game. He's going to dominate the entire league. He's going to be the best player in the world. Never mind, he's playing Yoru every game, and I'm getting no points.
I support you there because, hey, I also have Freeing in my team. So, yeah, this was unexpected. And, yeah, lots of experimentation, but, I mean, he was giving you fair warning a while ago, I feel. He was like drifting down. He was like, hey, Morgan, maybe not today.
That was a bad omen. That was a very bad omen.
It was like, maybe not today, Morgan. But you're like, no.
I believed. It's fine. We got one more map where we can turn it around. But we talk about that double duelist, the Ascent, you know, what both these teams have played in the past. Do you expect DRX to pull out double duelist here?
Well, yeah, this is the interesting thing, right? We've seen 2 different looks from them. We've seen the single duelist with the double Enit on the Sova and the Teo, and I believe that was freeing Bane before Estrella comes into the lineup. The second one is flashback on the Yoru with the Hyunmin on the other duelist, which is what we've seen most of the time for DRX throughout this tournament. And then you get Estrella actually coming in and playing the Sentinel role, which was what we've seen throughout. So I think DRX, I definitely prefer them to play singular duelist. I've seen enough freeing on Yoru to make me sick at this point. For Boom, I really think it is concerning. I don't know if they can run the Phoenix again. It has its limitations. It's one of those things where this is the special thing about Valorant. You load into the agent select screen and you could see something completely new from your opponent, and if you are not adaptable and you can't figure out how to play against that on the fly, you will lose the game. But then that power fades away when you go into the next week or you go into the next opponent, the next competition, where you've seen what the comp does very well and you can pick apart what it does badly, and that's exactly what PRX did against Boom the last time they played this map.
Yeah, that's what makes me concerned. Like, all the answers to this composition are out there from PRX now. So if you run this again, I need to see what's changed for Boom. How have you plugged those holes that PRX were able to exploit? So you're okay to run the same comp, but innovate within that. Fix your own mistakes within that. That will be very important. But I also think they could just swap back to something a little bit more standard. We could just see Famous go back to Jet, where he's been so strong, where he can use the off a little bit more freely. I would be very down for that, but honestly, I have no idea what to expect from him right now.
I mean, I think, you know, something like that is, it can only work once. And then once you do it, it's not going to happen again. But looking at where both of these teams are at this point in the stage, I feel like going into Ascent, they're going to experiment a bit more. They're not going to be like, oh, it didn't work, let's just double back. I feel like they're going to do it even more because this is the prime time for them to be able to experiment.
Alrighty, we'll see in terms of agents what these teams are going to be bringing out. DRX are sticking to their guns yet again, freeing on the Yoru for the third map in a row. Hyunmin on the primary duelist, and they're keeping the majority of the rest the same. Bane on Teo yet again.
Boom are playing the sort of what we would call the updated meta comp. So we have
they're
Sova,
going
but
just
Teo
heavy
is the other
double
initiator.
duelists.
Vice swapping out for the Killjoy, the most meta, and of course, Yoru instead of the Jet for Famous.
It's one of my favorite comps at the moment. The
the,
way RRQ play it is fantastic. They also
Boom
get the start
comp
defense
could be
here.
pretty
Keep in
good
mind, guys,
now.
DRX has chosen
They
to
took out
start
the Phoenix,
attacking
yeah, took out
on
the Phoenix,
Ascent,
putting
so
in
they
the
have got to
Yoru.
have a good game plan and get off to the
They can
races
still
here.
use a lot of
I
the
think
stuff.
that
It
is
just gives you
exactly
way more
what they're going to
options.
do, but let's see
Kind of
if
works
Boom
exactly
can
the same
manage to make a
way.
comeback as we head into Ascent.
They shouldn't
Our
lose too
final
much.
map of the
Or
day.
maybe they're
We're gonna
punished
toss
over
it on
towards
to your
A,
casters,
in
Wack and
defense.
Komodo.
Thank you very much,
It's
Vika,
actually,
big
for like a
time. And
one-on-one,
Pilski, yes,
they
this
fill
is
the
gonna
exact
be
same
down
role.
to Ascent, where
You can
Boom
just
will
add some stuff.
definitely get tested. A map which DRX has been known to innovate things. They played this last week against Global, and it
Alright,
looked
DRX
darn
on
near
attack. We
great.
got Boom on
Yeah,
defense.
I mean, for Boom, right? Like, this is a different look, though, right?
Very different.
Like, Famous, is he going to be able to play the Yoru the same way? They're ultimately getting up to choke points and then popping on out. Not really. You know, it's a single duelist on this look where you're not actually getting any camera information as well from a Sentinel, for
Hydra
example, like
information,
Berserk's
that was
moving on
good.
towards his Vice. And DRX already starting off with a Straya solo, essentially.
At the moment,
towards
it's
this B side.
3-1 for Pistols,
Estrella again.
and
He might find
Estrella
himself
is
pinned down somewhat though, and the salvos
gonna
will
stay
flush
in
it out of
trouble.
position. So killed quickly, found back from Famous.
NC Slash Up does have to think better of just sticking out in the open for this duel. Wants to spot out what he can with the drone. And this is where it comes down to a bit of this mid-round decision making.
Famous
did
stuck
enough to
down
bait
now,
for
especially with the
Berserks.
flash at hand.
No,
Berserk's
smoke
trying to
came
bail
in
him
in
out, but
time.
unfortunately smoked off.
Empty side
Quick
as
to the
well.
smokes from Mako as well. Now you've got CT blocked off.
Are you going to keep your 100% Ascent pistol rate for DRX so far? Or is it going to falter here and you lose this 4 versus 3 advantage that you have, sniffing out the rest of the site, that no one is there? Now it's going to shift into post plan.
No more util, at least until the salvos come back up. The Boom looking to gather a little bit more space.
They got
starting
nothing
off
for
with
the
DOS9,
retake.
who he knows he's been having a rough
This
game. Trying to step up
Angels.
now. Flash out, trying to push on forward.
And they don't know the B
Stairs,
main's
though,
clear.
And that makes things a little bit more tricky. DOS9, additional support, smokes off Boathouse, but that's
There's
when
one
they
Angel.
double peek together. Bane in for the trades, Hyunmin for the next. DOS9 now out from stairs, 1-on-2. Plays up around Dice. Wait, self-salvo?
He salvoed himself.
He had no idea! Bane! What was that?
Cheeky. Not gonna lie, cheeky. You want to try and
He's
contend and
mollied
dance to do
himself.
dance around the dice? Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do that. The floor is lava.
It's gamer IQ.
Opening one though, Shiro caught with some utility in hand, and Famous caught in a reload, I believe it was, in that one. Regardless, DRX picking up the pistol here. A good idea in how they want to navigate that one. And they will look to extend things out. I mean, you gotta... I'm hoping that, you know, Boom were able to shrug off the tail end of Ascent, of
3-2
Haven,
with a
rather.
1-0.
Certainly have to. Spot that,
Oops.
well, they should be familiar with playing against VaporX just before. They did suffer a bit of a loss in between the
Well, they go
first and
both your
third map,
flashes.
but now you've got freeing with just the Ghost to make a bit more noise. Tries to walk on forward, get crashes away.
Yep, using himself as a human drone.
Boom are thinking twice now about fully rotating on over. They will still hover around the A site though, and DRX not making a single peep.
It's not a bad idea. You've just got the lesser pistols. You do it in numbers. You try to, you know, steal around like that one. Try and maybe not get everybody spot out by the stealth drone that goes in towards the site.
Yeah, the
One
drone
player in
only
hell.
spots
DOS9
one.
might have been spotted, Jenny.
They should know that the Omen's
No,
here.
never mind.
Wow,
And they just
he
full
actually
blind send it
managed to get
into
away
the
from it.
5
And
stack.
they get both guns though.
Yeah,
That
they
is
pick up the
question right now.
guns.
One towards the generator, the other one towards short when they go for the rotation back.
Was it? I
towards
thought was
B.
it 2 guns or was it
Believe
just
they should
1?
be able to, pick one
Oh,
up
no,
at
okay,
the very
just
least.
one.
DOS9 in with the Vandal, but
A nice
as
shot.
soon as Berserk tries to peek on forward, it's going to be Bane that takes him down. Now Estrella marking down the further
Everyone's
rotation.
giving them away
It's a
back
little
in.
bit whiffed over on the Thorns, but still, nonetheless, smoked off, and that allows for DRX to get the spike down somewhat safely until DOS9 attempts at something of his own.
It's got to be DOS, doesn't it?
Has to. Additional support from NC Slasher on that very lovely delivery, well, specially delivered.
Yeah, and the salvos to buy enough time to try and start to get this plant down as well.
Yikes. Okay. Dicey situation, but DOS9 for the wide swing.
Look at
Does
the
suffer a bit of a
HPs.
tag, but in with the support, unfortunately falls.
Oh,
That's the rifle
the
gun, but
reload.
Famous still picking things up. Close
Gonna have
range
to
now,
be ahead of
pistol
a
for
shot.
pistol. Wait until Famous picks up the Guardian. Estrella looking for the timing on to it, will find it
Oh,
at the end.
body shot.
And once
Oh, so it
again,
was really
the
good eco
Korean
from them.
faithful support their favorite team.
I thought they had it if they stick
the crowd
together
are
more
certainly elevated
as a
today in this
unit.
series. They're happy that we've got a pretty good one, I would say. In the comeback on the last map from DRX. I'll call it a comeback because I thought that Boom probably were looking to close it out. A couple of good shots and allocations into this round for the DRX guys as well. My early one on Berserk's pushing short to try and get some other timing or retrieve weaponry, and a little bit awkward there that he gives himself up. Because you think about that, if that was a proper 5 versus 3 on the retake, it probably could have gone Boom's way.
Save gun, they managed to
at least.
Yeah, now it's
buy
be the
2 with the
buyout
people
for
that
Boom. It's gonna be
saved.
the bonus
Well,
for
just
DRX.
used pistols.
Straight up. To be dealt with accordingly quick.
Kind of nice with the flash at the top.
The punish. Hyunmin though trying to get ahead
Oh,
as
the
well.
Fawn's
but now
insta as well, so
tripped
can't
up.
get traded.
This gives Boom a bit of a chance.
That's
Berserk's to
shaky.
hold the off
Yeah, I mean,
angle.
this was really
Shiro
nice from
additional
Boom.
support.
Looked a
Even
little
with
bit
the
rough
blindside,
from
doesn't
some of the
phase
stuff from
them.
DRX, but
Just Bane left and only a ghost.
yeah, I mean,
Only needed
very,
for the
very
one,
nice
though.
though.
That's the thing there.
Veronica, thank you so
Good
much for
aggression
the tier
from
1.
Boom
Appreciate the
that
90
time, not
months.
scared away from any of those duels, getting in front of a little bit of that utility that DRX are trying to throw their way. But all in all, these are the sort of rounds that we do wait for, right? The ebb and flow of a map like Ascent.
Watch China? Now we'll
especially.
raid someone. We'll raid,
Just any game
is
of Valorant.
Shio doing
Big
China?
rifle
We'll raid
rounds.
Shio.
And for me,
I
as
watched his
well,
stream
when
yesterday,
the
I was super
ultimates aren't
impressed.
really there yet, because it's
He's
gonna take
like
some good
solo
ideas, some
casting.
good coordination and
Trying to break
adjustments.
stuff down at the same time.
Well, the odds are going to come up soon and
He's actually doing pretty
Yeah,
good.
Especially
I mean,
keeping our eyes on Bane and Estrella.
Yeah, Bane one away from the Armageddon. Though this time a challenge in towards
He has a good
main
blend of like
for
just
the
randomly
Boom squad.
casting rounds and actually breaking down
Bane
stuff.
and Estrella repeatedly creating pressure around B main, trying to keep Boom honest. But yes, A main in contention, in with a salvo. NC Slasher for the peak.
And now you've got numbers, so you don't necessarily need to sacrifice anything as Boom.
Successful trade.
They lost a smoke on defense though,
Well,
so
Yep, just bait it out.
does just mean you can kind of prod these areas.
Amos TP'd on over to provide additional support.
Oh, he's hungry.
Goes in for the check, but
Yeah, he stepped out before the flash had really bloomed. Unfortunately.
He's trying to get him as he turns away.
quite the situation you want to find yourself in if you are to pick up these full rifle rounds.
Yeah.
DRX on the other hand,
You already knew that NC Slasher was here too.
yes, happy to capitalize on the
Yeah, and
situation.
then no
knowing that NC
smokes means
Slasher
they
is
get out
somewhat
through the
alone,
choke,
Shiro
and then when you
has
swing, you gotta be
arrived.
scared of the multiple
Unfortunately, though,
angles.
the Tejo utility will
Oh, it's
not
a really
allow
rough
him
one
to
from
come
Boom.
onto
The
the
4v,
lines.
4v3, they
that has
went
been
for
knocked off
this
balance.
solo
Can
play
they
from
recover?
Famous.
Good shock dart.
30 seconds left.
Can you get anything more here though as Boom?
Armageddon as well, it's just to secure the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Don't mind it.
the big fire rounds.
You're going to have to force Berserks into a save here.
Yeah, rough round for Boom.
Just a couple of moments.
Gotta
in
play
that
the
round.
4v3 a bit
Boom,
better.
It looks like they were going to be able to hold down A and really, you know, stick it in the challenge, but call it. I don't know. A need,
Mako?
a
Yeah, Mako did
desire
awesome though.
to close around to get hungry.
But
To still
I'm
challenge
not even
this
sure if
one.
he had
Famous
time to like turn the
was
flash.
a little bit too early and
Or
gives a
whether
bit of
he sees
stability
him
for
swinging,
DRX in
like,
the 3 versus
before.
3.
For sure, a fine line.
Certainly. But nonetheless, it is DRX. Having played this map
I
just
think
from
Boom
last week,
overreacted to the
looking
Ascent
all
loss last
warmed
week in panic switch
up. I would
comps.
imagine though, Boom leaving
I think this comp
intentionally
makes more
open
sense
from
than
the
their
map
Haven
veto,
comp
that they
switch.
have something prepared, especially given the composition as well.
Dude, honestly,
Yeah, I
That
mean,
said,
I'm surprised
Boom got
Mako
to
doesn't
pick between
even.
this and Lotus, right? So they'd be
Like, he's
feeling
not
a
even
little bit more
fazed by that
comfortable in
flash.
their preparations on this map as opposed to that one.
I want to see them, you know, coming with more set
I feel like most
plans
people
to
turn that flash
dismantle
of what's
more
going
of,
on.
like, the utility that DRX is providing, especially towards
Maybe he's
B
so
main,
good
because
with the
that was
micro
something
turn that he
Global struggled with,
like min-maxed it
Australia wants to
to
give him a
crazy
sheer wall.
levels. Who knows?
and those salvos.
Drone goes in
Bring
over
down
towards
mid.
middle.
Gonna be
They
a
force
cheeky
behind it.
peek.
Boom. Obviously we've got
Try and
1,
go for
2,
this one.
3, 4, 5. They can't buy
Not quite,
next.
not this time.
Yeah, no, think better of
And
it.
we're getting
You don't
spammed
wanna
through
see
the smoke
situations where
heavy.
Boom are giving
Mako
into
has
DRX,
ult.
and
Strela
giving
one
DRX
away.
favorable duels, right?
So trying to keep control over the map. One-way smoked up again. And see Slasher.
Just real patient for DRX. Working the map, baiting out the utility, making it a little bit easier for an eventual hit.
Okay, they saw
Trying to
too.
expose a gap as well. Up the guts.
Refreshing those smokes, and it does, you know, it's a little bit costly for DOS9 to keep doing that. Meanwhile, down into Pizza.
Dimensional drift out for Famous. Timing to start to figure out if it's going to be A or if
One,
it's going to be
two,
B.
three.
Sees the bodies in through market. You're incentivized to kind of help the team here,
Four,
and you can't really get
five.
out.
Needing to
Famous.
He
No
does
way.
get out of it. The sheer wall somewhat helps him stay alive, but that leaves Berserks alone on the site.
Wait, yeah,
Shiro
they have
now
no
coming
idea
in
about
out from
freeing. He's
spawn.
just
Famous
solos
finding a
walked all
frag
the way
zone,
on site.
and it
I'm not sure
keeps
he's walking. I feel like he was
DRX at
running
bay.
this whole way.
3-on-3, just like we saw from before, but in a different site.
No util, really. Just
Oh,
DOS9.
I mean,
Okay, here's the spike tap, now goes in for the peek, off the flash.
Comps.
So Inver Famous, he finds the swing. Double spray found, and Shiro for
Yeah,
the
nicely
final
done, though.
trade.
they just didn't. I
Not
think they
able to
still thought he was in
communicate that
B
one
main.
quickly over towards Marco to
Felt
try
like
and
the
get
Yorus
the
had
trade,
no-
unfortunately, but that one going
Like
the
everyone
way
just forgot
of
about the
Boom,
Yorus there.
guys.
They got no
Some good
footsteps or
timing on a bit
something.
of that utility as well. Getting all the information on the back of the dimensional drift. This one a little bit narrow focus was Berserk's up to the laneway, but when Plant starts to be
Invisible
established,
Yorus,
there's no
yeah,
immediate
it's
trade
crazy.
to get out on towards the
They were
Famous
just
there, and then it's a good double
both
up
in
from
positions
Boom.
that no one thought they
So,
were.
you know, backwards and forwards. Fair
Not
if
even
you wanna
using
continue to
TPs
go
as
that
well.
way.
Well, other than the
I'm
ult,
still
obviously.
looking to see, for freeing how this Yoru works. I think that's the big question: is how is freeing?
Okay, force him down to an eco.
going to
Hyunmin
work?
has ult.
'Cause you
Wait, they
pulled
used the
him
ult
off
into the
Teo,
eco? I mean, he's got a shorty.
And in this round, he's going on a
Are they going
solo
all
mission,
ult? So they can
find all
use
the info for
Faisal
the
as
team,
well?
and they'll collect back at B.
Hyunmin now comes in with the
Oh.
blades! Scouting found by freeing Hyunmin to knock and strike all of it down.
That's probably
Well,
the round.
Quick reaction from Boom, though. Famous might be nearby with
They
an
got some
outlaw,
guns now.
but is that going to be enough? It still is a 3-on-5 where Boom have the better weaponry. They're trying to at least find some numbers here.
Yeah, but it's a 3-on-5, man.
Oh, not even the head. Hyunmin
Guys,
slices
aim.
and cuts him up instead. And C-Slasher now possibly just a hold for the exits. But even then, you got to be careful. Boom, look.
Hyunmin, yeah, his
locked.
aim is just
It is
insane.
rather early, but considering the fact that they
That
are
some of the stuff
playing
he was doing on Haven
in
was
front of
incredible.
the opponent's home crowd, you got to imagine there's some effect there.
Well, I mean, this sort of round, shaken up a little bit by freeing on the dimensional drift and just DRX getting in towards the site.
you
You're
can
not
fully
looking at
hunt.
the right spot.
Ooh. Okay,
Okay.
and C-Slasher
Well.
to stabilize.
Wasted all the good
Close to
shots
it.
earlier. It's all good.
4 versus 2. These are the sort of rounds where if you are, as DRX on a lesser equipped buy, like having something to catch your opponents off guard is gorgeous, right? Hyunmin gets in, gets all of the shots, really just locks down the site, and then the round's done. Like, it's 2 versus 5, you're looking to peel away, save your guns, do some more damage. It kind of is what it is, but you're setting yourself up for a good attacking side as DRX here.
Yeah, now
Draw
that forces
out
them
some
down to an
utility
eco.
early in this sort of round. If you draw out those ultimates, I mean, you'd be laughing. Like as
4
DRX
on
in this round,
attack.
'cause Boom, they're not fully equipped.
Force him down to an
Berserk's
eco,
somehow
probably
able
5.
to bring them down a size by getting
Gonna have to see a
Steel
timeout.
Garden. Then maybe.
DRX, on the other hand, though, has been running with the same default for the past several rounds now. Same sheer wall. It's beginning to keep Boom invested onto the B site now. Off of this, DRX then can look for a rotation somewhere else.
Yeah, but Boom haven't really pushed up too far in the weaker side of the map, right? You're playing the 3. I'll call it 1-1, 1 up 3 to watch over mid, and 1A main. You don't want to be caught out on a little lurk like that. 50 seconds. As DRX are still surrounding this B site. How much do they think they need to invest remaining in this round?
Boom. They're thinking, they're scratching their heads. DRX
Yeah.
keep jabbing at them with these utilities down into B.
The problem is it's just Berserk's here.
Yeah,
That's right.
he's got to do
That's
everything.
exactly what
I
it
mean, he
is,
does
but
a lot. He has
Berserk's
fawns
alone
as well. He has
still
his ult.
could do some damage.
Well, he
Shiro
goes for the
in with
ult.
some
Damn, everyone's
ults as
ult.
well.
We got
this is a
3
heavy
ults
investment
into
with
this.
20
They're
seconds
fully
still to
all
go.
in.
Berserk's has thorns.
Berserk still
Trying
has
to
a
play
flash
around
to
the
play
time, and
with.
C-Slasher with
Dude,
the
throw
Armageddon
some
as well.
fawns down.
Thorns might aid him. Berserk still trying to stay hidden. But the blind works out great! Takes down Mako, and all of a sudden, Boom find themselves at a worthy hand of a potential Thrifty, down to a low HP
Yeah.
Bane, and Famous will be the decider.
God, what is going on,
Yeah, I
man?
think
Everyone's winning the low
question that I was
buys.
posing to the teams is how much do you want to invest in that
Like
round,
Haven
right?
again.
DRX with the heavy equipment, the more powerful guns. They've got an ult of their own, but it's Boom, right? Lesser equipped, a lot more ultimates to invest in. If the round doesn't go their way and they do invest it, it would be really unfortunate. But the fact that the timing feels right, that they need to, the fact that Berserks even finds the first shot from the ledge.
No, the first shot
the
was
rest of
good.
the team,
And
you
as
know,
soon
it
as they get
works a
that
treat,
first
right?
shot,
You've got
everyone
Steel
everyone
Guard,
ult
Hunter's Fury,
dumped.
and Armageddon to come away
Sova
with that
ult,
round
tail,
there.
Visel.
You do like to see that for Boom to keep this one in a good contest state, and now there's an operator out for Famers.
Okay, we get a rare buy v buy. I mean, this is the closest we've had to it.
To peek out to foil DRX's plans of working around B main.
We have
a lot of information now.
We have seen Wine be played with a little bit here from DOS.
Yes.
And if he's by himself with no bailout strategy, it'll be awkward. So I would say a little bit lucky that he isn't targeted there. But
Incredible timing.
The fact that you're overlooking Famous' operator line where you already had the shear wall popped earlier, that's a little bit
I mean,
of a no-no.
Yeah, DRX had no idea it was an op, and they were thinking that possibly, you know, it might have been the over-rotation onto the A site. So now they're being kept honest instead, especially with the Dimensional Drift now, spotting out that there is nobody except
Yeah, that's good
Estrella
info. They can
on
keep the
towards
3-person
tiles.
stack as long as he
Boom
doesn't
should be prepared for this 8-hit.
overextend.
Dust9, however, unfortunately finding minimal success. And C-Slasher and Berserks will be able to chime in.
And they already knew where Estrella was, right?
Okay,
He was
2
just
in a
spotted
row.
out by the ult over
The rare
at B.
2 in a row.
Famous. With 30 seconds to
2-4
go, you know
loss
what this
bonus.
is.
Can't buy on this one.
It's podcast time. 30 seconds to just do whatever.
For DRX to truly start an episode where they kind of talk things over with Mako.
You get into this sort of territory for DRX where you can have a pretty impactful round too, right? Like, you've got the Steel Garden still, you've got the Armageddon. These are some components that you can just get into the B site.
DRX? No, DRX are mad.
Yeah, the only thing for me is
Change
now Boom have
comps.
this operator in play.
Like, I feel like,
Have the
again, when I watch
Famous on
DRX,
the
it feels
line
like they have a
first.
time
One thing
machine.
DRX did last week
They switch
was
comps.
Salvos in the B main, and instead of
They
the
swi-
sheer
they
wall
switch
that the
players.
puts down, it's the arc rows.
Every
But
single
that
time we
might
watch
be,
them,
you know, famous
they have
maybe.
multiple ways of playing
Going for
maps.
any little look in towards.
And honestly, the stuff is like
Could be potentially.
pretty
Of
drilled.
course, we don't exactly have
It's
the
pretty
Armageddon
drilled
just yet.
considering
If
they
you wanna
probably
get
only
on
have
the
like
line,
7
though, we can
days.
certainly do that
I
to
really
get up
strongly
off the
think
orb.
that DRX probably works 7 out of 7
Yeah, this
days.
one will be interesting.
Because I don't know how they do it.
Try and bring this
Otherwise,
by into
like I think they have no day off.
possibility.
Famous looking to re-peek.
That
would be my guess.
Oh, he couldn't get out.
Oh
He
boy,
crashes into
nice
the
shot.
zone, and that's going to be now onto
Great,
the Frenzy. He
great
still
shots.
gets a two kill. So that's 2 for 1 now. Bane looking to recover.
Steel
Garden
Garden.
at hand as well. So
But they can't
DRX
get in.
feels like they have to keep going in, but yes, they can't. Been blocked off, especially with that sheer at hand. So Mako looking to take things into his own hands, but the thorns will
Mako.
burn Estrella. Mako in with
It's
the
a shame, he
Saber,
did pretty
tries
good.
to go in for the CQP, but it's not quite meant to be.
Gun barrel spotted, by the way.
Bane now up. Swaps the angles on
Oh.
over onto CT where he knows the next threat would
Very
be.
nice
but
on the trades on this one. They
numbers
can pick
not
up the up
quite
as well.
favoring him.
Famous
Boom
hit a
will find the
lovely
lead.
shot on B
Good
main
patience at
here.
the back of sight there
The fact he
as
got
well,
another
not
one
to
as well is
overextend
kind of
potentially.
insane.
Give it up. And then the call for the double swing.
love down to him
Nicely
here.
done.
A great shot.
As Boom
Gammons trying to
will
make
take
it
the
hard
lead.
as well by
Famous
jumping
a little bit
after.
unlucky that he wasn't able to gate crash out of there, but it feels like to me, audibly, they've heard it, and then it was kind of cancelled, right,
It
by the
was
stealth
cancelled.
drone. So maybe they like expected him to have gotten out of there. Regardless, he navigated it well to be able to escape from 2 and do the damage for the team to be able to, you know, be in the contest to win the round. Now, a timeout from DRX. Couple more rounds left in this first half, and going into a proper bye round could be a good one for them to keep things equal.
It really is such an incredible storyline.
Best
though,
best
for
of 3.
Boom to
It's been a
come all
good
the way
best of
up from
3.
Ascension, now challenging DRX
Haven was one of the best
on
maps
a
this
map
year.
which they
I think the best of 3 is probably like
stake their
MIBRG2
claim
is
to this
still
entire
awesome.
scene.
That was still really, really
the big
fun.
difference, though, in how Gen G have been playing and Boom's
But yeah,
idea
Haven
against
was a
them,
sick map.
Okay.
it was quite targeted, right, in that
Phoenix?
Gen G game. Against Suggest, I'll say it real.
Okay.
I'll say it.
Go for it.
And in this one, when it flips over, I don't think you're going to be able to do the same.
NONGSHIM.
Right? And it's a completely different
That's just
agent
the
comp
crazy
for Boom.
Lotus
So they
game.
do have to tackle it a little bit differently.
Agent comp, different opponents.
Yep. A different day in the office.
Fnatic.
Big day in the office.
Yeah, for sure. One of these teams will continue a flawless run
Fnatic
in the group.
Vitality. That was a banger.
Only one.
For now, though, on the back of that timeout, folks, see
Still
what
think it might be
DRX are gonna
RG2.
look to come out
actually
with. Some
Fnatic.
mid-control from
I don't know, we've had some
Drone, Hands in
bangers.
Spades by NC Slashes after short, spotting out 2. That they're quite close as well.
Yeah, where's the
Like, need to
actual money
fall back
like?
Just a little bit.
Pretty much in the bin.
Yeah, trying to.
That Omen,
They're
dude,
waiting
both
out
Omen flashes are good.
these dangerous
Hyunmin
spots, but still,
updrafts
Hyunmin
the
has a
Omen
pin
flash
down.
and then dashes
Now
on
into
them.
the side, especially with the Armageddon
Oh,
in
what a
play.
shot that was.
It's going to be trades.
Dude, look
for
at the
days.
trades.
DRX, though, finding themselves in a favorable position now with the numbers at hand. Berserks
Non-stop. Hyunmin did so good,
might have
yeah?
arrived on the crime scene, but he's finding corpses scattered everywhere. Maybe with a peek off from heaven, but you've got to be careful with how you're isolating these angles, especially thinking around Hell.
Well,
Generator was cleared. Now checks into Hell. Spots out Frame,
Okay,
but
nicely
a little
done.
bit
Double duelist on
too
this was
close.
everything.
all the trades. Freen had that option
Boom's
there as
so-
well. If the
so
shots
fine
started
money.
to go haywire, you can get out of dodge and play with his teammate. They could, you know, call to swing together, for example. Tied up on the back of that time out. Great shots to come on in. I think just being aware of all of the trades as DRX there, making sure you're all watching the angles and being in a situation where you can go for the trades as well, right? If you kind of bait your team and you don't immediately look to get that trade, it probably goes a little bit differently there.
The quick round picked up now. Nearing the end of the first half, DRX will continue to buy back up, freeing onto the Stinger and a quick scouting mission down A short.
Yeah, and what can he find right now as well? Because the Vice utility is around this site. That's going to lock out Famous from going for a challenge as he's salvoed away.
Still got the Arcros on the site though. And they've heard exactly where Mako is. Into the Arcros
Wait.
flash, but trapped down inside.
He's
Berserks
out of there.
manages to, well, get away with
The luck
broken.
on short.
Spike planted.
What is the timing like on
No
it?
ults really for Boom to be able to get on in here.
It's a hard retake. At least they have drone though.
Also for DRX to have some utility ready to let rip. Mako looking for the right opportunity to send that flash, and there it is.
Salvos now for NC Slasher.
He got saved, yeah, it's by his own wall.
With a flash of his own. Had a wall bank
Omen
through.
flashing to
Shiro
jump
looking
down.
to
They
help
think they
force
cleared
space down
under.
in.
Oh my
Hell
god,
has
thank god they
been
double
cleared now,
checked
watching
that.
out for door. Hyunmin still able to cause some havoc. Off towards the next spots though. It's up towards A main with Fring on that Stinger. Boom should be able to body block most of the shots and get the spike into at least half. Found him, and that's gonna be a Stringer now coming through. He's got one short, and he's got
it
the
was
fights.
close.
Wait, a triple
Lovely
kill
from
down at the end with
Estrella.
a spike.
That was close.
It was denied. That had to be the legitimate millisecond of millisecond by my eyes.
Unbelievable.
That is absolutely crazy trying to trace that last one. I mean, the reveal on towards Bane to get that one and a reload caught out there for Hyunmin. How has he managed to win that one, Australia?
It's criminal. Just slotted into the team, and he's able to put up incredible
Ooh, it looks
performances, clearing out
insanely
all the
close on
angles.
the spike.
It wasn't the millisecond of the millisecond. It looked like there was a little bit more of a sliver of a chunk there, but it still was absolutely
Okay, double
close.
judge for the last round for Boom.
And now, not letting go of the button, it's going to be DRX once again back into B with this same default. Boom though.
0.09.
Now looking to trip the sheer wall.
Oh, Famous wants to go for this B main play.
Not
Looks-
the best equipment so far though.
Yeah, it has a bit of a different flavor on it. No operator.
DOS9. Looking to get a little bit cheeky. Might have heard a hop.
We'll see.
Towards the
Marco
one way.
has liked playing up here.
Yeah, with the flash as well. So that's a fully blinded near side of DOS9 now, still finding the torso of Mako.
But on the
Flashes
side,
off his own as well, and he's hungry for more. DOS9 looking famished, but unfortunately
Dude,
punished
DOS9
for
went
it.
for a madness.
NC Slasher now has to hold down the site, sends out the Armageddon, and that's going to be DRX looking to get the spike down soon enough. Pop flash out from Freeing, but it's dimensional drift from Famous to counter.
if the plant goes down, Australia will have the ult, by the way.
Gate crash noted. Shiro looking to sneak through,
Oh,
but Freeing,
what?
what a flick! Takes down his opponent. Steel guarded now from Estrella, just to keep his
Oh,
opponents
God.
honest. Freeing then swings out,
pistol
finds
off.
the other frag. The final player left, Berserks.
No way, they won this as well.
DRX
Dude, the shot
collected the
on
first
sight
half.
from freeing over
Come on,
towards
these
main
rounds are
is
getting
insane.
so close, man. It leads in for some entertaining Valorant, doesn't it? But the judge, you know, gets it started. NC Slasher is really feeling the trouble on the site there as well. I was thinking to myself, you know, an Armageddon can be really powerful. It's got that wind-up time. You can get traded if you're trying to bring that one out. And at the end for Berserks, I mean, unfortunately, into the player that has the shorty when all of the guns are removed from both teams. Steel Gardens invested. Bit unfortunate there, but 7-5. Pretty close, not exact. Now on the flip up as well, right? Gonna have a bit of a
The
different
series
look.
art's been so good, yeah.
For DRX, how is this defense going to look?
Well, if last week is any indication where they had well, I don't want to say flawless because they only played like
4 rounds.
4 rounds, yeah.
4 rounds.
So not too much revealed, but it still is a really good indicator for how DRX might be able to play out this entire map. Boom, they had the lead at some point, but now kind of letting slip again.
Well, I think for me as well, in the one duelist approach for Boom, is how are you going to be utilizing Famous on this Yoru to clear a lot of the space, to dive in towards.
Did anyone
it?
expect
You know,
Boom
you're
to be this
more
good at
gonna
the
be
start of stage
relying
1?
on
There's definitely
Shiro
some
and
believers,
Sasha
to be
trying
fair.
just set yous up and have
I don't think
Berserks to be able
this
to do
good,
something
but
as
there
well
were definitely
on
a
device,
fair
right?
amount
When
of
the
Boom
Thorns, the
believers.
Flash is going to be available, or is he really just still going to be playing on towards this lurk role, the likes of what Straya was kind of doing a bit. There's options for sure on this agent composition.
They look good versus T1.
But this is the first time that Boom
Yeah,
have
when they
deployed it.
antied them. Like
How
is that the
confident are
first
they
best
now?
of 3 we're speaking about? Because they should have won that
Remains to be seen. We're seeing the
when
difference
they
between, you know,
when they beat them on bind.
double duelist and Shiro.
They beat them on
onto the
bind, right?
Sova.
And then they won double
Gentlemen,
pistol
still
on
putting
Pearl,
some
but
good
lost, I
numbers
think.
up for DRX.
Like, they should have won that
Boom
Pearl.
needing to do quite a bit as well. Shiro will kick things off with a Sheriff shot down mid.
Yep, Shiro with the Sheriff on the Sova. Don't want no util.
And then to recollect themselves all towards a main. Salvos to clear up wine and everything else.
Slow and steady. Good dark cover actually from Marco. Means that someone can sneak back in towards wine
Okay.
if they did want
Well,
to.
nothing's happening for a
pull
little
off
bit.
some sort of
It's
trap like
1-0, 2-3
At
for
the
the
same time, for
Pistols.
freeing to go for a cheeky little jump peek, just in case.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it's-
spot anyone out.
It's all about finding out where these players are at the moment. Boom have a player advantage.
Exchanging information with the stealth drone going out as
I was wondering
well,
if
so now
Freeing was
trying
going to
get
try
the shot
and take
towards
the
Freeing.
timing
They
of the
will
drone,
find it. Boom.
or he's going to try tuck himself in.
Finding numbers advantage in
Yep.
early parts of the round.
Because
Marco and Bane at this
4v5, someone's going to make a play.
going to be able to do something in a
This would be incredibly close if they win pistol.
Or they're going to find themselves in a bit of a hairy situation, maybe able to flash themselves out, but unfortunately the
Really
angle's
nice.
all fully
Okay,
covered
we get
by
1-1
the
pistols on this
Indonesian
map.
Fire squad.
4-2
I do
at
believe
the
unless Australia
end.
comes out with a 1 versus 5, this will be
And
DRX's first Ascent drop.
even though Boom changed their
For
comp,
the pistol rounds, then they
the
could,
same
5
strats
and 1.
apply to the
Yeah, you're gonna
Yoru.
mar that perfect
They just have
pistol
more
round
options.
record. Australia, you gotta do it.
And honestly, with what we've seen
100%.
from
Time's on though.
RRQ
Yeah.
as well, they can steal a lot of
Famous
strats.
is slowly
Like, they
creeping
can
up
steal the
behind as well.
RRQ
Just
paywall
don't
into
try and go for
TP
a knife
under.
and whiff it. If
They
you're
can
gonna do that.
still.
Oh, he's going for it.
There's-
He's going
there's
for
a lot
it,
of stuff
and
they
he
can steal.
does. Fully
Yeah,
backstab.
sending a message. Dude, they should
Either
definitely give
side,
more for
pistol
a
round though
knife
for
as well.
Boom. Hey, could have come out with it flawlessly.
I still
but
strongly
think in
think
the
that a knife
entertainment
should be 2
value,
all
that'll give
points
you a little bit of a
instead of the
shuffle.
1.
Good little plan from them to go strength in
You wanna
numbers at the
incentivize
top of
it.
mid, and good patience throughout the round as well. You know, just making sure that they're all having the time to discuss how they want to adjust around the site.
This
love
isn't
to see him in
CS.
high
Yeah,
spirits,
but I had this big
yes.
thing in when I was coaching. I
purchased
had
it
like such
now.
a such a thing that because Yampy kept on going for knife kills.
Slight
Like there is
split.
literally no point in
Similar
them.
protocols on both
They're so
ends, but it's gonna
fun
be
that
counter
there
salvos
should be.
for DRX.
Like there should be a reward for
Minion
going for
trip of
them.
that sheer as well, and there's not going to be any Yoru play in front of it.
Moawag with the tier 1. Thank you
Fall
with
on
the 20
back, make
mums.
sure that there's no
Like, there is
overextensions here.
literally
These
no
are the
point
sort
in
of
going
rounds,
for
again,
them.
you know, you just
In
wanna see Boom
scrims,
kind of
Yampy will go for
100%
4
them
knives a
as
map.
a round like this should
I'm not even
go.
exaggerating. Hopefully Bacon's here.
Wouldn't
I
mind
think I might
Shiro
be
picking up the
underplaying
orb
it.
as well, and maybe even be going for a plant, get closer to a Hunter's Fury real early on in the piece.
He was a monster for it.
Silent to exchange and boom.
Like to the
find
point where we had to
themselves
like
in
sit him down and being like,
towards
you
the
can't
main.
go for knife
Estrella taken
kills.
down.
Oh,
But then he got the
actually
first
tagged
ever
up by
knife
the
kill
stealth drone.
on a Valorant LAN, I think.
Positioned somewhat for
But the
potential
rule was he
right
could
click.
only go for knife kills if it was
Big
100%
rotation,
one
everybody
round.
from DRX here.
Fully noted right now as well. Boom. What a mid-round call.
Yeah, just get out of there.
Famous. Happy
I
to
think he did it on Haven.
stay
I
his
can't remember
welcome,
fully.
Find a couple more kills if possible. Swaps over onto the Sheriff, which unfortunately has a longer draw animation. And then a mid-round back in from Market through back to B.
Oh god, not the Furia.
Player standing.
Well,
Okay.
denying Hyunmin any opportunity.
Yep. And now
Okay.
freeing just with the classic and a door closed to see what he can potentially do.
Knock on the door. Kick the door down.
Spike planted.
Sit here, look pretty, go up with the spike.
Versus Vikings?
the more
Yeah, that was
likely
it. That was,
It's gonna play out, yes. Look pretty and
is
toxic.
he on that team?
Yeah, you got your rifle round coming in the next one. So how are you going to look to do that on the
It was
defensive
Haven,
side?
right,
Do you
that
want
I'm
to go for
thinking
a
of.
little bit of aggression together as a team? Or do you really just want to play it more on the default side, right?
Sassy? Yeah, I think
Play a long
Sassy was
game, you would
playing.
imagine.
I don't think the
Well,
knife is
something
on
more
Sassy,
default,
but
we have seen, yes, we have seen the aggression coming through. Counter salvo, stripping the shear wall, and they have a double duelist.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to probably see freeing. Just look to rotate between the sides where required.
Sachi, yeah. Sachi and Sadak. Dude, I remember that game. We played them in Prac and we were like, damn, this seems pretty good. They like wrecked us on Icebox. And then we played them in the official on LAN, and they randomly just used a solo Yoru.
Situation right now, DRX. Not too bad.
And we're just
but
like,
Boom
what
showing
the
off
hell
a
are they
lot
doing?
of crazy mid-rounds
Like,
as
why are they
well.
doing this?
And while they might not be here, certainly feeling the support of the Indonesian home crowd back at the watch party.
I was interested to see what this rifle round was going to be presenting for us on Estrella's setup with the Vice as well. Gonna
Sounds
go
like
over to
Sadak,
the
yeah.
A site
It
with
was.
a deep wall that you actually need to kind of, push a body out towards if they don't see it early, and Famous uses the
Yeah,
clone
that
just for it.
solo Yoru on Haven. I
Or
remember
a
it being
default
like,
for
what the
Boom,
hell?
See if any challenges are given to them.
Okay, big buy rounds.
None so far.
God, it's a
This is
great
cheeky though.
bonus.
DOS9 spots the information onto Hyunmin's position. Meanwhile, a bit of a push up in towards B main for freeing to bait the shear. And likewise, on the A side of things, I just mentioned the shear that Estrella's put down. Well, he's seen a bit of utility. So there's an idea that it was a bit of a default, but Berserks, again for an opener, this time on a freeing.
Not too shabby. Now more options found. They will trip that deep shear wall as well and manage to get away with it. But Mako finds an angle onto Famous.
Yeah, he's just saved Estrella there, to be honest.
Okay. Berserks, however, right now trying to catch up to his team. Spotted out by Mako.
Oh,
Wait.
the
Team,
flash.
however, will be able to flash themselves
Wait,
into the
wait.
site.
How has Shura found that, by the way, with a Spectre at that distance?
No, yeah, people
Taps
are
perhaps,
insane with the
but
Spectres at the
nonetheless,
moment.
You gotta deal and fend
The
off
Boast, the
even more,
special.
because incoming players are going to be Mako and Hyunmin until Mako's been quickly dispatched of. And C-Slasher now and the rest of the team position themselves.
Wait, the
Main
bonus?
as well as Hell.
They
Start
get a
giving them
bonus?
that
DRX
option
have
in
to
the
save
corner of
4
that dark
people
cover.
alive that get the
You want to jump up there
3k?
potentially as DOS, but no,
Oh
you
my
think better of it.
goodness.
You play the numbers, 4 versus
And
2.
the money's already
now
good.
by the timing, we can see that DRX
Only one
are
person has to
opting
rebuy.
for the save,
Only
which
one
means that
armor
the
needs to rebuy.
bonus round is going Boom Esports' way. And if the last map is anything to consider here, Quack, this one might go the distance.
It's feeling like it's gonna be close.
Certainly hoping for it as well.
So you want to
Entertaining Valorant all throughout.
So you want to see as many gun rounds as possible for DRX to put themselves in a good favor to keep it challenging. So saving those 2 guns there, not the worst of ideas.
Certainly looking assist for the
He's
upcoming
literally
rounds,
just spected him at the tail end whilst blinded halfway across the map. I know he saw him before the arc arrows popped, but still.
it's skill. But yes.
I mean, it is.
So Boom now with the bonus round picked up. They find themselves an outlaw at hand.
Yep.
Stingers, only Mako has no
Gunman.
armor though, so
Ooh.
it's not too bad for the
See what
low
he can
buy.
do
We've got
at
the
B main. Of
Outlaw,
course, there is a buy up behind those 2
and
saved guns.
3 people that can get 1 shot.
A safer shear wall on towards the B site.
Oh, this is
Uh-oh.
risky, but a straight up SMG close proximity.
You can't die either, or the shear wall will be gone. So it's a couple of sprays, back pedals into safety. Of course, feeling the looming threat
Yeah,
of
the
the
Fawns
entire
will
Boom Fire team now.
lost a
Salvos
similar amount of time
delay,
to the wall,
allowing
so
for Hyunmin to find some peaks, but unfortunately sniped out.
And now you get an idea.
they have
as
no
Boom, that there's a
cancel
big
option though.
rotation
They actually
here as
don't
well,
know
right?
about like the rest of the map. They
So-
pretty much have to force this.
Oh, what? No!
Okay.
What is the timing on that?
Free.
That's gross.
Instant drone goes over towards middle. That actually kind of gives them information that they were like
Just
re-clearing
reacting in
it. So
kind. Meanwhile,
you'd imagine
Mako
like this
will
half
continue
is
to
clear at
peek,
least.
So nothing too much found.
Because the flash is dodged. Freen gets out of there.
And will
Yeah, and
be
they
able
realize
to
that
come
it might
back
be
in
someone
through
following
some
up the drone as well,
Orchestrator,
which
who
then
is
means that
Freen
site
with
would be
tier
weak, so they
line
can
with a
force
stinger
this.
right now. Flashed out.
And Freen did pretty
finds
good
one
into
more,
this
but
round,
it is
but
individual trades. Boom find themselves a bit of a numbers advantage, although Berserk's is low HP. DOS9 hunkers down, finds the frag, and it's now a 3v1.
And they don't know where Marco is. They don't know where he's going to be coming from.
Spike
But
planted.
Berserk's is on the right line with the right gun. If you think about it, the Outlaw to get the job done, and that is
then they got
Boom
Visor
continuing
against the
this
big
flawless
fire
run on
rounds.
the attacking side so
They
far.
won
with
away
4
from a
in
Euro.
row.
Oh,
That's
this
another-
is weird for DRX because they kind of got to
I
go
don't
aggro
wanna
on B
call it a
main.
gun round, but there was kind of enough there from DRX to really make that that one, you know, maybe workable. A couple of vandals and stuff.
I see what you're saying. But it also is, you know, a huge contrast to how DRX was playing against Global Esports last week, where now you've got this 4 glowing red win streaks coming out from Boom. DRX.
Yeah, definitely a lot of
leading
talk
this
about
time out somewhat.
B main right now.
Yeah.
Termi intervening.
So they
Termi
could
intervening.
push
Definitely needs to come out with
middle. I
something
don't know
big
what
here, 'cause
ults
this
they
is the
got
last one that
themselves.
DRX have, right? Boom still
They
holding
could
onto
push
both
middle,
of
they
theirs,
could
not needing
fight
to,
B main.
you know, drop them.
They definitely need to
And
have
if they
some kind
start
of
to
plan here.
continue to have a bit of a wriggle on as well, you know.
At the very least, if they're going to play on B side, they got to
getting
have
some
some
rounds here or there,
shorties.
and DRX are still behind. Do you even then consider to use one of your own to
What's
give
the weather
DRX
like
enough time to have a talk as well?
It's fine,
right?
man. It's like
Like if you win this next
not
round,
sunny, it's
as
not
Boom,
raining, it's just
and
like a little bit
and you convert
cloudy.
after your opponent's bonus rounds,
Cold
you're
though.
probably not needing to see yourself time out until, you know, it really
That's
gets to the
normal,
later
yeah.
stages of the map, right? Unless you're tied up 10 apiece or you're up 11-9 and then, you know, you don't want to see them get to 10 before you get to 12 or something like that. I don't know. It's an important round though, regardless here, Quack.
It's timeouts, yes.
Okay,
That can be
okay.
very valuable when things get dire.
Yep, and with the guns being present again for DRX, you
So
know
it
what
looks
the
like
count
they
for that
want to
is? Well,
fight over towards B
it's
main.
Berserks with
Double
Steel Guard.
salvos.
If Boom have an
Set
idea
the
on where they
Euro
want to try
up.
and navigate
And
around
it
this
looks
map
like
and try
Boom
to
wants to
potentially end
fake
things,
the Vice.
that
Oh,
can
I'm
make
not sure.
things quite nice for them.
At least just doing a normal
Down.
default.
Still though, we'll start things off with Salvos once again. A little bit more down middle, trying to...
Yeah, this is nice, dude. What is this, like the
Nice on Boom's
2022
other
NRG
intentions.
default?
Yeah, famous.
TP
putting
into this
pressure
corner
on
from top mid?
Draw some
I think
attention
so.
here. Hyunmin
Maybe
to rate the
2021, I can't
clone
even remember.
aim to get in
When they were
towards
Envy.
market.
2 players though. Thankfully the
Nice
smoke
shot.
comes up, but the spams will still
Yeah.
go through.
Pontus
Famous
Morgan
a
with
bit
the tier
too
1.
far
Thank
ahead
you
of the
with
team
the
there,
2 months.
unfortunately. So now you're at
Thank
a
you so
deficit
much.
as Boom. Maybe even a secondary one as
Appreciate the
Berserks
tier
keeps
1.
going here.
This duel's everything.
He will
Okay,
opt
well.
for the wide swing, but Free
An easy round
just
now.
quickly dismisses of him.
Yeah, and if you want to try and go to this A side, I mean, with all this Vice utility, it should be unachievable.
Hey. 50 seconds, it's a lot left on round timer.
Yeah, and Bane, I mean, if he sees the pressure here, he's got his teammate and freeing around him, he's still got special delivery and salvos. They can just call and play for the 3 versus 5 here. They don't necessarily need to take a fight. You even just drop the door, rather, so...
It's a rather risky round to go for.
Oh, it just makes it so hard for Boom
Oh.
to try and get something back in towards this round. I wouldn't even be surprised if they just save.
Yeah.
I know
No,
they've got a
they can
lot
go
of
for
money,
it.
but there's just
They
nothing
gotta
you
go
can
for
really
it.
do. Bully your way into A, where a door has also just been shut on you.
Yeah, 15 seconds now. Unless you can kill these 2 players on the site with a snap of your fingers, this is a really tough.
Okay, hang on a
spike
second,
get
hang on a
planted.
second.
Hold
So
up.
Zero sneaks up from behind, finds a double.
Maybe it
Turned
really
out
is
by
Fnatic,
Hyunmin.
forcing into the
Spike
site at
still
10
being
seconds.
planted, and now Frenzy slides to hold the angle, unfortunately falls, and now DOS9. He has to, once again,
Oh, they had to
step
use the
up
Euro.
to bat. Freeing flushes him away with the dimensional drift. DOS9 ignores it. Tries to dodge the flashes as well. Manages to deal with Bane.
Whoa.
Comes back into it.
Oh my
Eliminates
God.
freeing. Just
How?
not everybody.
If ever there was a moment for stuns to not be cosmetic in this game,
He's hit a
that
one
is
tap
the
while
moment
stunned up.
right there.
Oh, Red Bull clutch from the sun from
3v5
Kazakhstan.
at its peak.
Oh man,
10
it's a 2
seconds
versus
left.
1.
They're
The
execing
dimensional
through the
drift, I was
site.
gonna say before they immediately kind of called to go for it. Would
What
they
is this
use the
one?
dimensional drift to try and find him and block him and make it awkward for him?
Oh, God.
DOS9, I mean, this guy
Giving it.
had
Yes.
he had a shocker. Like he's
Dude,
not
the
been having
Yoru all
greatest
worked
time at
against
the
them. They
server
ended up
today. I
giving
will
him two
admit, currently
1v1s.
One of the the worst performances of him, but to come out with that one, the moments are still there for him when they really do need. Hey.
Love it. Next round up now, though. And Boom playing it a little bit safer. You've got the Outlaw
Yeah,
on Berserks
Outlaw.
and the Sheer Wall instantly
Everyone can get
trips.
one
That's
shot.
something that DRX
Dude, they got
has been
5
doing.
ults and they're 10-7
allowing
up. It's
for
going to go
Boom
to
to create any
11. They
form of
don't have to
pressure
use
with that
all the
wall.
ults.
And that was after DRX's time out, by
And
the way.
then you would imagine at least some
So now
sort of
it's all
combo
down to what the team can
with
think for
these
themselves
4
in this, unless
would
Boom
get them a
give
3 rounds. They can literally...
the timeout
These 2 combo
to
well.
have some revitalization.
This is good for
though.
SI exec.
Hyunmin
These 2 combo
wants
well.
to think better of going for another duel there, but he wants it.
Yeah, he's got Mako
They can get a lot of
next
space here.
to him.
Who's next?
This is
Hyunmin's looking for the potential Blade Storm, I believe.
there's a lot of space from
He's just looking
Hyunmin.
for something for the team, I think, at this point. Junk shot.
Information as well.
This is
though,
the
and
ult
now
that
it's gonna be
combos
Armageddon
well
from
with all the other
Boom,
stuff.
Trying to create a little bit more space, especially the
Yeah,
dimensional drift from
and
Famous
they're
as
not
well.
scared to use it
Finds
on
the
this one.
entry,
Tries to secure the
continues with
round. They get
another
through the
blind.
choke.
Green
There's
will be happy
2 on
to pick
site.
up that rifle. Berserk's now
And, oh,
arriving
that's
from
nice,
lane, though.
though.
The rest of the team looking to waterfall down
Thanks a
on
little
towards
bit of
Estrella.
damage to get the info that
Estrella
there's still someone
dancing
back
back
site.
and forth with the
Calmly
stinger,
planting
looking
while
for the
one watches either
opportunity,
side.
But unfortunately not quite. Spike will still be planted right next to him, and Berserk's eliminates
Really,
Hyunmin.
really nice. They're
They
so
don't
calm in
care.
these
They do not care that he's
situations.
at the back of the site. They know there's 20 seconds. They've got numbers. They
Yeah,
have
these 2
rid of
ults
plan.
combo pretty
He's
well,
got a
especially if you go
stinger.
towards
You
B
don't want to
with the
give him
ult.
a favorable duel.
Uh-oh.
And now it's 7.
Another timeout, or are they
but
done?
Look at all of those rounds in a row from Boom. They still are holding the sheer garden too, right? The one ability that can just kind of stop DRX from being able to shoot back when you're going for a hit. You remove their guns, right? You make them
They're all out of
play towards
timeouts.
choke angles. You make them play a little bit different.
Okay.
Have to even contend if you want to bring out
Yeah,
a
they
pistol,
keep it
because in this sort
simple.
of
It's literally the
scenario, you might
Vice
come
ult
to
into the
expect the group
Sova
will
ult
set up
spawn.
together to go for a hit
They might
into the
even
site using
might
the
even just
sheer
keep the
garden,
Sova
right?
ult for after
Yeah,
plant.
thinking about it, you gotta watch for these positions.
Well,
Hyunmin
if
Vice
they
ult
does
goes
have
in.
Blade Storm,
Hyunmin
if they
can
drop it into the
definitely
site
tank
right now,
this. He's
they
got
could drop
knives
the
and he's
shot
got a
in
shorty.
the garden and kind of fashion a good one.
And they found the wall
Almost.
early before they
Yeah,
ulted.
the options are still
And they have
there,
drones
even with
still.
the fake out quickly dealt with. Hyunmin now trying to get out of dodge.
Staved
No
off.
guard, and there it is.
Staved off by the salvos. And the Blade Storm,
Who's
you gotta remember,
sending
is
it?
still available here
Boom
as
in
well.
place, Mako still jiggling. At some point, you gotta rotate on over. Boom are not slowing
Oops.
down, but a bit of a team kill coming through. Nonetheless, Boom still trudge forward. Hyunmin hopping over, looking for the blade. He's got 4 left.
Dude, if Bane goes
Off to the
down,
other end, though, trying to
they just
prevent
pivot to A.
Boom from creating any further space. DOS9 somewhat trapped until he can slip through into market. Spike not quite planted yet because you've got these 2 anchors on the site.
You don't exactly know where Bane went either, to be honest with you. He's gone on towards the A site in case there's a rotation call.
Oh, Mako.
smoke on spawn.
He's got the
Mako needs
Phantom.
to be...
Close range could help him out, but oh!
Because
Someone
Mako
double
needs to
peeked
be
out,
clean, and
the
that
Crosshair not
is...
just able to drag over.
Hyunmin.
Hopping out of the smoke now. Hyunmin alongside Estrella. Arcros popped, but nothing much found.
Oh,
the shot
boy.
not quite
Oh,
connecting.
boy.
Estrella will only be able to find the first. DOS9 now onto the double kill.
And Bane was way too far
They got
away
a
as well. He's got
recon, they
salvos,
get a
but it's a
smoke.
1 versus 2 here, Quack. If Boom play the crossfire right, they could find the series point.
Bane. Like you mentioned, salvos, but
They're so
where
calm
do
in
you
these
place them?
situations. Now they're incredibly
Surely in the
calm, yeah.
boathouse for 1, but pops it off. No one's giving him the peek. He does find the first flick though. Continues to forward, hops down.
Oh
and
my
dives on
goodness.
the DOS9.
Keeps it
No
alive.
crossfire! No
Big
crossfire to
1v2.
come out
It's
from
mad
Boom.
impact from him.
I said if they played that one right, they could potentially get it out. No slipping into the
Yeah,
stairs.
give him 2 1v1s again.
Trying to stand and deliver. But Bane will hold on for DRX here. 8-11. The first attacking round dropped for Boom Esports. By the way, Berserk's found some damage towards his body at the choke point by the salvos, if I am remembering correctly, and that's why he was within an inch of his life and was able to be finished off by the Hunter's Fury.
Cool. Tough, but for a guy who was the 6th man to come
Yeah,
back
there's a sigh of
into the
relief
squad,
there.
just being able to
Where's
pull
the
out
money
performance
at?
like
Ah,
that
incredibly low.
11
extends DRX's life, yes.
is all they get. Isn't that what we said last map?
I'm shaking my head and I'm really
Zux
wondering about this.
gets
but,
out of
know,
Outlaw.
certainly want to keep your hopes up for Boom.
And
They've
4
been
people
putting
that
up
can get
quite
one
the
shot.
performance thus far.
Yeah, need some good decision making here.
Okay, mid. Salvos as well, and it forces bringing the gate crash away.
Oh, there's some timing here for Australia.
All right.
How far forward does he want to push, though? That's the question.
Yeah, Berserks has kept that sheer wall a little bit further back now.
Yeah, numbers as well. Look at this one. Hyunmin, is he any clue?
Can't really get away either. All frags or nothing, especially once those flashes go through. A little bit more support coming up with
No
Free
flash for Free.
close by. But here come those kills. Oh, they have actually managed to find 2. DOS9 trying to equalize, but not quite. Famous caught inside of the smoke. Armageddon launched by Bane as well. Famous takes down the
Shadow has
Armageddon
to
and
get
now
one.
looks to recollect with his fallen teammates,
my.
but Estrella up by stairs denies entry. Berserks to trade right
Okay, they can
back.
both get one
1
shot.
on 2.
And how do you play this one if you are DRX as well?
Oh, he's thinking about a weapon, but it's not quite safe enough, so still sticking on to the Outlaw.
The thing is, they're both at 125
I mean,
HP
yeah, he's
here.
got the best possible weapon
Outlaw's
for
got the
this.
best gun.
But you have to think about the reload, so positioning very crucial.
1 shot each, Quack.
That's all you got to go for.
Timing.
1 shot, 1 kill.
Oh.
Berserks peeks, doesn't see him. Where could they be? Goes back around lane, spots out the first. That's the first kill. Punch in your second ticket, Berserks, because it's right there. Swaps to the shorty, hops in.
Damn,
and
bro.
Mako.
Big,
Little clutch
big
for the guy, and it's
1v2.
Berserks
Chat, they got
who
no
picks it up
money.
instead.
There's
Red Bull
4
clutch to come
chances.
through
Everyone's
from
sitting around
Berserks, and
2k
it's
apart from
series
Australia that's
point
got 4k.
For Boom Esports, and they got 4 of them. You look at the crossfire that was attempted in the middle there from Freeing to push through that dark cover as well. Hyunmin trying to do what he could. And it's not happening, but it's Berserks. I told you what, the Outlaw, it only needs 1 shot to finish off an opponent on 125. But the shorty as well, the sidearm, salvages the situation.
Oh, and with the win against the home crowd, all of a sudden, a little bit more silent now.
I have a feeling the big time might have to be buying the bundle soon.
Got an itch for it, Boom.
Another Outlaw as well.
send
Every
themselves
single
forward,
person apart from
possibly
1 can get 1 shot.
Getting the lock into playoffs.
Lewis, hello
Well, I mean,
mate.
they already have
How you
that,
doing,
but
Lewis?
top
Good to see you,
seed.
bro. Appreciate the tier
Boom,
1.
top
Thanks for
seed.
60 months. Hope you're doing well,
Could
mate.
you imagine?
DRX, do you have it in you? Playing around the smokes, not the best guns. Sheriff spams. And it's the Owl drone that
I'm
clears
doing
out
good,
wide.
mate.
Boom,
Doing good. Thanks for asking.
CA site.
For Marco, he wasn't
Been a
spotted
banger
for the moment.
game.
Now he is. Berserk's on towards Freeing. This is where a crunch opportunity happens on the A site.
Right, still got those thorns, but Mako trying to play around the smokes, repositions, but
The
unfortunately kicks
TP
down.
behind
The full
him, not
form
expecting
from
it.
Boom.
They
2
got a
players
retake
left.
with a
Now
stinger,
Hyunmin and Estrella
2v5.
running off the tracks on towards heaven. They gotta wait for that recon. The spike gets planted. Thankfully, they will shoot out Storm, so a little bit more space, but can they dive down to hell safely enough? No smokes. Goes in for the hop. Hyunmin, Stinger has the first kill, but the shorty.
Okay, really nice. They go 4-0 in their group. They secure the first seed, and they are 1 game away, 1 win away from getting to Toronto.
DRX give him a rocker there. It doesn't matter, folks.
Fast
That
in
was
their
an
group.
entertaining
Absolute
map
beasts,
of
man. Fair
Ascent.
play.
Moments from both teams, but it's the attacking
4-0.
side from Boom Esports that they just had a clear vision, 2020 vision in 2025.
2025. It is incredible. Unfortunate commiserations to DRX. They're still very much in play, but this was not quite a performance that we would have expected.
1 win
from
away,
them.
yeah, 1 win
Meanwhile,
away.
for
If they win
Boom
the
to
upper
be able to
bracket
climb
game,
this far,
they at
this
least get third
successfully,
seed.
for DOS9 to step up on the final map as well. is just unbelievable, especially given how some of these rounds
Damn,
played
dude,
out.
what a game
I mean,
from
if there
them.
was
So,
ever a
chat, this is
day
a
to
good
ship the
game in
new,
general as well.
Ascension
The Haven
bundle,
was
both of our
unbelievable
Ascension
to watch.
teams getting the dubs today
The Haven
in the
was so
server.
much fun.
That is the buff.
It is just lovely.
The
Especially
coaching
with
staff
the
put
coaching
in a
staff
lot of work as well, man.
Six
Fair play.
fingers and Fields will toss it
Changed
down
their comp
over
up a
on the
little
stage
bit
with
as well.
Jet to take in the winning interview.
DRX, yeah, I mean DRX swapped a lot of stuff, but they keep swapping a lot of stuff, so. Plus, I'm always happy to see a 6-man roster get
Boom
beaten,
Esports
I'm
coming
not
out
gonna
on
lie.
top, continuing their winning
Change your
ways.
players
I'm
up.
gonna give this one more try now,
I'm kind of fine with it.
Congratulations. There you go. Why'd you run away from me last time?
Isabella, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you, I
Now
appreciate
we have
that.
Famous on stage with us
Wait,
to
she made a
talk
joke about
today's
getting him
win.
wrong last
네,
time.
붐 e스포츠의 페이머스 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. DRX를 꺾고 오늘 연승을 이어나가게
She said she ran away
먼저
last
오늘
time.
경기 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. You guys
Sick.
extend your undefeated run with this win against DRX. Was it easier or tougher than you expected?
I think for this one kind of tough. I keep overthinking like maybe they're doing this, maybe stack here, maybe they stack B, stack A, and I got through smoke 2 times like unlucky.
사실 예상했던 것보다 훨씬 힘들었고 그리고 계속 DRX가 좀 이쪽에 스택을 할까 아니면 저쪽에 스택을 할까 알아내고 이해하기 그 좀 상대를 읽어내기 힘들었고 또 스모크
Boom.
샷을 한 두
Dude,
번이나
Boom
맞춰서
and
힘든
NONGSHIM
경기였지만
next
그래도
stage
이겨서
fighting for who
기쁘다고
stays in the
얘기를
league is going to be
이번 경기에
insane.
여운이 채 가시지 않았지만 그래도 아이스박스를 얘기를 해보고 싶은데 마지막으로 아이스박스를 했던 게 오늘 제외하고 작년 9월이었거든요. 이 조합을 전혀 바꾸지 않고도 승리를 가져갔는데 많은 팀들이 변화를 시도하는
might get their
와중에
revenge.
조합을 그대로 쓰기로 결정하게 된 이유는 무엇인지도 물어보고 싶네요. I know we're still very excited and very energetic about this win, especially that match against DRX on Ascent. But let's go back to Icebox because I feel like the last time you guys played this map was September last year. And while a lot of teams they choose to switch things up when it comes to comps.
Yeah.
You guys decided to stick with your old comp. Was there a specific reason why?
Actually, we kind of changed the plan. Like, I'm not playing Jet actually, Icebox map, but I'm not gonna tell the previous agent I use.
사실 제트를 안 쓰는 거 빼고는 바뀌지 않았는데
Can they not both go through? It's whoever does the best at champs, if they both go to champs. Not saying that's going to happen. And then whoever comes like second out of the two have to play the winners of Ascension, I think, or qualify again from Ascension. They go into a group of 8 with 7 other Ascension teams.
이 부분에 대해서도 더 물어보도록 할게요. Now, speaking of the Yoru, right? First time you've ever played on stage in the officials, and I see you picking up the neon a lot more in the past 3 months. So can you talk to me about your grinding when it comes to expanding your agent pool?
For the Yoru, I think it's the first time, and I'm kinda thinking like overthink like how I use properly the util, how I can manage properly the TP and flash. Yeah, kinda tough for me.
All right, not very natural, but you've still done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
아직 스킬을 정확히
Paratopian,
어떤
thanks so much for
타이밍에
the tier
어떻게
1.
써야
Thank
될지
you, thank
100%
you.
아는 건 아니라서 좀 아직까지 헷갈리기도
The worst
하고
are the
쉬운
top
건
2 go
아니지만
to
그래도
Ascension.
열심히
They have to play
모험폭을
Ascension.
느끼려고
So yeah,
좀 요루도
Ascension.
연습을
So it
했다고
is.
얘기를 합니다. 그리고
Ascension's still 8
마지막으로
teams, right?
이렇게 그룹 1위로
Or is
플레이오프에
that-
진출하게 됐는데
maybe it's
이
more these
정도로
days.
잘할 거라는 자신감이
Either way, that's
있었는지
brutal.
그리고 이 결과에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고
But Boom
있는지도
definitely looking the best spot
들어보도록
for
할게요.
it.
Now with this win, you guys have made it to playoffs already, but you guys are number 1 in the group to qualify for the playoffs. I mean, did you guys ever see yourselves pulling this off in the beginning of stage 1?
Actually, no.
All right, so what does it mean to you?
That's sick.
Feels great. This feels great.
Feels good, that's it? All right, the ultimate goal, lifting the trophy? For stage 1? Winning the whole thing?
No.
Oh, okay. Just doing well, see how far
Yeah.
you can go. All right. 사실 예상을 못할 정도로 굉장히 팀이
Yeah, let's
잘하고
go.
있어서 너무 기쁜 결과지만 그래도 약간은 우승까지 노리기보다는 우리가 할 수 있는 만큼 최선의 경기를 펼치면서 끝까지 올라가 보자라는 마음이 강하다고 얘기를 합니다. 이렇게 해서 페이머스 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 할게요. Thank you so much, Famous.
Thank you.
And that's it from us on stage.
Yeah,
Good
let's
night,
have
everyone.
a-
See you tomorrow.
A little look at the group. Damn, dudes. With a group of DRX Gen G, we'll do a smaller line for Paper X. They come out on top 4-0.
Can I just say,
And
Famous is so real
They
for
still
that.
have DFM
Did you
to
expect
go.
this? No. You want to lift the trophy? Nah.
Kind of sick.
I mean, that's the first time ever I've heard a pro player say, hey, stage 1 trophy, anyone?
Kinda sick.
It's the classic
maybe.
player mentality.
Okay,
Yeah,
chat,
I
is
respect it.
Shayo
He's like,
still
lifting a trophy.
streaming?
I don't know. That's
Remind to do the
overwhelming.
Icebox
Using my
VOD. Yes, I will, Sonia.
Oh, my flashlight.
Yes, I do, but
I
can.
just
I'm
wanna
gonna
play
get some
chess,
food.
And I just want to shoot people in the head, and I don't want to think about anything else.
He
But
only
I'm
sees
free
that
after
far.
that.
Too much.
It's just like, let's just take it round per round. What trophy? No, we're just winning Valorant.
One
That's
game at a
all.
time.
Yeah, we can
round
do
by
that, but
round.
can.
That's how you should approach it.
Um,
He's got that mentality. And
Has Shy got anything weird in his name, or is it just this?
Yeah,
That's him, right?
he's just playing, okay? He's just playing. But hey, that mentality seems to be working for him. If it's getting him all of these
Right,
skills,
perfect.
if it's
Thank you
getting
so
him
much
these
for
plays,
today, everyone.
okay,
Thank you,
sure.
thank you. I
Don't think about
appreciate
the
it.
trophy just yet.
We had, dude, this was a sick best of 3 as well, so really ended on a high with this one. If you're around for Americas, was watching Americas a little bit later, it's in just under 8 hours. If that's not your time zone, we've got Pacific again. I'll be up, hopefully, just in time to watch it. So, got 2 more games tomorrow. Alright, appreciate you all. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Enjoy watching the rest of China with Shio. Chat, everyone give him a follow as well. I think he's like on the grind. Respect that. Okay, bye everyone. Bye.
And now they've been promoted up into the big league, and they've surpassed a lot of people's expectations. A lot of people.
YouTube as well. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you all. Thank you. Subscribe if you can. It will help me out. And then I will see you all for Americas or Pacific, whichever one is your time zone. Alright, peace everyone. Peace. Thank you for being here.
Get too big for their boots or anything like that, because there's still that sentiment out there that